Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Brandy. The sleek glass doors of the New York Titans headquarters slide open, and I step into a world of polished chrome and the unmistakable scent of ambition. My heels click against the marble floor as I make my way to Shayla's office, my new boss and the woman who is about to initiate me into the high-stakes realm of professional hockey rehabilitation. "Brandy, come in," Shayla calls out as I approach her open door. She's perched behind a massive desk, her salt and pepper hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun. Ready to dive into the deep end? I grin, settling into the chair across from her. Born ready. Hit me with it. Shayla's lips quirk up in approval. That's what I like to hear. Now, let's talk about our problem children. She taps a stack of files on her desk. We've got a few players who'll need your magic touch before the season kicks off. I lean forward, eager to prove my worth. Lay it on me. Who's first on the chopping block? Let's start with Mike, Shayla says, flipping open the top file. Shoulder injury from last season. He's been slacking on his PT, and we need him in top form. I nod, already formulating a plan. Got it. I'll whip him into shape. I have a way with resistant participants. Love to hear that. Next up, we've got Jason. Shayla continues, moving to the next file. Knee's been giving him trouble. He's our star player. So we need him at 110%. My heart doesn't skip a beat at the name. After all, Jason's as common as dirt. I focus on the task at hand. Any specific concerns with his injury? Shayla shakes her head. Nothing out of the ordinary, but he's crucial to our lineup. I want you to give him extra attention. Consider it done, I reply, making a mental note. Who else is on the roster? As Shayla continues running down the list of players, I can't help but feel a thrill of excitement. This is what I've been working towards. A chance to prove myself in the big leagues. Each name represents a challenge, a puzzle for me to solve. That about covers it, Shayla says, closing the last file. Any questions? I shake my head, confidence surging through me. Nope, I'm ready to get started. Shayla grins, a predatory gleam in her eye. That's what I like to hear. Welcome to the Titans, Brandy. Now, go work your magic. She hands me a sleek key card, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Your kingdom awaits, my dear. Try not to get lost in there. I snatch the card, grinning. No promises. I might set up camp and never come out. Just remember, she calls as I head for the door. I expect miracles, not hermits. The hallway stretches before me, a gleaming expanse of possibility. My heels click sharply against the polished floor, each step bringing me closer to my new domain. I pause at a set of double doors, my heart racing as I swipe the keycard. The lock disengages with a soft click, and I push the doors open, stepping into, well, damn. Wow, I whisper, drinking in the sight. Floor-to-ceiling windows dominate one wall, offering a panoramic view of the stadium below that takes my breath away. Sunlight streams in, bathing the room in a warm glow, that makes everything look like it's straight out of a dream. To my right, a state-of-the-art treatment table beckons, surrounded by equipment that would make any PT drool. Hell, I'm practically salivating myself. I run my fingers along the smooth surface of my nearby desk, marveling at the cool touch of mahogany. It's the kind of furniture you see in fancy magazines. Not something you'd expect in a therapy room. A top-of-the-line computer setup sits ready, dual monitors gleaming like they've never been touched. I can already picture myself working here, fingers flying across the keyboard as I update player files. This isn't just a room, it's a freaking palace of physical therapy. "This is mine?" I murmur, still in disbelief. I spot a small kitchenette tucked away in one corner, complete with a fancy espresso machine. "Oh, hello, beautiful," I coo, already imagining the caffeine-fueled nights ahead. My gaze lands on a framed jersey hanging on the wall, autographed by the entire Titans team. A sticky note clings to the glass. "Welcome to the family. Excited to see what you'll do." "Shayla," I chuckle, shaking my head. No pressure or anything. Sinking into the plush leather chair behind my desk, I spin slowly, taking it all in. The enormity of the opportunity hits me, a mixture of excitement and nerves bubbling in my chest. "All right, Brandy," I say to myself, cracking my knuckles. "Time to show these boys what you're made of." I start playing with the high-ticket items on my desk, trying to decide between a minimalist setup or organized chaos, when a knock at the door interrupts my internal debate. "Come in," I call out, swiveling in my chair. The door swings open, revealing a woman with a bright smile and an armful of files. "Hey there, I'm Katie, the new physiologist. Thought I'd introduce myself before we're knee-deep in muscle strains and protein shakes." I stand up, grinning. "Brandy, physical therapist extraordinaire and newly minted Titan Wrangler. Come on in, pull up a chair." Katie drops her files on a nearby table and plops into the chair across from me. "So, ready to whip these boys into shape? Some of them are real tools, I tell you." "Oh, you know it," I say, leaning back. "I've got a mean streak when it comes to slackers. You might want to invest in some earplugs for when the whining starts. And it won't be my whining I'm talking about." Katie laughs, a rich, genuine sound. "I like your style already. Maybe we can tag team the stubborn ones. Good cop, bad cop style." "Dibs on bad cop," I reply, winking. I've perfected my disappointed mom look. I think I even have a handlebar mustache in here somewhere. "Deal?" Katie says, her eyes twinkling. "I'll bring the juice boxes and stickers for good behavior." We chat for a bit, swapping stories about our most challenging patients and debating the merits of various recovery techniques. It's easy, natural, like we've known each other for years instead of minutes. I find myself relaxing, my earlier nerves about the new job fading away as Katie and I trade quips and professional insights. "So," Katie says, glancing at her watch, a mischievous glint in her eye, "what's your take on the team so far? Any potential problem children I should watch out for? I mean, we are dealing with pro athletes here. Egos the size of stadiums, am I right?" I shrug, thinking back to the files Shayla showed me. My mind flicks through the faces and names, trying to pinpoint any red flags. Hard to say without meeting them in person, but I've got my eye on a couple already. There's this guy Mike who's apparently been slacking on his PT. Classic case of, I know my body better than the doctor's syndrome, if you ask me. And don't even get me started on the one who thinks ice baths are optional. Like, honey, your muscles aren't made of steel. Katie perks up at the name. Mike? The forward with the killer slapshot? That's the one. I nod, noticing her sudden interest. Why? Got some inside info? She shakes her head, a little too quickly. Nah, just heard he's a key player. We should probably keep a close eye on him, right? I raise an eyebrow, filing away her reaction for later. Uh-huh. Sure. For purely professional reasons, of course. Katie stands up, gathering her files. Well, I should get back to setting up my own office. It's just across the hall if you need anything. Thanks for stopping by, I say, walking her to the door. Looking forward to working with you. Same here, she replies, pausing in the doorway. Oh, and Brandy? Fair warning, I'm totally stealing that espresso machine when you're not looking. I laugh, shooing her out. Dream on, coffee thief. I sleep with one eye open. As Katie disappears into her office, I close the door, still chuckling. It's nice to know I've got an ally in this testosterone-fueled madhouse. Something tells me we're going to need each other before this season's through. Still smiling about Katie's snarky, bubbly personality that fits so well with mine, I stand on my tiptoes, stretching to hang a framed print of Monet's water lilies on the wall behind my desk. The serene blues and greens contrast nicely with the sleek, modern office decor. Just as I'm about to step back and admire my handiwork, a knock echoes through the room. Come in, I call out, still fussing with the frame's alignment. The door creaks open, followed by heavy footsteps and a low mutter. Damn knees acting up again. Hope the new PT can... I set the painting aside and turn around, a welcoming smile plastered on my face. Hi there. I'm Brandy, the new... The words die in my throat as I take in the man standing before me. My heart stutters, then kicks into overdrive. Time seems to slow, each second stretching into eternity as my brain struggles to process what my eyes are seeing. Those bright blue eyes now widened in shock. The strong jaw, now sporting a neatly trimmed beard. The long brown hair, pulled back into a messy ponytail. It's a face I know better than my own, one I thought I'd never see again. Jason, my high school sweetheart, my college love, the man I let go 7 years ago, thinking it was for the best. And now he's here, in my office, looking like he's seen a ghost. I open my mouth, but no words come out. My mind races, 1,000 memories flooding back in an instant. Late-night study sessions, stolen kisses between classes, the bittersweet pain of our goodbye. Jason stands frozen in the doorway, his hand still on the knob. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words and shared history. Finally, he breaks the spell, his voice a hoarse whisper. Brandy? Chapter 2. Brandy. I stand frozen, my mind reeling as I take in the sight of Jason. 7 years have passed, but the effect he has on me hasn't changed a bit. My heart races, and I struggle to form coherent thoughts. I might even be having trouble breathing. Jason breaks the silence first, his voice low and slightly rough. Brandy. He shakes his head. What the hell? I swallow hard, trying to regain my composure. Jason, Wow, this is really unexpected. He steps further into the office, closing the door behind him. His eyes never leave mine. You're telling me I didn't know you worked here. I don't. I do now. It's my first day, I managed to stammer out. I had no idea you played for the Titans. Jason's eyebrows shoot up. I've been with the team for a little while now. I feel heat creep up my neck. I guess I haven't been keeping up with hockey news. I thought it might be better if I didn't, actually. A smirk plays at the corner of his mouth. And here I thought you were my biggest fan. That was a long time ago, I say, more sharply than I intended. The smirk fades, replaced by something unreadable. Yeah, I guess it was. An awkward silence descends. I fidget with the hem of my blouse, desperately searching for something to say. Jason leans against the wall, arms crossed, looking maddeningly at ease. So, he finally says, "You're the new PT?" I nod, grateful for the shift to professional territory. "Yeah, just started today. Shayla hired me last month." "Shayla's got good taste," Jason says, his eyes doing a quick sweep of me that makes my skin tingle. "Your reputation precedes you." "Oh?" I raise an eyebrow. "You've been following me? And what reputation is that?" He grins, and it's like we're back in high school for a moment. "Somebody needs to stay connected. I heard that you're a miracle worker with a mean streak. Heard you made some linebacker cry last year." I can't help but laugh. "He was being a baby about his rehab. Sometimes you need to be cruel to be kind." I clear my throat, trying to regain some semblance of professionalism. "So how'd you end up with the Titans?" "Last I heard, you were in Washington." Jason shrugs, his broad shoulders rolling beneath his fitted t-shirt. "Got traded last year. New York made an offer. Washington couldn't refuse." Wow, must have been some offer. I can't help but wonder just how much he's worth now. "What about you?" he asks, leaning against my desk. "How'd a small-town Iowa girl end up in the Big Apple?" I roll my eyes. "Please, like you're one to talk about small towns. I moved here 2 years ago for a job. It wasn't with the Titans, but it led me here eventually. And now you're working with hockey players." His lips quirk up in a half smile. "Funny how life works out, huh?" "Yeah, hilarious," I say dryly. "Speaking of which, didn't you come in here complaining about your knee?" Jason's eyebrows shoot up. "Damn, you've got good ears. Here I thought I was being subtle." "Subtle as a freight train," I quip. "So what's going on with it?" He shifts his weight, and I notice a slight wince he tries to hide. "It's been acting up since last season. Nothing major, just annoying." I gesture to the exam table. "Hop up there and let me take a look." I gesture to the exam table, trying to maintain a professional demeanor. "All right, hop up there and let's take a look at that knee." Jason nods, pushing off from the wall with a fluid grace that hasn't changed in 7 years. He settles onto the table, his long legs dangling off the edge. "So tell me about this injury," I say, grabbing my clipboard and pen. "When did it happen?" "Last season, during playoffs," Jason replies, his voice low and gravelly. "Took a bad hit into the boards. Tore my MCL." I wince involuntarily. "Ouch, that's rough, but you fully recovered since then?" He nods, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, or so I thought. It's only started acting up again recently, now that I'm back to hardcore training for the new season." "I see." I set the clipboard aside and step closer. "Mind if I take a look?" Jason's lips quirk up in a half smile. "Be my guest, Doc." I roll my eyes at the nickname, but can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. "All right, tough guy. Let me know if anything hurts." I place my hands on his leg, just above the knee. His skin is warm beneath my touch, and I have to force myself to focus on the task at hand. I gently probe the area around his knee, feeling for any abnormalities. "Any pain here?" I ask, applying slight pressure. Jason shakes his head. "Nah, it's fine there." I move my hands lower, my fingers tracing the contours of his knee. Despite the years apart, my body remembers his, and I have to fight to keep my breathing steady. "How about here?" I press lightly on the side of his knee. He inhales sharply. "Yeah, that's the spot." I nod, continuing my examination. "Looks like there might be some residual inflammation." "How's your range of motion?" Jason demonstrates, bending and straightening his leg. I watch closely, noticing a slight hitch in the movement. "Not bad," I mutter, more to myself than to him. "But we can definitely improve that." I realize I'm still touching his leg and quickly step back, clearing my throat. "Well, good news is it doesn't seem too serious. We'll need to work on strengthening the surrounding muscles and improving flexibility." Jason's bright blue eyes lock onto mine. "Guess that means we'll be seeing a lot of each other, huh?" The air between us crackles with unspoken tension. I swallow hard, trying to maintain my professional composure. "I suppose it does." I turn away from Jason, trying to compose myself as I walk to the filing cabinet. My fingers tremble slightly as I flip through the folders searching for his chart. Finding it, I pull it out and scan the contents, grateful for the distraction. "So, hotshot," I say, keeping my tone light. "Looks like you've had quite the career since I last saw you." Jason chuckles, the sound sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. "You could say that, though I bet you've been pretty busy yourself, Miss Miracle Worker." I roll my eyes, fighting back a smile. "Flattery will get you nowhere, Winters. Now, let's see what we're dealing with here." I flip through the pages, absorbing the information. Looks like you've had a few close calls over the years. That hit to the boards last season was no joke." "Tell me about it," Jason grunts. "Thought my career was over for a hot second there." I look up, meeting his eyes. For a moment, I see a flicker of vulnerability before it's replaced by his usual cocky grin. "But you're still here," I say softly. "Takes more than a busted knee to keep me down," he replies, his voice low and intense. Clearing my throat, I focus back on the chart. "Well, good news is, your recovery has been solid. We just need to make sure we keep it that way." Jason leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "And how do you propose we do that, Doc?" I snap the folder shut, meeting his gaze head on. "First things first, we need to work on strengthening the muscles around your knee. That means regular PT sessions, at least 3 times a week." He raises an eyebrow. 3 times a week, huh? You trying to spend more time with me, Brandy?" I scoff, ignoring the way my heart races at his teasing tone. "Don't flatter yourself. This is purely professional." "Sure it is," he smirks. "Look," I say, setting the chart aside. "I'm going to come up with a comprehensive plan to keep that knee of yours in top shape all season. But it's going to take work, Jason. Are you up for it?" His expression turns serious. "Whatever it takes. I'm not letting anything sideline me this season." I reach for an elastic bandage, trying to ignore the weight of Jason's gaze. His eyes follow my every move, and I can feel the heat of his stare on my skin. "So, how's life been treating you, Brandy?" Jason asks, his voice casual, as if we're old friends catching up over coffee. I focus on wrapping his knee, keeping my touch clinical. "Can't complain. Built my career, moved to the big city. You know, living the dream." He chuckles, the sound low and familiar. "Yeah, I'd say you are. Heard you made quite a name for yourself." "I've done all right." I shrug, trying to downplay my success. "What about you, Mr. Big Shot NHL player?" Jason grins, all white teeth and confidence. "It's been a wild ride, but I can't say I hate it." I glance up, catching his eye. His smile hasn't changed in 7 years, still as bright and disarming as ever. It's like no time has passed, and for a moment I'm back in our high school bleachers, watching him dominate the ice. "Well, you always did love the spotlight," I tease, trying to keep things light. "Only when you were watching," he replies, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. I swallow hard, focusing back on his knee. "All done," I announce, perhaps a bit too loudly. That should hold for practice. Jason stands, testing his weight on the wrapped knee. Feels good. You've still got the magic touch. It's not magic. It's science, I retort, stepping back to put some distance between us as he effortlessly glides to the door. Jason pauses at the door, his hand on the knob. He turns back, those blue eyes locking onto mine. Hey, we should grab coffee sometime. Really catch up. My heart skips a beat. Coffee? With Jason? After 7 years of radio silence? I hesitate, 1,000 thoughts racing through my mind. I'd like that, I hear myself say, nodding almost on autopilot. He grins, that cocky, self-assured smile I remember so well. Great, I'll see you around, Brandy. And just like that, he's gone, leaving me standing in my office, wondering what the hell just happened. My heart's racing like I've run a marathon, and my mind's spinning faster than a hockey puck on ice. I barely have time to process the whirlwind of emotions before there's another knock at my door. A tall, broad-shouldered player walks in, his ankles wrapped in makeshift bandages. Hey, Doc, he says, limping slightly. Coach said to come see you about my ankles before practice. I snap back into professional mode, pushing thoughts of Jason to the back of my mind. Of course, I say, gesturing to the exam table. Hop up and let's take a look. As I unwrap one ankle, I try to focus solely on the task at hand. But Jason keeps creeping back into my thoughts. The way he looked at me, the sound of his voice, the feel of his skin under my hands. So how long have you been with the team? The player asks, jolting me back to reality. Oh, this is actually my first day, I reply, reaching for a fresh bandage. No kidding? Well, welcome aboard. I'm Mike, by the way. I smile, grateful for the distraction. Nice to meet you, Mike. I'm Brandy. As I wrap his ankle, I force myself to focus on our conversation, on the feel of the bandage between my fingers, on anything but Jason. But even as I chat with Mike about the upcoming season, I can't shake the lingering warmth of Jason's presence or the promise of coffee hanging in the air between us.
Chapter 3. Jason. The ice beneath my skates feels like home, but my mind's 1,000 miles away. Brandy's face, those light brown eyes I'd never forgotten, keeps flashing in my head. Man, I need to focus. Yo, Captain! You gonna join us or what? Ricky's voice snaps me back to reality. I glide towards center ice, my knee twinging slightly. All right, ladies. Let's see what you've got. The puck drops, and muscle memory takes over. I snatch it away, darting between defensemen like they're standing still. A quick pass to Mikey on my left, then I'm racing towards the goal. Over here, Mikey shouts, wide open. But I've got this. A fake to the right, then I'm lifting the puck, sending it sailing over the goalie's shoulder. It hits the back of the net with a satisfying thwack. Winners! Save some for the rest of us! Coach bellows from the sidelines. I smirk, skating back to center ice. Just warming up, Coach. We run drills for the next hour, but I'm not fully present. My thoughts keep drifting back to Brandy's office, to the way her fingers felt probing my knee. It's been 7 years, and she still affects me like this. Winners, head in the game! Coach's voice booms across the rink. I nod, gritting my teeth. This is ridiculous. I'm Jason freaking Winters, captain of the New York Titans. I don't get distracted by women even if they are my ex from a lifetime ago. All right, boys, let's run that power play again, I call out, determined to shake off this funk. As we set up, I catch Ricky giving me a weird look. You good, man? You're giving off weird vibes today. I'm fine, I growl, maybe a bit too harshly. Just focus on your positioning. The whistle blows, and we're off again. This time, I force everything else out of my mind. There's only the ice, the puck, and the goal. That's all that matters right now. I skate off the ice, my mind still reeling from the encounter with Brandy. Of all the places, all the teams, she had to end up here? Working with us? It's like the universe is playing some sick joke. "Yo, Winters," Brandon calls out as we head to the locker room. "What's got you so distracted today? You were all over the place out there." I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. "Nothing, man. Just got some stuff on my mind." "Yeah, right," he retorts. "I've never seen you this off your game. Spill." I sigh, running a hand through my sweat-soaked hair. "You remember that new PT I mentioned? The one who looked at my knee earlier?" Brandon nods, a grin spreading across his face. "Yeah, the hot one. What about her?" "She's my ex," I admit, the words tasting strange on my tongue. "From high school and college. Haven't seen her in 7 years. Brandon's eyes widen. "No kidding? That's wild, man. What are the odds?" "About as likely as us both ending up here from Cowpie, Iowa," I mutter. "Iowa?" Brandon laughs. "I thought you were hatched in an ice rink or something." I can't help but chuckle at that. "Nah, man. Small town kid, believe it or not. Brandy and I, we go way back." "So what happened?" Brandon asks, his voice lowering as we reach our lockers. "Why'd you split?" I pause, memories flooding back. The late-night study sessions, the way she'd cheer at every game, her smile when I scored, and then the pain in her eyes when we decided to call it quits. "Life happened," I finally say, shrugging off my gear. "I got drafted. She had her career. We thought it was for the best." Brandon nods, understanding in his eyes. "And now?" I slam my locker shut harder than necessary. "Now? Now we're colleagues, I guess. Nothing more." But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. Seeing Brandy again, feeling her hands on my knee, it stirred up something I thought I'd buried years ago. And judging by the look in her eyes, I wasn't the only one feeling it. I'm headed toward the showers when Mike sidles up, a concerned look etched on his face. "Hey, Cappy, what's going on with you today? You were all over the place out there." I toss the towel into my locker, buying time. "What are you talking about?" "I scored 3 times in practice." "Yeah, but you missed 2 of the easiest passes I've ever seen," Mike counters, leaning against the lockers. "That's not like you, man. Something's up." I let out a short laugh, shaking my head. "It's a long story, Mike. I'm still processing it myself." "Come on, spill. You know I won't judge," he prods, but I'm not ready to dive into the Brandy situation just yet. "It's nothing, really. Just ghosts from the past deciding to show up uninvited," I say, pulling on a clean shirt. Mike raises an eyebrow. "Ghosts, huh? Sounds intriguing." "Trust me, it's a story for another day," I reply, zipping up my bag. I need to get my head straight first. He nods, not pushing further. "Fair enough. Hey, you up for drinks later? Might help clear your mind." The idea of drowning my thoughts in a cold beer sounds perfect right now. I'm in. O'Malley's at 8? "You got it," Mike grins, clapping me on the shoulder. "Maybe by then you'll be ready to share this mysterious ghost story." I smirk, heading for the exit. Don't hold your breath, buddy. Some skeletons are better left in the closet. I stand under the shower, letting the hot water pound against my skin. My muscles ache, but it's a good kind of pain. The kind that reminds me I'm alive, that I've pushed myself to the limit. But today, there's not enough to drown out the memories flooding back 7 years ago. Graduation day. The offer from the Washington Cardinals sitting on my desk, heavy as an anvil. And Brandy, her eyes shining with a mix of pride and something else. Something that looked a lot like goodbye. "Crap," I mutter, slamming my palm against the tile wall. I'd almost turned it down. The offer of a lifetime, my ticket to the big leagues. And I'd come this close to tossing it away. For what? A small town life in nowhere, Iowa. But it wasn't just about the town. It was about her. Brandy. The girl who'd been by my side since we were awkward teenagers fumbling through first kisses behind the bleachers. I turn off the water and grab my towel, roughly drying myself off. What would my life look like if I'd stayed? Would I be coaching the high school team, reliving my glory days? Would Brandy and I be married, with a couple of kids and a white picket fence? "Hey, Winters! You drowning in there or what?" Mike's voice echoes through the locker room. "Keep your panties on, I'm coming," I shout back, pulling on my clothes. As I lace up my shoes, I can't help but wonder. Would I be happy in that other life? Or would I always be wondering what could have been? I shake my head, trying to clear these useless thoughts. No point in dwelling on what-ifs. I made my choice. We both did. "You go ahead, Mikey," I call out from my stall. "Grab a table and I'll see you there in a few. Muscles are sorer than I thought." "Sounds good," Mike says. "See you there." I step out of the locker room, my hair still damp from the shower. The hallway's quiet, most of the team already gone. My feet have a mind of their own, leading me down a familiar path. Before I know it, I'm near Brandy's office. I slow down, hearing her voice floating through the partially open door. She's talking to someone. Sounds like Ricky. "So, you're saying I should ice it for 20 minutes, 3 times a day?" Ricky asks. "Exactly," Brandy replies, her voice professional but warm. "And remember to elevate it when you're resting. It'll help reduce the swelling." I lean against the wall, out of sight. Hearing her talk shop brings back memories of late night studying, her explaining complex medical terms while I pretended to understand. I never really did. Just liked hearing the sound of her voice. "Thanks, Doc," Ricky says. "You're a lifesaver." "Just doing my job," Brandy laughs. "Now get out of here and rest that ankle." I hear movement inside the office and straighten up. Time to go. I turn on my heel and head for the exit, my steps quick and purposeful. As I push through the doors into the crisp evening air, I shake my head. What am I doing? Lurking outside her office like some lovesick teenager? That's not me. I'm Jason freaking Winters, captain of the New York Titans. I don't do this. I unlock my car, sliding into the driver's seat. The engine roars to life, and I peel out of the parking lot, maybe a little faster than necessary. The city lights blur as I drive, my mind racing faster than my car. Brandy's back in my life. So what? It doesn't change anything. I've got a career to focus on, a team to lead. I can't afford distractions, no matter how tempting they might be. I pull into my driveway, cutting the engine. The house looms before me, all sleek lines and modern architecture. It's everything I've worked for, a testament to how far I've come from that small town in Iowa. As I step inside, the silence hits me. It's a familiar feeling, one I usually don't mind. But tonight, it feels different. Emptier, somehow. I know the guys are waiting for me, but I need a minute to clear my head. Tired of all this stuff coming up right now, and the last thing I need is a bunch of adult children making jokes at my expense. I grab a beer from the fridge and collapse onto the couch, flicking on the TV. ESPN's running highlights from last season. I watch myself score the winning goal in the playoffs, the crowd going wild. That's who I am now. That's what matters. Whatever Brandy and I had, it's in the past. And that's where it's going to stay. I take a long swig of my beer, forcing thoughts of light brown eyes and gentle hands out of my mind. Tomorrow's another day, another practice. And I'll be damned if I let anything throw me off my game again. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 4. Brandy. I'm organizing patient files when a sharp knock interrupts my concentration. Before I can respond, the door swings open, and Jason strides in like he owns the place. "Hey, Doc. Got time for a quick wrap?" His voice carries that same confident tone I remember from college. I glance up, caught off guard by his sudden appearance. "Sure, hop on up." Jason settles onto the examination table, his muscular frame making it look almost comically small. I grab the tape and approach, trying to keep my eyes from wandering over his broad shoulders and defined arms. "How's the knee feeling today?" I ask, focusing on the task at hand. "Not bad, just want to make sure it stays that way through practice." As I start wrapping his knee, Jason leans back on his hands, completely at ease. "So what do you think of our chances this season?" I shrug, keeping my eyes on his knee. "I'm still getting to know the team. You tell me, Captain." He chuckles. "We've got a solid lineup, some promising rookies too. Think we might actually have a shot at the cup this year." "Bold claim," I tease, glancing up at him. "You always were confident." "Hey, gotta believe in your team, right?" His blue eyes lock onto mine, a hint of a smirk playing at his lips. I clear my throat, returning my attention to his knee. "Well, as long as you all stay healthy, I'm sure you'll do great." "That's where you come in, Doc. Keep us in fighting shape." As I finish wrapping Jason's knee, his hand brushes against mine. The touch, though fleeting, sends a jolt through my system. I quickly pull away, trying to maintain my professional composure. "All set," I say, stepping back. "How's that feel?" Jason flexes his leg, testing the wrap. "Perfect. You always did have magic hands." I roll my eyes, ignoring the compliment. "Just doing my job." He hops off the table, landing with cat-like grace. "Speaking of which, how about that coffee? After practice?" His voice drops low, almost intimate. It's the same tone he used to use when we'd sneak away between classes. I swallow hard, my pulse quickening. "Actually," I hear myself say, "how about drinks instead?" Jason's eyebrows shoot up, a grin spreading across his face. "Damn, Brandy. First day on the job and you're already trying to get me drunk?" I laugh, the tension easing slightly. "Please, you know I can drink you under the table any day, huh?" "That a challenge, Doc?" He takes a step closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Maybe," I counter, holding my ground. "But let's be clear. This is just two old friends catching up, nothing more." Jason's eyes light up with a mischievous glint. "All right, Doc, how about the penalty box at 8? They've got the best wings in town." I raise an eyebrow. "The penalty box? Seriously? Could you be any more on brand?" He shrugs, a smirk playing on his lips. "What can I say? I'm committed to the lifestyle." "Fine," I concede, rolling my eyes. "But you're buying the first round." "Deal," he says, extending his hand. I shake it, trying to ignore the warmth of his palm against mine. As Jason turns to leave, he pauses at the door. "Oh, and Brandy, wear something nice." I want to see if you can still turn heads like you used to. Before I can retort, he's gone, leaving me with a mix of irritation and something else. My heart's beating faster than it should be, and there's a warmth spreading through my chest that has nothing to do with the temperature in the room. I shake my head, trying to clear it. It's just drinks with an old friend, I tell myself. No big deal. But even as I think it, I'm already mentally rifling through my closet, wondering what to wear. Get it together, Brandy, I mutter, turning back to my work. But for the rest of the day, I can't shake the anticipation building in my gut. Every time I glance at the clock, I'm counting down the hours until I see Jason again. It's ridiculous. Unprofessional. And yet, I can't help the smile that keeps creeping onto my face. Tonight can't come soon enough. I step into the penalty box, the scent of beer and fried food hitting me like a wave. My hands smooth down my dress for the 100th time as I scan the crowded bar. My heart skips when I spot Jason in a corner booth, looking every bit the hockey star in a fitted black shirt that hugs his muscular frame. He stands as I approach, his eyes roaming over me with undisguised appreciation. Man, Brandy, you clean up nice. You don't look too shabby yourself. I smile, sliding into the booth. Though I see you're still rocking that ponytail. Jason grins, running a hand over his hair. Hey, the ladies love it. Not going to give this up for anything. I'm sure they do, I mutter, rolling my eyes. So where are those wings you promised me? As if on cue, waitress saunters over, her pen poised above her notepad. Jason leans back, his arm draped casually over the booth. Whiskey, neat, he orders, then glances at me. Let me guess, vodka tonic? I can't help but smile. Some things never change. As the waitress leaves, Jason's eyes lock onto mine. Speaking of change, look at you. Big shot physical therapist for the Titans. How'd that happen? I shrug, tracing patterns on the condensation of my water glass. Lots of hard work. A bit of luck. What about you, hotshot? Last I heard, you were tearing it up in Washington. Jason's lips quirk into a smirk. Got traded last year. New York needed a center who could actually score. Always so humble, I tease. Our drinks arrive, and Jason raises his glass. To old friends and new beginnings. We clink glasses, and I take a sip, the vodka burning pleasantly down my throat. So tell me about life in the big leagues. Is it everything you dreamed of? Jason leans forward, his eyes sparkling. It's incredible, Brandy. The rush when you step onto that ice, thousands of fans screaming your name. There's nothing like it. His passion is infectious, and I find myself leaning in too. Sounds amazing. You always did live for the spotlight. What about you? He asks, his voice softening. You happy with where you ended up? I nod, surprised by the sincerity in his tone. Yeah, I am. It's not quite as glamorous as your life, but I love what I do. Glamorous? Jason scoffs. Please. You should see the locker room after a game. Nothing glamorous about sweaty hockey gear. We both laugh. And just like that, it's like no time has passed at all. We fall into an easy rhythm, swapping stories about our lives since college. Jason tells me about his first Stanley Cup win, the adrenaline rush of scoring the winning goal. I share stories about some of the more colorful athletes I've worked with. As the night wears on, I find myself relaxing, the initial awkwardness melting away. It's just me and Jason, like old times. But there's an undercurrent of something new, a spark that wasn't there before. Or maybe it was, and we were too young to recognize it. As the night wears on, the tension between Jason and me becomes palpable. We dance around our shared history. carefully avoiding any mention of our past relationship. The elephant in the room grows larger with each passing moment, but neither of us dares to acknowledge it. Jason leans back, his fingers tracing the rim of his glass. So, Brandy, you still a morning person? I raise an eyebrow. Why? Planning on dragging me to one of your crack of dawn practices? He chuckles, a low rumbling sound that sends a shiver down my spine. Nah, just wondering if you'd be up for breakfast tomorrow. There's this place near the stadium that makes killer breakfast skillets. My heart skips a beat. Breakfast? That's dangerously close to date territory. Every logical part of my brain screams that this is a bad idea, but my mouth seems to have a mind of its own. Hey, it's just breakfast. I can chalk it up to getting more information about the team so I can cement my position as their head physical therapist. Then I don't have to think about my body that's betraying me right now. Skillets, huh? You drive a hard bargain, Winters. Jason's eyes light up. Is that a yes? I hesitate, my fingers drumming against the table. I don't know, Jason. We work together now. It might get complicated. He leans forward, his gaze intense. It's just breakfast, Brandy. 2 old friends catching up. What's complicated about that? I snort. Right, because our history is so uncomplicated. Ancient history, he counters, waving a hand dismissively. Come on, live a little. Unless you're scared. That familiar competitive spark ignites in my chest. Scared? Please. You wish. Jason grins knowing he's won. Great. Tony's 8 a.m. Don't be late. As we stand to leave, I realize I don't have his number anymore. It's a stark reminder of how much time has passed, how much has changed. Hey, we should probably exchange numbers, I say, pulling out my phone. You know, for breakfast coordination purposes. Jason smirks as he takes my phone, his fingers brushing against mine. Sure, for breakfast coordination. Not because you want to hear my sexy voice again or anything. I roll my eyes, ignoring the warmth spreading through my chest. You wish, buddy. Just give me your number. We step outside, the cool night air a shocking contrast to the warmth of the bar. Jason turns to me, his expression unreadable in the dim streetlight. See you tomorrow, Brandy? He says, his voice low and husky. Yeah, see you? I reply, suddenly feeling breathless. As I watch him walk away, I'm hit with a confusing mix of emotions. Part of me knows this is a terrible idea, that I'm playing with fire. But another part, a part I thought I'd buried years ago, is thrilled at the prospect of seeing him again. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. It's just breakfast, I tell myself. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 5. Jason. I arrive early at the breakfast joint near the practice facility, snagging a quiet corner table. The place is buzzing with the morning crowd, but I tune it out, focusing on the menu in front of me. Coffee, black, please, I tell the waitress when she swings by. She nods and scurries off. I drum my fingers on the table, eyes fixed on the door. The bell chimes and in walks Brandy. Lordy, those jeans hug her curves in all the right places, reminding me of college days when I couldn't keep my hands off her. She spots me and makes her way over, standing across from me. Morning, I say, keeping my tone casual. Sleep well? As well as can be expected after last night's drinks, she replies with a wry smile. You? I shrug. I've had worse. I stand up, gesturing to the opposite side of the booth as my hand finds its way to the small of her back as she sits down. The familiar curve of her spine sends a jolt through me, but I keep my face neutral. Brandy, what are you doing to me? Thanks for meeting me, I say, sliding back into my seat. Brandy rolls her eyes, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. You invited me, remember? Did I? Must have slipped my mind. I wink, earning a chuckle from her. The waitress returns, notepad at the ready. What can I get for you two? I gesture to Brandy. Ladies first. She scans the menu quickly. I'll have the avocado toast, please, and a coffee. Protein-packed omelet for me, I add. Extra bacon on the side. As the waitress leaves, Brandy raises an eyebrow. Extra bacon? Living dangerously, aren't we? I lean back, stretching my arms. Gotta fuel up for practice. Bacon has such a bad rap, and the jury is still out on whether it's bad for you. Besides, I've got a great physical therapist to keep me in shape now. Oh, do you? She leans forward, elbows on the table. And who might that be? Some new girl. Bit of a boss, if you ask me. Brandy laughs, the sound warming me from the inside out. Sounds like she knows what she's doing. Oh, I'd say so. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, it's like no time has passed at all. So, Doc, got any professional advice for me this morning? She taps her chin, pretending to think. Maybe lay off the bacon? I clutch my chest in mock horror. You wound me. What's next? No ice cream? Don't push it. Hot stuff, she warns, but her eyes are sparkling. Our conversation flows easily, just like it used to. We trade quips about the team, her new job, my recent games. It's comfortable, familiar, yet charged with an undercurrent of something more. As our food arrives, I can't help but notice how her fingers wrap around her coffee mug, remembering how they used to feel on my skin. I shake off the thought, focusing on my omelet. So, I say between bites, how are you liking New York so far? Big change from Iowa. Brandy dabs her mouth with a napkin before responding. Man, I wish I was that napkin. I like it well enough. Miss my family, though, at times. Work is keeping me busy. I watch as Brandy pushes her empty plate away, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee mug. The air between us shifts, heavy with unspoken words. Jason, she starts, her voice low. Did you ever regret leaving? The question hits me like a slap shot to the chest. I lean back, folding my arms across my chest. Man, Brandy, you don't pull punches, do you? She shrugs, those brown eyes of hers piercing right through me. Figured we might as well get it out there. I take a deep breath, weighing my words. At the time? Yeah, I did. In fact, I almost turned down the offer from Washington. Her eyebrows shoot up. You what? Never told you that, did I? I let out a humorless chuckle. Came really close to staying in Iowa. For you? Brandy's hand freezes on her mug. Why didn't you say anything? What good would it have done? I counter. You were set on staying, and I had a shot at the big leagues. We both know how that conversation would have gone down. She nods slowly, her gaze dropping to the table. Yeah, I guess we do. I lean forward, elbows on the table. Look, Brandy, I think things turned out the way they were supposed to. I'm here. You're here. We've both done pretty well for ourselves. Something flickers across her face. Disappointment? Regret? It's gone before I can pin it down. You're right, she says, her voice a little too bright. We have... I clear my throat, noticing the shadow that's fallen over Brandy's face. Time to change gears. So, how's your mom doing? Still baking those amazing apple pies? Brandy's eyes light up, the tension in her shoulders easing. Oh, you remember those? She actually won the county fair competition last year. No kidding? Good for her. I bet your dad was strutting around town like a peacock after that. She laughs, a genuine sound that hits me right in the gut. You know it. He practically wore a sign saying, "My wife's pies are award-winning." More like waddling, by the way. His belly was chock full of apples. Classic Mr. Johnson move, I chuckle. What about your brother? Still causing trouble? Nah, he's settled down now. Got married last year, if you can believe it. I lean back, shaking my head in disbelief. Little Terrence? Married? Damn, now I feel old. Tell me about it. What about your clan? Your sister still obsessed with those boy bands? God, don't remind me. She's moved on to K-pop now. It's all she talks about when I call home. Brandy snorts. Some things never change. Remember when she used to follow us around, trying to get dirt for her gossip column in the school paper? How could I forget? She nearly caught us making out in the equipment shed that one time. The words are out before I can stop them. Brandy's eyes widen slightly, but she recovers quickly. Yeah, well, your quick thinking saved us that day. Just checking the hockey sticks, sis. She mimics my voice, eyebrow raised. I grin, remembering. Hey, it worked, didn't it? Barely. She scoffs, but there's a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. We fall into an easy rhythm, trading stories about our families and hometown. It's comfortable, familiar territory, and I find myself relaxing into it. For a moment, it's like we're back in that small Iowa town, 2 kids with big dreams and not a care in the world. I glance at my watch, realizing we've been here longer than I planned. Oh man, we should probably head out. Practice starts in an hour. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Brandy nods, gathering her things. Right. About that. She hesitates, her eyes meeting mine. Jason, I think we need to keep things professional at work. Agreed, I say, leaning back in my seat. No need to give the rumor mill any fuel. She raises an eyebrow. You saying you don't want people to know about our sordid past? I can't help but grin. Sordid? Is that what we're calling it now? You know what I mean, she says, rolling her eyes. Let's just pretend we don't have history. For now, at least. Fair enough, I nod, standing up. So, Dr. Johnson, I'll see you at the stadium. Brandy stands too, smoothing down her shirt. Indeed you will, Mr. Winters. Don't forget your knee wrap. We walk out together, the morning sun warming my face. At her car, I pause, fighting the urge to reach out and touch her. Drive safe, I say instead. You too, she replies, her voice soft. See you at the stadium. I watch her drive off before heading to my own car. As I slide into the driver's seat, my mind races. The smell of her perfume lingers, bringing back a flood of memories. I shake my head, trying to clear it. Professional. Right. I can do that. I start the engine, pulling out of the parking lot. But as I drive towards the stadium, I can't help replaying our conversation in my mind. The way she laughed, the spark in her eyes when she talked about her work. This is going to be harder than I thought. I stride into the locker room, the familiar scent of sweat and determination filling my nostrils. My teammates are already gearing up, the air buzzing with pre-practice energy. Look who finally decided to grace us with his presence, Mike calls out, a cheesy grin plastered on his face. I flip him off good-naturedly. Shut it, prick. I'm right on time. Sure, he chuckles. So how was breakfast? I pause, my hand on my locker. It was fine. Mike raises an eyebrow. Just fine? Come on, spill. Who's the mystery woman? None of your business, I growl, pulling on my practice jersey. Ooh, touchy, he teases. Must be someone special. I slam my locker shut, turning to face him. Drop it, Mike. We've got practice. He holds up his hands in surrender. All right. But don't think this is over, Captain. We make our way onto the ice, the cool air a welcome relief. Coach blows his whistle, and we gather around. All right, ladies, he barks. Today we're focusing on power plays. I want to see crisp passes, quick shots, and zero hesitation. Got it? A chorus of yes, coach, echoes across the rink. As we break into groups, I feel the familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. This is what I live for. This is where I belong. We start with passing drills, the puck flying between us with practiced precision. I lose myself in the rhythm of it, the sound of blades scraping ice and sticks connecting with rubber. "Winters!" Coach shouts. "You're leading the first power play. Show 'em how it's done." I nod, positioning myself at the point. The whistle blows and we're off. I weave through the defense, my eyes scanning for an opening. There, a flash of movement to my left. "Thompson!" I yell, sending the puck sailing towards him. He catches it smoothly, fakes out the goalie, and shoots. The puck hits the back of the net with a satisfying thwack. "That's what I'm talking about!" Coach bellows. "Again!" We run the drill over and over, each time faster, smoother. My muscles burn, sweat dripping down my back, but I push harder. This is where I excel, where nothing else matters but the game. As practice winds down, Coach calls us in for a final huddle. "Good work today, boys. Hit the showers." I stay behind, snagging a bucket of pucks. The sound of my teammates' chatter fades as they file off the ice, leaving me alone in the vast arena. I line up shot after shot, the puck slamming into the net with increasing force. Each impact drives thoughts of Brandy further from my mind, until there's nothing left but the game, the ice, and the goal ahead of me.
Chapter 6. Brandy. I sling my bag over my shoulder, ready to call it a day when Katie pops her head into my office. "Hey, you heading out?" "Yeah, just about to," I reply, switching off my desk lamp. Katie leans against the doorframe, studying me. "You okay? You've seemed tense lately. I know we just met each other, but I can sense these things, you know." I hesitate, weighing whether to spill everything or keep it bottled up. Screw it. "Remember Jason? The team captain?" Yeah? Kinda hard to forget, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Brooding. What about him?" I take a deep breath. "We have a history." Katie's eyes widen. "Girl, what? Diggs? Now?" "It's a long story," I hedge. "Perfect. I know just the place." Katie grabs my arm, practically dragging me out of the office. "There's this cozy wine bar around the corner. You're gonna tell me everything." Before I know it, we're seated in a dimly lit corner booth, glasses of Merlot in hand. Katie leans forward, elbows on the table. "All right, start from the beginning." I take a sip of wine, gathering my thoughts. "Jason and we grew up together. Small town in Iowa, you know the type. Cornfields as far as the eye can see." "Wait, you're telling me Jason NHL superstar Winters is a farm boy?" Katie interrupts, incredulous. I can't help but chuckle. "Hard to believe, right? But yeah, we were high school sweethearts, classic story. Captain of the hockey team and the girl next door." "How long were you together?" 7 years, I admit, the words heavy on my tongue. "All through high school and college." Katie whistles low. "Damn, that's not just a fling. What happened?" I swirl the wine in my glass, watching the dark liquid cling to the sides. "Life happened. Jason got drafted right out of college. I had plans to go back home, work as a PT in our hometown." "And you broke up?" Katie prompts gently. I nod, memories flooding back. It was mutual. Or at least, that's what we told ourselves. I didn't want to hold him back, and well, I guess he didn't fight too hard to keep me. Katie reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. "That must have been rough." It was, I admit, surprised by the lump forming in my throat. "But that was years ago. Ancient history, right?" "Until he walked into your office?" Katie finishes, understanding dawning in her eyes. I down the rest of my wine in one gulp. Exactly. I take a deep breath, tracing the rim of my empty wine glass. When Jason got accepted to Iowa State on a hockey scholarship, I followed him. I mean, they had a great PT program, so it wasn't just about him. But let's be real. I would have followed that boy anywhere. Katie nods, signaling the waiter for refills. So you supported his dreams? Every step of the way, I say, a bittersweet smile tugging at my lips. Late night practice sessions, early morning games, you name it. I was there, cheering him on. The waiter sets down fresh glasses, and I take a sip, letting the wine warm my throat. But then senior year hit, and suddenly it wasn't just college hockey anymore. Scouts started showing up, and Jason, he was on fire. I bet, Katie interjects. I've seen his highlight reels. The guy's a beast on ice. I nod, feeling a lump form in my throat. Yeah, he is. And I just knew he was destined for greatness. But me? I had plans to go back home, work at the local clinic. So you broke it off? Katie asked gently. I blink rapidly, fighting back the sting in my eyes. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. But I couldn't be the reason he gave up his shot at the big leagues. I thought I was doing what was best for his career. Katie reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. That must have been brutal. It was, I admit. My voice barely above a whisper. But I convinced myself it was the right thing to do. I didn't want to hold him back. Katie's quiet for a moment, then asks, and now, seeing him again after all this time, how does that make you feel? I take a deep breath, the wine loosening my tongue. The chemistry? It's still there, Katie, like a freaking live wire every time he's near me. Katie leans forward, eyes sparkling. Girl, I knew it. The way you two look at each other. It's electric. That's the problem, I groan, running a hand through my curls. I can't afford to get tangled up in this again. We work together now. It's a recipe for disaster. Or it could be the second chance you both need, Katie counters, swirling her wine. Look, I'm not saying jump his bones in the locker room. Katie, I hiss, glancing around the bar. She laughs, holding up her hands. I'm just saying, maybe the universe is giving you two another shot. You're both older, wiser, arguably hotter. I can't help but snort at that. You're not helping. Seriously, though, Katie says, her tone softening. I've seen how he looks at you when he thinks no one's watching. That man is not over you, Brandy. My heart skips a beat, but I push the feeling down. Even if that's true, it doesn't change the fact that this could seriously complicate things at work. What if it doesn't work out? I'd have to see him every day, treat his injuries. Katie nods, considering. Fair point. But what if it does work out? Are you willing to let fear hold you back from something that could be amazing? I bite my lip, mulling over her words. I don't know, Katie. It's not just about me and Jason anymore. There's the whole team to consider. My career. Then be careful, she says, reaching across to squeeze my hand. Take it slow, keep things professional at work, but don't close yourself off completely. You deserve happiness, Brandy. I squeeze her hand back, grateful for her support. Thanks, Katie. I'll think about it. I signal the waiter for another round, feeling lighter after unburdening myself to Katie. As he sets down fresh glasses, Katie leans in, a mischievous glint in her eye. All right, enough about my drama. What's your story, Miss Physiologist? Any juicy gossip you're holding out on me? Katie laughs, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Oh, you know, the usual. Moved here for the job. Left behind a string of broken hearts. Uh-huh, I snort, taking a sip of wine. And by string of broken hearts, you mean? My cat, Katie deadpans. He's still not speaking to me. We both burst into laughter, the tension from earlier dissipating. Seriously, though, I press. No one catching your eye in the big city? Katie hesitates, a slight smile playing at her lips. Well, there might be someone. I lean forward, intrigued. Spill. It's nothing, really, she hedges, but I can see the excitement dancing in her eyes. Just, Mike? On the team? My eyebrows shoot up. Jason's friend, the defenseman? Katie nods, biting on her lower lip. God, Brandy, have you seen him on the ice? The way he moves, it's just... Sexy, I supply, grinning. So hot, Katie confirms, fanning herself dramatically. I can't wait to see him play in person. You think I could snag some rink-side seats? I laugh, shaking my head. Easy there, Tiger. Remember, we're supposed to be professionals. Says the woman making eyes at the team captain. Katie retorts, but there's no malice in her tone. Touché, I concede, raising my glass in a mock toast. Here's to keeping things strictly professional. Mostly. Katie clinks her glass against mine, grinning. Mostly, she agrees. As Katie and I leave the wine bar, the cool night air hits us like a welcome reprieve from the stuffy interior. She throws an arm around my shoulders, giggling. You know what, Brandy? I think we're going to be great friends. I can't help but laugh. Based on our mutual ability to drink wine and spill secrets? Exactly. She grins, then wobbles slightly. Whoa, maybe I should call an Uber. Probably a good idea. I agree, fishing out my phone. I'll get one for both of us. As we wait on the curb, Katie nudges me. So what are you going to do about Jason? I sigh, running a hand through my curls. Honestly, I have no idea. It's complicated. Life's complicated, she retorts. Doesn't mean you can't have a little fun along the way. Before I can respond, our ride pulls up. We clamber into the back seat, Katie giving the driver her address first. As we cruise through the city streets, I lean my head against the cool window, watching the lights blur by. Katie's words echo in my mind, mingling with memories of Jason's smile, his touch. The car stops at Katie's building. She turns to me, suddenly serious. Hey, whatever you decide, I've got your back. I smile, touched by her sincerity. Thanks, Katie. That means a lot. She winks, then stumbles out of the car with a wave. As we pull away, I give the driver my address. The rest of the ride passes in silence, my thoughts a jumbled mess of past and present. At home, I kick off my heels and collapse onto my couch. My phone buzzes, a text from Katie. Made it home safe. Remember, life's short. Take chances. I chuckle, typing back a quick, thanks, you too, wild child. Tossing my phone aside, I stare at the ceiling, mulling over the evening's revelations. Katie's right. I can't deny the spark that's still there with Jason, but is it worth the risk? I close my eyes, memories washing over me. Jason's laugh echoing across a frozen lake, the warmth of his hand in mine as we walked to class, the pride in his eyes when I aced a tough exam. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to stop running from the past and face whatever the future might hold.
Chapter 7. Jason. I stride into the medical wing, my game face already on. The season opener's tonight, and I've got one thing on my mind. Victory. My pregame routine's sacred, and getting my knee wrapped is part of it. Brandy's office door is open. I knock on the frame, more out of courtesy than anything else. Come in, she calls, not looking up from her desk. I enter, closing the door behind me. Need a wrap job. She glances up, All business. Of course. Have a seat on the table. I hop up, stretching my leg out. Brandy rolls her chair over, supplies in hand. As she starts working, I can't help but notice the scent of her perfume. It's familiar, yet different. Spicier than what she used to wear. My body is not cooperating with me as I breathe in her scent. "How's the knee feeling?" she asks, her fingers expertly manipulating the wrap. "Good. Ready for action." Her touch is clinical, professional. But damn if it doesn't send a jolt through me anyway. Memories flood in, her hands on me in very different circumstances. I grit my teeth, forcing them away. Now's not the time. Any stiffness or pain? Her voice cuts through my thoughts. It's solid. She nods, focused on her work. I watch her face, the way her brow furrows in concentration. It's the same look she'd get when studying for exams back in college. "All set," she says, patting my knee lightly. "Good luck out there tonight." I hop down from the table. "Thanks. We're gonna need it. Toronto's looking tough this year." "I'm sure you'll give them hell," she says with a small smile. I head for the door, then pause. "You gonna be watching?" She shrugs. "Part of the job description now, isn't it?" I nod, a grin tugging at my lips. "See you after the game then, Doc." As I walk out, I shake my head, clearing it of everything but the game ahead. Time to focus. I've got a season to start. I stride onto the ice, the familiar chill seeping through my gear. The roar of the crowd fades to white noise as I focus on the task at hand. Warm-ups are crucial, setting the tone for the game ahead. As I skate lazy circles, loosening up my muscles, I catch a glimpse of Brandy near the bench. She's talking with one of the trainers, clipboard in hand. Our eyes meet for a brief moment. I give her a subtle nod and a wink, letting her know I see her, that I'm glad she's here. She quirks an eyebrow in response, a ghost of a smile on her lips. "Yo, Cap!" Mike shouts, snapping me back to reality. "Quit daydreaming and get your butt over here!" I smirk, skating over to join the team huddle. "All right, ladies," I say, voice low and intense. "Let's show these Maple Leafs how we do things in New York." The whistle blows and we take our positions. I skate to center ice, facing off against Toronto's captain. The ref drops the puck and it's go time. I win the face-off easily, sending the puck back to our defensemen. We're off and running, the game a blur of motion and strategy. Every time I touch the puck, it's like electricity coursing through my veins. I'm seeing the ice clearer than ever, anticipating plays before they happen. "Johnson, on your left!" I shout, threading a pass through traffic. Johnson receives it cleanly, digging around a defenseman before burying it top shelf. The crowd erupts and I allow myself a moment of satisfaction before refocusing. One goal isn't enough. We need to dominate. As the periods progress, I'm all over the ice, winning face-offs, setting up plays, even dropping the gloves when some punk tries to take a cheap shot at our goalie. By the third period, Toronto's looking shell-shocked. "What's the matter, boys?" I taunt as I skate by their bench. "Can't keep up." Their coach glares daggers at me, but I just grin. This is my house, my game, and tonight, I'm untouchable. The puck finds me again and I'm off like a shot. The crowd's roar becomes a physical force, propelling me forward. I weave through Toronto's defense like they're standing still. "Cap's on fire tonight!" Mike shouts from the bench. I smirk, eyes locked on the goal. The Toronto goalie's good, but I'm better. I fake left, and snap my wrist, sending the puck sailing over his shoulder. The arena erupts. That's 2 for me, and we're only in the second period. "Amazing, Jace!" Jorgensen slams into me, the rest of the team piling on. I grin, savoring the moment. Just doing my job, boys. Now let's bury these maple-sucking newbies. As we skate back to center ice, I catch Brandy's eye. She's trying to keep a professional face, but I see the pride there. It sends a jolt through me, sharper than any goal celebration. The game rages on, both teams leaving everything on the ice. With 2 minutes left in the third, we're up 3-2. Toronto's desperate, throwing everything they've got at us. I'm battling for the puck along the boards when I feel it coming. A massive check from Toronto's enforcer. The hit connects like a freight train, but I plant my feet, refusing to go down. "Nice try, big man!" I growl, somehow maintaining possession. I break free, the puck on my stick. It's just me and open ice now. The crowd's on their feet, a wall of sound urging me on. Toronto's defense is closing in, but they're too late. I'm in the zone, seeing every possibility in crystal clarity. The goalie commits early, and I exploit it, sliding the puck between his legs. The goal horn blares as I raise my stick in triumph. That's the dagger. 4-2, with seconds left. As the final buzzer sounds, I'm mobbed by my teammates. We've done it. Season opener in the books. "Hell yeah, Cap!" Mike yells over the chaos. "That's how you start a season!" I laugh, riding the high. My eyes search the crowd, finding Brandy near the bench. She's clapping, a genuine smile on her face. For a moment, it's like no time has passed at all. I swagger down the corridor, still riding high from the game. My hair's damp from the shower, and I've traded my gear for jeans and a fitted tee. The medical wing's quiet, most of the staff having cleared out after the game. But I know Brandy's still here. She always stayed late, even back in college. Her office door's ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the hallway. I rap my knuckles against the frame. "Knock, knock, Brands. Got a minute?" Brandy looks up from her computer, those light brown eyes widening slightly. "Jason, shouldn't you be out celebrating?" I saunter in, closing the door behind me. Oh, there'll be time for that. Wanted to stop by first, give credit where it's due. She leans back in her chair, eyebrow raised. "Credit? That rap job you did earlier?" I tap my knee. Freaking magical. Didn't feel a twinge all game. A smile tugs at her lips. "Just doing my job." "No, it's more than that." I perch on the edge of her desk, close enough to catch that spicy scent of her perfume again. "You have the hands of a miracle worker." She rolls her eyes, but I can see past it. "Pretty sure your talent had more to do with it than my rapping skills." "Hey, I'll take all the help I can get." I grin, leaning in slightly. "Seriously, though, thanks. Couldn't have done it without you." Brandy's smile softens. "You were amazing out there, Jason. Congratulations on the win." "Thanks." Our eyes lock, and for a moment it's like we're back in Iowa, celebrating after one of my college games. The air between us crackles with unspoken history. Brandy's eyes lock onto mine, and suddenly, I can't think straight. The adrenaline from the game still courses through my veins, mixing with the familiar hunger I thought I'd buried years ago. "Jason," she whispers, her voice husky and filled with a need that mirrors my own. That's all it takes to shatter my self-control. In one fluid motion, I slide off the desk and pull her to her feet. My hands find her waist, drawing her close until there's no space left between us. She gasps, her palms pressed against my chest, and I can feel the heat of her touch through my shirt. "Tell me to stop," I growl, giving her one last out. My heart's pounding so hard I'm sure she can feel it. Every fiber of my being is screaming to close that final distance, but I need to hear her say it. Instead of pushing me away, she grabs a fistful of my shirt, her eyes blazing with desire. "Don't you dare," she breathes. And if that isn't the sexiest thing I've ever heard. I crash my lips onto hers, 7 years of pent-up desire exploding in an instant. Brandy responds immediately, matching my intensity. Her lips part, inviting me in, and I don't hesitate. My fingers tangle in her curls as I deepen the kiss. She tastes like coffee and mint, familiar yet thrillingly new. A soft moan escapes her, sending a jolt of electricity down my spine. Brandy's hands roam my back, nails digging in slightly. I growl, lifting her onto the desk. Papers scatter, but I I couldn't care less. All that matters is her. The feel of her body against mine. The way she nips at my lower lip. We break apart, both gasping for air. Brandy's eyes are wide, her lips swollen. I'm sure I look just as wrecked. For a moment, we just stare at each other, chests heaving. Well, Brandy finally manages, her voice breathy. That was... Yeah, I agree. Unable to form a more coherent thought. We stay frozen, neither daring to move. The weight of what just happened hangs between us, electric and undeniable.
Chapter 8. Brandy. The click of the lock echoes in my ears. Jason's eyes never leave mine as he turns back. His gaze intense and hungry. My heart pounds against my ribcage, threatening to burst free. I know I should stop this, but my body moves of its own accord, drawn to him like a magnet. We meet in the middle of my office, the air crackling with electricity between us. His hand cups my face, rough and calloused from years on the ice. I lean into his touch, savoring the warmth of his skin against mine. Brandy, he breathes, his voice husky and low. Words fail me. Instead, I grab the front of his shirt, pulling him closer. Our lips melt together, all of our emotions exploding in an instant. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, tasting of victory and desire. I moan, my fingers tangling in his hair as he backs me up against my desk. His hands roam my body, leaving trails of fire in their wake. I arch into him, desperate for more contact. He grips my hips, lifting me onto the desk. Papers scatter to the floor, but I couldn't care less. Jason breaks the kiss, his lips trailing down my neck. God, I've missed you. He groans against my skin. I grab him roughly by the shirt, pulling him flush against me. The hard planes of his body press into my softness, igniting a familiar ache deep in my core. His hands slip under my blouse, calloused fingers skimming over my ribs and tender flesh straining at my satin camisole. Jason, I gasp, my head falling back as he nips at my collarbone, slowly making his way down to the apex of my chest, pushing aside all clothing in an attempt to get even closer to me. He captures my lips again, swallowing my moans as his hands continue their exploration. I tug at his shirt, needing to feel his skin under my palms. He obliges, breaking away just long enough to yank it over his head. I drink in the sight of him, all sculpted muscle and tanned skin. My fingers trace the lines of his abs, feeling them twitch under my touch. Jason's eyes darken with lust, a low growl rumbling in his chest. You're mine, Brands. All mine. Jason's lips find mine again, more urgent this time. The kiss deepens, his tongue exploring my mouth with a hunger that matches my own. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, needing to feel every inch of him against me. His strong hands grip my thighs, and suddenly I'm airborne. Instinctively, I lock my legs around his waist as he lifts me effortlessly. The world spins for a moment before I feel the cool surface of the exam table beneath me. Jason sets me down gently, his body still pressed close between my thighs. The irony isn't lost on me. This is where I treat my patients, where I'm supposed to maintain professional boundaries. But right now, with Jason's hands roaming my body and his lips trailing fire down my neck, professionalism is the furthest thing from my mind. I feel his urgent needs straining against his jeans as we work up a friction together, growing more frenzied with each movement. I arch into him, my fingers tangling in his hair. His stubble scrapes deliciously against my sensitive skin as he nips and sucks at my pulse point. A moan escapes me, and I feel him smile against my throat. God, Brandy, he breathes, his voice rough with desire. You drive me crazy. His words send a shiver down my spine. I tug him back up to capture his lips again, pouring years of frustrated longing into the kiss. My legs tighten around his waist, pulling him impossibly closer. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. As we catch our breath, the reality of what just happened settles over us. Jason's eyes meet mine, a mischievous glint dancing in their blue depths. A grin tugs at the corners of his mouth, and suddenly, we're both laughing. "Damn, Brands," he chuckles, running a hand through his tousled hair. His blue eyes sparkle with mischief and satisfaction. "That was familiar," I offer, biting my lip to hold back another giggle. My heart's still racing and I can feel the warmth of his body against mine. "Yeah, but also," he pauses, searching for the right words. I watch his face, taking in every detail I'd missed over the years. "Like the best first time ever?" I finish for him, my fingers tracing lazy patterns on his still bare chest. The familiar planes of his muscles feel both new and nostalgic under my touch. He nods, pulling me closer. The scent of his cologne mixed with sweat is intoxicating. "Exactly. How the hell did we get even better at this?" His voice is husky, sending a shiver down my spine. I lean in, brushing my lips against his ear. Practice makes perfect, I guess, even if it wasn't with each other. I shrug, feeling a warmth spread through me that has nothing to do with our recent activities. Practice makes perfect, I guess, though not with each other. Jason's eyebrows shoot up. "You been practicing a lot, Brands?" I swat his arm playfully. "Wouldn't you like to know?" He growls playfully, nipping at my earlobe. "Maybe I would." We fall into a comfortable silence, basking in the afterglow. But I know we can't stay like this forever. "We should probably," I start, gesturing toward the door. Jason sighs, nodding reluctantly. "Yeah, you're right. Can't have the whole team finding out their captain's banging the new PT." I roll my eyes, but can't help smiling. "Charming as ever, Winters." We finish dressing, stealing glances and trading smirks. As Jason pulls on his shirt, he pauses, his expression turning serious for a moment. "Hey, Brands, us, it's our little secret, okay?" I nod, understanding the implications. "Our dirty, delicious little secret," I agree, winking at him. He grins, pulling me in for one last kiss. "I'll go first. Give it a few minutes before you head out." I watch him leave, my heart racing for reasons that have nothing to do with our recent exertion. As I gather my things, I can't help but wonder what I've just gotten myself into.
Chapter 9. Jason. I stride into the practice facility, my hockey bag slung over my shoulder. The familiar scent of ice and sweat hits me, but it's overshadowed by the memory of Brandy's perfume. I can still taste her on my lips. I head towards the locker room, my mind replaying my last encounter with Brandy. The way her skin felt under my fingers, soft and familiar. Her lips urgent against mine. The quiet gasps she tried to stifle as I lifted her onto that exam table. "Crap," I mutter, adjusting my stance. My body's already responding to the memory. I push through the locker room door, the usual pre-practice chatter dying down as I enter. Something's off. The guys are huddled in small groups, speaking in hushed tones. Mike breaks away from a cluster near the equipment racks and makes a beeline for me. "Heads up, man. The new GM's here," Mike says, nodding towards the coach's office. I raise an eyebrow. "New GM? What the hell?" "Yeah, came out of nowhere. Showed up this morning all suited up and ready to shake things up." I drop my bag on the bench, my mind racing. This kind of stuff usually happens before the season starts. We're already 3 games in. Mike shrugs. "Tell me about it. Word is the old man had some health scare or something. Decided to step down effective immediately." "Crap," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. "Any idea who this new guy is?" "Nah, but I heard he's young, like barely out of diapers young." I snort. "Great. Just what we need. Some hotshot with a fancy MBA thinking he can run a hockey team." Mike arches an eyebrow, looking around to make sure my off-the-cuff comment wasn't heard by management. "Yeah, I guess some rich guy paid his way into the position. Coach Kenny isn't happy about him being here." I raise an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Rich guy, huh? What's his name?" Mike scratches his chin. "Victor something. Hawthorne, I think. Yeah, Victor Hawthorne." The name hits me like a cross-check to the chest. You've got to be kidding me. "What? You know him?" I let out a humorless laugh. "Know him? We played together in college. Guy was a real piece of work." Mike's eyes widen. "No way. Small world, huh? What was he like?" "Imagine the biggest arse you've ever met, then multiply that by 10. I start lacing up my skates, my fingers working furiously. He was always trying to one-up everyone on and off the ice. Thought his daddy's money made him better than the rest of us. Sounds like a real charmer." Mike glances towards the coach's office. Kenny's gonna love dealing with this guy. "Yeah, no kidding." I stand up, grabbing my stick. Let's hope Victor's grown up since college, or we're in for one crazy season. As we head out to the ice, I can't help but wonder what other surprises this day has in store. First Brandy, now Victor. It's like my past is determined to collide with my present. I clench my jaw, memories of college flooding back like a tidal wave. Victor freaking Hawthorne. The name alone leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. "You okay, man?" Mike asks, eyeing me warily. "You look like you're about to murder someone." I let out a humorless laugh, just remembering the good old days with our new GM. "That bad, huh?" "Worse." I grip my stick tighter, knuckles turning white. Hawthorne was always jealous. Couldn't stand that I was better on the ice. Mike raises an eyebrow. "So what? He tried to sabotage you or something?" "Oh, he tried everything." I start skating, warming up my muscles. Spread rumors about me doping. Tried to get me kicked off the team for academic misconduct. Even went after my girlfriend at the time. "Wow," Mike mutters, keeping pace with me. "What a prick." "Yeah, well, karma's a bitch." I smirk, remembering draft day. When I got picked for the NHL and he didn't. I thought that was the end of it. "Guess not," Mike says, glancing towards the coach's office. "How the hell did he end up as our GM?" I snort. Same way he got everything else in life. Daddy's money and connections. Just then, the coach's office door swings open. Kenny steps out, looking like he's aged 10 years in the span of an hour. Behind him, a familiar figure emerges. Victor Hawthorne, dressed in an expensive suit that probably costs more than most people's monthly rent. His eyes scan the rink, landing on me. A slow, smug smile spreads across his face. "Well, well," he calls out, voice dripping with false camaraderie. "If it isn't Jason Winters. Long time no see, old friend." I bite back a retort, forcing a neutral expression. "Huh? Victor, didn't expect to see you here." He laughs, the sound grating on my nerves. "Life's full of surprises, isn't it? I look forward to working closely with you this season." The thread in his words is clear. This isn't just about hockey anymore. It's personal. I lead the team onto the ice, the familiar chill hitting my face as I skate out. The sound of blades carving into fresh ice fills my ears, drowning out the lingering echo of Hawthorne's smug voice. "All right, boys," I call out, my voice carrying across the rink. "Let's show our new GM what we're made of." Mike skates up beside me, a grin on his face. "You gonna put on a show for your old buddy?" I snort, shaking my head. "Buddy? More like a pain. But yeah, I'm gonna remind him why I made it to the NHL and he didn't." We start with passing drills, the puck flying between us with precision and speed. I push myself harder than usual, each pass crisp and accurate. The familiar burn in my muscles feels good, grounding me in the present. Halfway through practice, I spot movement near the bench. Hawthorne emerges from the coach's office, his cold eyes fixed on me. I refuse to give him the satisfaction of acknowledging his presence. "Hey, Cap!" Mike shouts, sending a pass my way. "Show us that fancy move you pulled off last game." I grin, catching the puck smoothly. "You mean this one?" I take off down the ice, weaving between defensemen with ease. The puck's an extension of my stick, responding to my every command. I approach the goal at full speed, faking left before spinning right and sending the puck sailing into the top corner of the net. The guys cheer and whoop, tapping their sticks on the ice. I allow myself a small smile, finally glancing towards the bench. Hawthorne's there, his expression unreadable. But I know he remembers all the times I outshone him on the ice, all the jealousy and petty attempts at sabotage. I skate off the ice, sweat dripping down my back, feeling the familiar burn in my muscles. As I approach the bench, I spot Hawthorne waiting, his expensive suit a stark contrast to our sweaty jerseys. The guy's face is a mask of false pleasantry, but I can see the tension in his jaw. "Impressive performance out there," Hawthorne says, his voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. "I hope that knee of yours is holding up. I heard you injured it last season." I stand my ground, meeting his gaze head on. "My knee's fine. Never been better, actually." Hawthorne's eyes narrow slightly. "Good to hear. We wouldn't want our star player benched. I'll be keeping a close eye on things around here. Can't have anything or anyone interfering with our shot at the playoffs." I clench my jaw, fighting the urge to wipe that smug look off Hawthorne's face. His words hang in the air, a thinly veiled threat that sets my teeth on edge. "Thanks for the concern," I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "But I think I can manage my own care and my own career just fine." Hawthorne's eyes narrow, his smirk never faltering. "Of course you can. I'm just here to facilitate things. Make sure everyone's performing at their best." "Right," I snort, "because that's always been your strong suit." He leans in, lowering his voice. "You know, Jason, I've been following your career closely. It's impressive how far you've come. Be a shame if anything were to derail it." I step closer, towering over him. "That a threat, Hawthorne?" "Not at all," he says, straightening his tie. "Just an observation. This is a high-pressure environment, after all. Injuries happen. Scandals emerge. You never know what might come to light." My fists clench at my sides. "You haven't changed a bit, have you? Still the same jealous prick from college." Hawthorne's smile doesn't reach his eyes. "Oh, I've changed plenty. You'll see soon enough." As he turns to walk away, I call out, "Hey, Victor." He pauses, glancing back. "You might be the GM now, but on the ice, I still run this show, don't forget that." Hawthorne's face darkens for a moment before he schools it back into that infuriating smirk. Without another word, he strides off towards the offices. I watch him go, a knot forming in my gut. This isn't just about hockey anymore. Hawthorne's got an agenda, and I've got a feeling I'm right at the top of his hit list. I storm into the locker room, my blood still boiling from the encounter with Victor. The familiar smell of sweat and gear does little to calm my nerves. I yank open my locker, tossing my helmet inside with more force than necessary. As I head to the showers, my mind races. How the hell am I going to keep my feelings for Brandy a secret when every fiber of my being wants to be near her? And with Victor watching my every move, waiting for me to slip up. The hot water cascades over my tense muscles, but it does little to wash away my worries. One thing's for sure, this season just got a whole lot more complicated.
Chapter 10, Brandy. I busy myself with stacking the cabinet with fresh supplies, my mind wandering to that night 2 days ago. The memory of Jason's touch lingers on my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. We haven't spoken since, and the silence is deafening. Get it together, Brandy, I mutter to myself, shaking my head. It didn't have to mean everything, but it's useless. My thoughts drift back to how we parted ways so quickly after it was over. No words, just meaningful glances and hurried dressing. It was like we both knew we'd crossed a line but couldn't bring ourselves to acknowledge it. And the sex itself? Holy Mother. It was even better than I remembered from our college days. Jason's hands, his mouth, the way he... A knock at the door startles me out of my reverie. Come in, I call, grateful for the interruption. Katie bursts into my office, her eyes wide and her breath coming in quick gasps. She slams the door behind her, leaning against it like she's trying to keep something out. What in the wide world is going on with you? I ask, chuckling at her clearly chaotic entrance. What has you all up in a tizzy? Have you met the new GM yet? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I shake my head, curiosity piqued by her agitation. No, I haven't. What's going on, Katie? You look like you've seen a ghost. She pushes off the door and collapses into the chair across from my desk. He's intense, and not in a good way. Intense how? I ask, leaning forward. The supply cabinet can wait. Katie runs a hand through her hair, messing up her usually perfect ponytail. He's got this vibe, you know, like he's sizing everyone up, looking for weaknesses. And the way he talks about the players, it's like they're chess pieces, not people. I frown. That doesn't sound great. Did he say something specific that worried you? It's more the way he said things, Katie replies, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. He kept asking about player injuries, past and present. Seemed really interested in Jason's knee, actually. My stomach does a little flip at the mention of Jason's name, but I push the feeling aside. Well, that's not too unusual for a GM, right? They need to know about potential issues. Katie shakes her head vehemently. This was different. It felt, I don't know, predatory somehow. Like he was looking for leverage. I turned back to the cabinet, continuing to stock while probing Katie for more information. So what's this guy's name anyway? Katie lowers her voice. Victor Hawthorne. He's been asking questions about the medical staff, especially you. My stomach drops, and I grip the edge of my desk to steady myself. No way. Victor Hawthorne. Are you sure? Katie nods, her brow furrowed. Yeah, why? You know him? I let out a humorless laugh. Know him? That's putting it mildly. If he's the same one, he and Jason were practically mortal enemies in college. Oh, God. Katie breathes. No wonder Jason looked like he'd seen a ghost when Hawthorne walked in. I start pacing, my mind racing. How the hell did he end up as GM? Last I heard, he couldn't even make it onto a minor league team. Katie shrugs. Money talks, I guess. Mike mentioned something about connections. Of course, I mutter. Daddy's checkbook to the rescue, again. So what's the deal with this guy? Katie asked, leaning forward. Why's he got it out for Jason? I sigh, running a hand through my hair. It's a long story, but the short version, Jason got drafted to the NHL right out of college. Victor didn't. And now he's asking about you, Katie says slowly. You think he knows about your history with Jason? God, I hope not, I say, but my gut tells me otherwise. Victor always had a knack for digging up dirt. What exactly did he ask about me? Katie's eyes dart to the door, as if making sure we're alone. He wanted to know about your qualifications, your work history, but the way he asked, it was like he was fishing for something specific. I feel a chill run down my spine. Like what? I don't know, Katie admits. But Brandy, be careful. This guy gives me the creeps. I nod, my mind already spinning with possibilities. If Victor's here and he's asking questions about me, it can't be good. Not for me, and definitely not for Jason. Thanks for the heads up, Katie, I say, forcing a smile. I'll keep my eyes open. A sharp knock interrupts our conversation. Before I have a chance to open the door myself, it swings open, revealing a man I haven't seen in years but instantly recognize. Victor Hawthorne, looking every bit the shark in an impeccably tailored suit, his eyes as cold and calculating as I remember. Miss Johnson, he says, his voice smooth as silk. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Katie jumps to her feet, her eyes darting between Victor and me. No, sir. We were just finishing up. Victor's gaze lingers on Katie. Excellent. I'd like a word with Miss Johnson. Alone, if you don't mind. Katie hesitates, throwing me a concerned look. I give her a slight nod, silently telling her it's okay. Of course, Katie says, edging towards the door. I'll catch up with you later, Brandy. As soon as Katie's out, Victor closes the door and turns to me, his lips curling into what I assume is supposed to be a smile. It doesn't reach his eyes. Well, he says, stepping further into my office. Brandy Johnson, it's been a while. I stand, refusing to let him tower over me. Victor, can't say I expected to see you here. He chuckles, the sound devoid of any real humor. Life's full of surprises, isn't it? 1 minute you're playing college hockey, the next you're running an NHL team. And buying your way into positions you couldn't earn on merit, apparently, I retort before I can stop myself. Victor's eyes narrow, but his smile remains fixed. Still as feisty as ever, I see. Tell me, does Jason appreciate that quality in you? My stomach clenches. I don't know what you're talking about. Come now, Brandy, he says, leaning against my desk. Let's not play games. I know all about your history with our star player. What I'm curious about is your present. I cross my arms, meeting his gaze head on. My present is none of your business, Victor. What exactly do you want? Victor's eyes gleam with a predatory light as he settles into the chair across from me. I fight the urge to squirm under his scrutiny, keeping my face neutral. So, Brandy, he begins, his voice smooth as silk. Tell me about your qualifications. How did someone from a small town in Iowa end up as the physical therapist for an award-winning NHL team? I lean back, crossing my arms. I worked my tail off, Victor. Got my degree, did my residency, built a reputation. You know, the old-fashioned way. He chuckles, but there's no warmth in it. Impressive. And how convenient that you ended up working with your old flame, Jason. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you say? It's a small world, I reply, shrugging. I didn't even know Jason played for the Titans until I started here. Victor leans forward, his eyes narrowing. Does anyone else know about your history with our star player? I meet his gaze, unflinching. No, and we'd like to keep it that way. We're exes, Victor. It was 7 years ago. It doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't it? He asks, his tone dripping with skepticism. No, it doesn't, I say firmly. We're both professionals. What happened in college stays in college. Victor nods slowly, but I can see the wheels turning behind his eyes. I see. Well, I appreciate your candor, Brandy. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other. As he leaves, he makes a comment about ensuring there's no special treatment for any players. Once he's gone, Brandy lets out a breath. She always hated Victor, but it appears he's gotten even worse since college. 20 minutes later, Jason comes in for a checkup after practice. Brandy's hyper-aware of their interaction, conscious of potential watchful eyes. She keeps things strictly professional, but the tension between them is palpable. Neither of them mentions their passionate night together, but she keeps thinking about it. Victor pauses at the door, his hand on the knob. Oh, and Brandy, make sure there's no special treatment for any of our players. We wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong idea, would we? The door clicks shut behind him, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Jesus, I mutter, slumping into my chair. Victor was always a piece of work, but he's evolved into a full-blown nightmare. I try to focus on my work, but my mind keeps drifting back to Victor's thinly veiled threats. 20 minutes later, a knock on the door makes me jump. Come in, I call, straightening up. Jason strolls in, all easy confidence and tousled hair. Hey, Doc, time for my checkup. I nod, trying to keep my face neutral as I approach Jason. All right, let's take a look at that knee. How's it feeling? Jason winces slightly as he shifts on the table. Been better. Felt a twinge during practice today. That's not great, I murmur, gently probing the area around his knee. My fingers brush against his skin, and I feel a jolt of electricity shoot through me. I clear my throat, trying to focus. Any specific movements that triggered it? Quick turns, mostly, Jason says, his voice low. He leans in closer, his breath warm on my ear. Listen, Brandy, I need to warn you about Victor Hawthorne. He's bad news. I pull back slightly, meeting his intense gaze. Yeah, I know. He was already in here asking questions. Jason's jaw clenches. What kind of questions? I sigh, continuing my examination of his knee. About my qualifications, how I ended up here, and about us. Hell, Jason mutters, running a hand through his hair. What did you tell him? The truth, I say, shrugging. That we dated in college, but it was a long time ago. I told him we're keeping things professional. Jason's eyes darken with anger. That bastard. He's always had it out for me, and now he's dragging you into it? I step back, crossing my arms. I can handle myself, Jason. He nods, his expression softening slightly. I know you can, but Hawthorne? He plays dirty. We should keep up the act, pretend we barely know each other around the staff. Agreed, I say. Relief washing over me. The last thing we need is for him to use our history against us. Jason reaches out, his hand warm on my arm. If he tries anything, I'll take care of it. I promise. I nod, looking away from the intensity in his eyes. Thanks. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. I finish examining Jason's knee, my fingers lingering a moment too long on his skin. Clearing my throat, I step back, trying to maintain a professional demeanor. All right. Looks like you've got some minor inflammation. Nothing serious, but we should keep an eye on it, I say, grabbing my clipboard to jot down some notes. Jason hops off the table, his movement fluid despite the twinge in his knee. Thanks, Brands. You always know how to make me feel better. His words carry a double meaning that makes my stomach flip. I force a smile, keeping my eyes on my notes. Just doing my job. Make sure to ice it tonight and take it easy during practice tomorrow. Will do, he says, heading for the door. He pauses, hand on the knob, and turns back. Brandy, about Hawthorne. We'll deal with it. I cut him off, not wanting to dive back into that conversation. Let's just focus on keeping you healthy for now, okay? Jason nods, his blue eyes intense. Okay, see you around, Doc. As the door closes behind him, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, my heart still racing. And I'm not sure if it's from the lingering effects of Jason's touch or the stress of our situation. I collapse into my chair, rubbing my temples. How did everything get so complicated so fast? 1 minute I'm starting my dream job, and the next I'm caught between my past and my future, with a shark circling in the water. My eyes land on Jason's file, sitting innocently on my desk. I flip it open, staring at his stats and medical history. On paper, he's just another patient, but in reality, damn it, I mutter, closing the file with more force than necessary. I can't deny the spark that's still there between us. It's like no time has passed at all, but I've worked too hard to get where I am. I can't throw it all away for a chance at rekindling an old flame, no matter how hot it burns. But as I sit there staring at his name on the folder, I can't help but wonder, what if? What if we could make it work this time? What if things were different now? I shake my head, trying to clear these dangerous thoughts. Professional integrity or not, I know one thing for sure. I'm in trouble. Big trouble.
Chapter 11. Jason. The ice beneath my skates feels alive, every molecule vibrating with the energy of the game. 10 seconds left on the clock and we're up by 1. The opposing team's forward barrels towards our goal, determination etched on his face. I've got one shot at this. Time slows. I see the puck, a black blur against the white ice. My muscles tense, ready to spring. In a heartbeat, I'm there, throwing my body between the puck and our goal. The impact reverberates through me, but I hold firm. The buzzer blares. We've done it. We've won. Holy hell, Jace! Mike crashes into me, nearly knocking us both over. That was insane! The rest of the team piles on, a tangle of sweaty jerseys and ecstatic shouts. I can barely breathe, but I'm grinning like an idiot. Captain Clutch does it again, someone yells. As we skate off the ice, the roar of the crowd washes over us. It's a rush like no other, pure adrenaline coursing through my veins. Then I see him. Hawthorne. Standing at the edge of the rink, his face an unreadable mask. Our eyes lock for a moment. I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the ice. Hey, Earth to Jason! Mike waves a hand in front of my face. You coming to celebrate? Or what? I tear my gaze away from Hawthorne. Yeah, man. Let's go. As we head to the locker room, I can't shake the feeling that this victory is just the beginning of a much bigger game. I stride into the locker room, the adrenaline from our win still pumping through my veins. The air's thick with the smell of sweat and victory, and the guys are hollering like we just won the Stanley Cup. Mike's grin is a mile wide as he claps me on the back. Jay, you beautiful bastard! That goal was legendary. Just doing my job, I say, peeling off my jersey. But even as I bask in the win, something nags at the back of my mind. Job, nonsense! Mike laughs. You're like a damn hockey Jedi out there. The force is strong with this one, he intones, waving his hand dramatically. I can't help but chuckle. Keep that up, and I'll force choke you next practice. The guys around us burst into laughter, and for a moment, I almost forget about Hawthorne's icy stare. Almost. Seriously, though, Mike continues, lowering his voice. You've been on fire lately. What's your secret? New pregame ritual? Lucky underwear? I snort. Yeah, right. I sacrifice a virgin goat before each game. Knew it. Mike crows. No mere mortal could pull off moves like that. As I start to respond, Coach Kenny bursts in, his face flushed with excitement. Boys, that was one hell of a game. Jason, that last play was... But I'm not really listening. My eyes are drawn to the figure lurking just beyond the doorway. Hawthorne. His expression is unreadable, but I can feel the weight of his gaze. As the team starts to disperse, the locker room door swings open. Hawthorne strides in, his polished shoes a contrast to our sweaty gear. The chatter dies down, replaced by an uneasy silence. Gentlemen, congratulations on a spectacular win, Hawthorne says, his voice smooth as silk. But his eyes are fixed on me, cold and calculating. I meet his gaze, refusing to back down. Thanks. The boys played their tails off tonight. Hawthorne's lips curl into what might pass for a smile. Indeed. Especially you, Jason. That last play was... impressive. He pauses, his eyes flickering to my knee. I couldn't help but notice you favoring your left side a bit. How's that knee holding up? The insinuation in his tone is clear as day. I can feel Mike tensing beside me, ready to jump in. Knee's great, I say, keeping my voice level. Never better, actually. Our PT team is top-notch. Ah, yes, Dr. Johnson, Hawthorne nods. I've heard she's quite talented. You must be pleased to have such dedicated care. I clench my jaw, fighting the urge to deck him right there. The whole medical team is excellent. We're lucky to have them. Hawthorne's eyes narrow slightly. Well, we wouldn't want anything to jeopardize your performance, would we? I'll be keeping a close eye on things. Can't have our star player compromised in any way. I lock eyes with Hawthorne, my jaw clenched tight. The locker room's gone quiet, every guy hanging on our exchange. I can feel their eyes darting between us, uncertainty creeping in. Appreciate the concern, I say, keeping my voice steady. But, like I said, the knee's solid. Doc Johnson and her team know their stuff. Hawthorne's lips curl into a smirk. Of course. I'm sure Dr. Johnson is very thorough in her examinations. The insinuation hangs in the air, thick and heavy. I hear a few whispers behind me, can practically feel the doubt spreading. Hey, Mike pipes up, stepping forward. Jason's our captain. If he says he's good, he's good. End of story. I shoot Mike a grateful look, then turn back to Hawthorne. Look, I get it. You're new here, trying to make sure everything's shipshape. But trust me, this team's tighter than a drum. We've got each other's backs, on and off the ice. Coach Kenny clears his throat. All right, boys. Hit the showers. We've got an early practice tomorrow. As the guys start to disperse, I catch a few uncertain glances thrown my way. Hawthorne's done his damage, planted that seed of doubt. But I'll be damned if I let it take root. I strip off my gear, tossing it into my locker with an angry shove. Mike sidles up next to me, voice low. That guy's a real piece of work, huh? He mutters. I nod, grabbing my towel. Yeah. Well, some things never change. Mike's eyebrows shoot up. You know him? Long story, I say, heading for the showers. I'll tell you over a beer at the party tonight. What a prick, Mike mutters, breaking the silence. I shrug, forcing nonchalance. Forget him! We just won a hell of a game. Let's focus on that. Coach Kenny clears his throat. Jason's right. Don't let that suit get in your heads. Hit the showers and get ready to celebrate. The tension in the locker room eases a bit, but I can still feel the weight of unasked questions. I grab my towel and head for the showers, determined to wash away more than just sweat. Under the hot spray, I let out a long breath. Hawthorne's always been a snake, but now he's got real power. This could get messy. Yo, Jace, Mike calls from the next stall over. You riding with me to O'Malley's? Nah, man, I reply, shutting off the water. I'll meet you there. Gotta make a quick stop first. Back at my locker, I dress quickly, ignoring the sideways glances from a few of the guys. Let them wonder. I've got nothing to hide. As I head for the exit, Coach Kenny catches my eye. You good, Jason? I nod, clapping him on the shoulder. Never better, Coach. See you at O'Malley's. The night air hits me like a wake-up call as I step outside. I take a deep breath, letting the chill clear my head. Hawthorne can play his games, but he's not going to break this team. Not on my watch. I hop in my car, firing up the engine. As I pull out of the parking lot, I can't help but grin. We just won a crucial game. And now, it's time to celebrate. Hawthorne and his ridiculous antics can wait until tomorrow. The streets of New York fly by as I make my way to O'Malley's. The city's alive tonight, pulsing with energy. Just like me, just like my team. The music at O'Malley's pulses through my body, but it's not enough to drown out the thoughts of Brandy. I take a long pull from my beer, watching the crowd around me celebrate our win. Earth to Jason. Mike's voice cuts through my haze. You gonna tell me what's up with you tonight? Or do I gotta guess? I shake my head, forcing myself to focus. Nothing to tell, just some old college stuff. Mike raises an eyebrow. Old, huh? Must be some pretty hefty crap to have you this distracted. You told me you were going to spill it when we got here, so spill it. It's not Hawthorne, I mutter, then immediately regret it. Oh? Mike leans in, grinning. So there is something. Give it up, Captain. I'm saved from answering by a blonde who sidles up to our table, all curves and fluttering eyelashes. Great game tonight, she purrs, her hand landing on my arm. Can I buy you a drink to celebrate? Any other night I might have taken her up on it. But tonight, all I can think about is Brandy's soft skin under my hands, the way she gasped my name in her office. Thanks, but I'm good, I say, lifting my beer. The blonde's smile falters, but she recovers quickly. Well, if you change your mind... As she slinks away, Mike lets out a low whistle. Damn, Jace! That's the third one you've shot down tonight. What's going on? I grunt, taking another swig of beer. My mind drifts back to Brandy, the way her body fit against mine like no time had passed. The heat of her skin, the taste of her lips. Seriously, man? Mike's voice breaks through again. What's going on with you? I sigh, knowing I need to give him something. Just thinking about some stuff from back home. Mike nods slowly. Iowa, huh? Must be one hell of a memory to have you this worked up. You have no idea, I mutter, draining the last of my beer. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 12. Brandy. I fidget with my pen, trying to focus on the meeting at hand. The conference room feels stuffy, and I can't shake the lingering thoughts of Jason from my mind. Katie catches my eye from across the table, raising an eyebrow. I give her a quick nod, signaling I'm fine. Dr. Shayla clears her throat. All right, team, we've got a grueling stretch of away games coming up. Let's talk strategies to keep our boys in top form. I've been working on customized stretching routines, Katie chimes in. Should help with muscle fatigue during travel. I lean forward, tapping my notes. Good call. I've also been looking into portable recovery tools we can bring along. Compression sleeves, foam rollers, that kind of thing. Smart, Dr. Shayla nods. What about nutrition plans? I've got that covered, pipes up Mark, our nutritionist. Prepping meal plans now, focusing on anti-inflammatory foods and proper hydration. The discussion continues, but my mind keeps drifting. Jason's face flashes in my thoughts, his touch still burning on my skin. I shake my head, trying to focus. Suddenly, the conference room door swings open, and Victor Hawthorne strides in like he owns the place. My stomach clenches as his cold eyes sweep the room, landing on me. Hope I'm not interrupting, he says, voice smooth as ice. I thought I'd sit in, get a feel for our medical team's strategies. Dr. Shayla nods tightly. Of course, Mr. Hawthorne. We were just discussing. Actually, Hawthorne cuts her off. I'm particularly interested in hearing from Miss Johnson about Jason Winter's knee. The room goes silent. I straighten my spine, meeting Hawthorne's gaze. What would you like to know? He leans forward, fingers steepled. I've heard whispers that his old injury might be more problematic than we've been led to believe. Care to elaborate? There's nothing to elaborate on, I say, keeping my voice steady. Jason's knee has healed well. He's at peak performance. Hawthorne's lips curl. And you're certain you're not downplaying anything, given your history? My heart pounds, but I don't flinch. I'm not sure what you're implying, Mr. Hawthorne, but I can assure you my assessment is purely professional. I reach for the folder in front of me, pulling out Jason's latest scans. If you'd like to see the medical evidence, I'm happy to walk you through it. For the next 10 minutes, I break down every detail of Jason's recovery, citing strength tests and mobility assessments. Hawthorne's expression remains impassive, but I can see the frustration building behind his eyes. When I finish, Dr. Shayla clears her throat. Well, I think that settles it. Thank you, Brandy. Now, if we could move on to... Of course, Hawthorne interrupts, standing. I've heard all I need to. Carry on. As he leaves, the tension in the room deflates. We wrap up quickly after that, everyone eager to escape the lingering awkwardness. I'm gathering my things when Katie grabs my arm, pulling me into a quiet corner. Hey, she whispers, eyes darting around. We need to talk. What's up? Katie bites her lip. Look, I don't want to freak you out, but there are rumors going around about you and Jason. My stomach drops. What kind of rumors? Nothing concrete, just whispers. But people are starting to notice how you two interact, and with Hawthorne sniffing around. She trails off, giving me a meaningful look. I take a deep breath, mind racing. Thanks for the heads up. I'll figure something out. I slam my office door shut, my heart pounding. Hawthorne's insinuations echo in my head as I slump into my chair. Damn it. I can't let this mess with Jason's career or my own. Pulling up Jason's medical records on my computer, I dive in. Every scan, every note, every assessment. I scrutinize it all. 2 hours fly by as I double and triple check everything. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Katie. You good? That meeting was intense. I type back. Yeah, just being thorough. Hawthorne's not going to find anything. I hit send and send another quick text to Jason. We need to make sure we're all on the same page. Stop by after practice. We need to talk. A short time later, there's a knock at my door. "Come in," I call out, not looking up from my screen. Jason steps inside, his broad shoulders filling the doorframe. He's still in his practice gear, hair damp with sweat. "What's up? Your text sounded urgent." I gesture for him to close the door and lower my voice. "We've got a problem. Hawthorne's sniffing around, asking questions about your knee." Jason's jaw clenches. "That son of a bitch! What exactly did he say?" "He crashed our medical team meeting, implying that I might be downplaying issues with your knee because of our history." "Damn," Jason mutters, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "How much does he know?" I shake my head. "I'm not sure, but Katie says there are rumors going around about us. People are starting to notice how we interact." Jason leans against my desk, his proximity making my skin tingle. "So what do we do?" "I don't know," I admit, pacing the room in an attempt to dispel some agitation. "Jason, I've worked so hard to get here. If this blows up—" "Hey," he says, his voice softening. He reaches out, his hand hovering near my arm before he thinks better of it. "I won't let that happen, okay? We'll figure this out." I look up at him, seeing the determination in his eyes. "How can you be so sure?" "Because I know you, Brandy. You're damn good at your job, and no one's going to take that away from you. Not Hawthorne, not anyone." His confidence steadies me, but the fear still lingers. "We need to be more careful. Maybe we should cool things off for a while." Jason's eyes darken. "Is that what you want?" I swallow hard. "I don't know what I want anymore." Jason moves closer, his hand finding mine. The touch sends electricity coursing through my body, igniting a spark I've been desperately trying to ignore. His blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. "Brandy," he murmurs, his voice low and husky. "Tell me you don't feel this." I swallow hard, my resolve crumbling. "Jason, we can't—" He cuts me off, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. "Can't what? Be honest with ourselves?" My breath catches in my throat. "It's not that simple." "It could be," he says, leaning in closer. I can feel the heat radiating off his body, smell the faint scent of his cologne mixed with sweat from practice. "Hawthorne," I start, but Jason shakes his head. "The hell with Hawthorne," he growls. "He doesn't get to dictate our lives." Before I can protest further, Jason's lips are on mine. The kiss is desperate, passionate. My hands move of their own accord, gripping his shirt and pulling him closer. Jason's fingers tangle in my hair as he deepens the kiss. I gasp against his mouth, my body melting into his. All thoughts of professionalism and caution fly out the window as I lose myself in the sensation. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. Jason rests his forehead against mine, his eyes dark with desire. "Tell me you want to stop," he challenges, his voice rough. I know I should. I know this is a terrible idea, but as I look into his eyes, I can't bring myself to lie. I don't want to," I whisper and pull him in for another searing kiss. We pull apart, both of us breathless. Jason's eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. My heart's pounding so hard I swear he can hear it. "Damn, Brandy," he says, voice husky. "All these years and you still knock me off my feet." I can't help but laugh, the tension breaking. Glad to see I haven't lost my touch. His hand cups my cheek, thumb tracing my jawline. "You never could." I lean into his touch, savoring the warmth. Part of me screams to pull away, to remember all the reasons this is a bad idea. But I can't. I don't want to. Jason takes a deep breath, his expression turning serious. "Look, I know this is complicated, but I can't walk away from this. From you. Jason, I start, but he cuts me off. Let me finish. I've got away games coming up, but when I get back... He pauses, a hint of vulnerability crossing his face. Go out with me, on a real date. My breath catches. A date? He nods, a smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, you know. Dinner, drinks, the whole 9 yards. What do you say? I know I should think it over, weigh the pros and cons, but looking into his eyes, I already know my answer. Yes. His grin widens, lighting up his whole face. Yeah? I nod, unable to stop my own smile. Yeah. Jason leans in, pressing a quick kiss to my lips. It's a date then. As he pulls back, his expression turns serious again. We'll keep it low-key, all right? No need to give Hawthorne more ammo. Agreed, I say, reality creeping back in. We need to be careful. He nods, squeezing my hand. We will be. But Brandy, this is worth it. You're worth it. With one last lingering look, Jason heads for the door. As it clicks shut behind him, I slump against my desk, mind whirling. What am I doing? This could blow up in our faces so easily, but even as doubts crowd my mind, I can't shake the excitement bubbling in my chest. After years, that spark is still there, burning brighter than ever. I touch my lips, still tingling from his kiss. Whatever happens next, I know one thing for sure. I'm in for one hell of a ride. Chapter 13. Brandy. I step onto the ice, the familiar chill seeping through my skates. Jason glides effortlessly beside me, his hand warm on my lower back. Surprised? He asks, a cocky grin playing on his lips. His blue eyes sparkle with mischief, and I can't help but feel a flutter in my stomach. Impressed, I admit, taking in the empty rink. The pristine ice stretches out before us, untouched and gleaming under the bright lights. How'd you swing this? He shrugs, nonchalant. I know a guy. His hand slides from my back to my waist, sending a shiver through me that has nothing to do with the cold. Of course you do. I laugh, shaking my head. Some things never change. Jason's always had connections. Let me guess. You've got the Zamboni driver on speed dial too? We start slow, circling the rink. The scrape of our blades echoes in the quiet space. So, Jason says, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Ground rules for tonight? I raise an eyebrow, my lips curving into a teasing smile. Rules? Didn't peg you for the type. Where's the rebellious hockey star I remember? Hey, I can play by the rules. He smirks, his hand giving my waist a gentle squeeze. Sometimes, when it suits me. I laugh, the sound echoing off the ice. All right, Mr. Cocky. How about this? No work talk, no drama, just us having fun. Think you can handle that? Jason's grin widens, and he pulls me closer as we glide across the rink. Oh, I can handle anything you throw at me, Brandy. You should know that by now. Jason winks, his blue eyes twinkling. Deal? Speaking of fun. He suddenly takes off, spraying ice as he goes. Catch me if you can. Oh, it's on, I call out, chasing after him. We race around the rink, laughing and taunting each other like we're teenagers again. Jason's faster, but I'm more agile, cutting sharp turns to try and catch him. Getting slow in your old age? I tease as I close in. Please, he scoffs. I'm in my prime. He proves it by suddenly stopping and spinning around, catching me as I crash into him. We stumble, giggling, but he keeps us upright. Gotcha, he murmurs, his arms wrapped securely around my waist, sending a shiver down my spine. I look up at him, breathless from more than just the skating. My heart's pounding, and it's not from the exertion. "Looks like you did," I managed to say, my voice a bit shakier than I'd like. For a moment, we just stand there, the world narrowing to just us. The sounds of the rink fade away, and all I can focus on is the warmth of his body against mine, the intensity in his eyes. It's like we're the only two people left on Earth. Then Jason grins, that cocky smile I remember so well, and releases me, skating backward with effortless grace. "How about we see if you remember any of those old moves?" he challenges. I match his grin. "Bring it on, hotshot." My heart flutters as memories of college days flood back. "Nervous?" Jason asks, a hint of challenge in his voice. I scoff, trying to mask my jitters. "Please, it's just like riding a bike, right?" "Sure, if that bike had blades and you rode it on ice," he quips, effortlessly gliding backward. "Show me more of those award-winning tricks, I tease, releasing his hand to pick up speed. Jason grins, accepting the challenge. He takes off, his movements fluid and powerful. I watch, mesmerized, as he executes a perfect crossover, then transitions into a backward skate. "Your turn," he calls out, circling back to me. I take a deep breath and attempt to mimic his crossover. It's not as smooth, but I manage to stay upright. "Not bad," Jason nods approvingly. "Now, let's see if you remember this." He demonstrates a simple hockey stop, spraying ice as he comes to a sharp halt. "Oh, it's on," I laugh, pushing off with renewed confidence. I build up speed, then attempt the stop. I wobble slightly, but manage to pull it off. "Look at you, Brandy," Jason says, skating closer. His eyes sparkle with a mix of admiration and amusement. "Still got those moves." "Don't sound so surprised," I retort, playfully bumping his shoulder. The contact sends a jolt through me, reminding me of all the times we'd done this before. I might be rusty, but I haven't forgotten everything. We continue like this, Jason showing off increasingly complex maneuvers, me doing my best to keep up. It's exhilarating. The mix of familiar motions and new challenges. The cold air nips at my cheeks as we glide across the ice, our movements becoming more synchronized with each passing minute. I can't help but laugh as Jason attempts a particularly tricky spin, nearly losing his balance. "All right, fancy pants," I pant after a particularly tricky sequence. "I think you've sufficiently shown off your NHL skills." Jason laughs, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "What, can't keep up?" "Oh, I can keep up," I shoot back. "I just think it's time you remember some of our old moves." I hold out my hand, and Jason takes it without hesitation. We fall into a comfortable rhythm, gliding together like we used to years ago. It's different now. We're different. But there's an undeniable familiarity that makes my heart skip. As we glide across the ice, Jason's eyes glint with mischief. "Hey, Brands," he calls out, his voice echoing in the empty rink. "Bet you can't catch me." "Oh, it's on," I laugh, pushing off with renewed energy. We dart around the rink, Jason always just out of reach. His laughter taunts me as he effortlessly evades my grasp. "Come on, megastar Shay," I pant. "Getting tired yet?" "Not even close." He shoots back, executing a perfect pivot to face me while still skating backward. I narrow my eyes, focusing on his movements. As he rounds a corner, I cut across the center, closing the gap. Just as I'm about to tag him, he spins away, leaving me grasping at air. "Damn it!" I curse, stumbling slightly. Jason's at my side in an instant, steadying me. "Whoa there, careful." I look up, ready with a snarky comment, but the words die on my lips. We're so close. His arm around my waist, sapphire eyes locked on mine. For a moment, It's like we're back in college, sneaking onto the rink after his games. Jason seems to sense the shift too. His voice softens. Remember how we used to dance here? I nod, not trusting my voice. Without a word, he pulls me closer, and we begin to sway gently on the ice. This is ridiculous, I murmur, even as I lean into him. We don't even have music. Since when has that stopped us? He chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. We move together, muscle memory taking over. It's different now. We're different. But there's an undeniable familiarity that makes my heart race. Hold that thought, Jason says suddenly, skating us towards the boards. He reaches over, producing a bottle of champagne from seemingly nowhere. Surprise? I laugh, shaking my head. How did you? I have my ways, he winks, popping the cork with practiced ease. He pours the bubbly liquid into 2 plastic cups. Clearly he came prepared, and hands one to me. To the future, he says, raising his cup. I clink mine against his, adding, and to possibilities. As we sip our champagne, standing close on the ice where our story began, I can't help but feel a flutter of excitement for what might come next. As we step off the ice, our laughter echoes through the empty rink. Jason's hand finds the small of my back, guiding me towards the exit. The warmth of his touch contrasts sharply with the chill of the air, sending a shiver down my spine. Cold? Jason asks. His breath visible in the frigid air. I shake my head, grinning. Nah, just remembering how much fun this used to be. Used to be? He raises an eyebrow, a challenge in his voice. I'd say we still got it, Brands. Oh, we definitely still got it, I agree, bumping his shoulder playfully. Though I might be feeling it tomorrow. Jason chuckles, his blue eyes twinkling. I'll make sure to go easy on you during your next checkup, then. How considerate, I retort, rolling my eyes. My hero. We reach the locker room, and I start unlacing my skates. Jason does the same, his movements quick and practiced. The silence between us is comfortable, filled with the soft sounds of rustling clothes and clinking metal. You know, Jason says suddenly, breaking the quiet, I can't remember the last time I had this much fun on the ice without it being about work. I look up, meeting his gaze. There's a vulnerability there that catches me off guard. Yeah, I agree softly. Me too. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the weight of our shared history and the possibility of our future hanging between us. Then Jason grins, dispelling the tension. Race you to the car? He challenges, already heading for the door. I laugh, grabbing my bag. You're on, buddy. We burst out of the rink, the cold night air hitting us like a wall. Our breaths come out in puffs as we sprint across the parking lot, our laughter ringing out in the empty space. For a moment, it's like we're back in college, young and carefree and desperately in love. As we reach Jason's car, breathless and giddy, I can't help but feel a surge of hope. Maybe, just maybe, we can make this work. The complications, the risks, they all seem distant and manageable in the face of this rekindled connection. Jason unlocks the car, turning to me with a smile that makes my heart skip. Ready to go? I nod, returning his smile. Yeah, I'm ready.
Chapter 14. Jason. I pull into the drive-in theater, my car packed with Brandy's favorite snacks. As I park, I can't help but grin at her surprised expression. You remembered all this? Brandy asks, her eyes widening as she takes in the ridiculous amount of junk food I've piled on the dashboard. Her gaze darts from the chocolate pretzels to the gummy worms, lingering on her favorite candies. Course I did, I reply with a smirk, reaching for a bag of sour gummy worms. Can't forget the essentials. What kind of date would this be without your sugar fix? She laughs, that rich, warm sound I've missed for years, and snatches the bag from my hand before I can open it. I'm impressed, Winters. Didn't think you'd recall my junk food obsession after all these years. You sure you're not trying to sabotage my diet? I lean back, stretching my arm across the seat, my fingers just inches from her shoulder. There isn't much I've forgotten about you, Brandy, I say, my voice low and husky. Your sweet tooth is just the tip of the iceberg, babe. And by the way, don't let me ever hear you say you're going on a diet. You're absolutely perfect. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, the air feels charged. I clear my throat, breaking the tension. So, ready for some B-grade horror? Bring it on, she challenges, already digging into the gummy worms. As the movie starts, I find myself stealing glances at her more often than watching the screen. The flickering light plays across her features, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the fullness of her lips. It's surreal, having her here beside me again after so long. Memories flood back, reminding me of countless nights we spent like this in college, huddled close on a worn-out couch, limbs and lips entwined in so many delicious ways. You're missing all the good parts, Brandy whispers, catching me staring. Her voice sends a shiver down my spine, just like it used to. I smirk, not bothering to look away. Hell, I couldn't if I wanted to. No, I'm not. These are the best parts, the ones I'm seeing right now. My eyes roam over her face, drinking in every detail I've missed for 7 long years. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the smile she's trying to hide. That smile, man, it still does things to me. Smooth talker. Now pass the popcorn before I steal your chocolate pretzels. I chuckle, deliberately holding the popcorn just out of her reach. Maybe I want you to try and steal them, I tease, my voice low and challenging. The familiar banter feels like coming home, and I'm not ready to let it go. As I hand over the bucket, our fingers brush. It's a small touch, but it sends a jolt through me. Sitting here with Brandy, surrounded by the smell of buttered popcorn and the sound of her laughter, it feels like no time has passed at all. Like we're back in college, sneaking out to catch a late-night movie. But we're not those kids anymore. We're adults with complicated lives and a history between us. Still, as Brandy leans into me, her head resting on my shoulder, I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, we're getting a second chance at something great. The movie flickers on the big screen, but I'm far more interested in the woman beside me. Brandy's eyes are fixed on the action, a small smile playing on her lips. I lean in close, my breath tickling her ear. Remember that time we snuck into the drive-in back home? I whisper. She turns, her face inches from mine. You mean when you almost got us caught because you couldn't stop laughing? Hey, it wasn't my fault. That guy's toupee flew off in the wind. Comedy gold. Brandy stifles a giggle, playfully shoving my shoulder. Shh, you'll get us kicked out again. I grin, reaching for the popcorn. Our hands collide, and I let mine linger for a moment longer than necessary. The spark between us is undeniable, crackling in the air like static electricity. Our eyes meet, and for a second I think she's going to come in for the kill. Instead, she squeezes my hand, winks, and snatches the bucket from my hands, giggling like a giddy schoolgirl. Hey! I playfully protest, tickling her ribs as we enjoy the sense of comfort, with a hint of delicious tension between us. Share the wealth. We stuff our mouths with delicious buttery popcorn and settle even closer to each other, turning our attention back to the movie. So, I murmur, what's the verdict on our killer? Possessed doll or deranged clown? She leans in conspiratorially. Neither. My money's on the seemingly innocent neighbor. Ah, going for the dark horse. I like it. As the movie progresses, we fall into our old rhythm, trading quips and theories. Each shared joke feels like a secret language, one that's lain dormant for almost a decade but never truly forgotten. Oh, come on, Brandy scoffs at a particularly ridiculous scene. No one would actually go down to the basement alone. I chuckle, my arm casually draped across the back of her seat. What? You wouldn't investigate the creepy noises? She shoots me a look. Unlike some people, I value my life. Hey, I resent that. I'm a professional athlete, remember? Self-preservation is my middle name. Brandy rolls her eyes, but I catch the way her gaze lingers on me. The sexual tension between us builds, a delicious, slow burn that has nothing to do with the horror on screen. As the final act unfolds, I find myself paying less attention to the plot and more to the way Brandy's fingers absently trace patterns on the armrest between us. Without thinking, I cover her hand with mine. She stills for a moment, then intertwines our fingers. We stay like that, connected as the credits roll. Neither of us speaks, but the silence is loaded with possibility. As the credits roll, I shift my car into drive, stealing one last glance at Brandy. Her profile is illuminated by the passing streetlights, and I can't help but think how right this feels. That wasn't half bad, I say, breaking the comfortable silence, though I still say the neighbor was too obvious. Brandy laughs, the sound sending a jolt through me. Please, you were too busy hoarding the popcorn to notice the clues. Hey, a prize-winning athlete's gotta eat, I defend, pulling up to her apartment building. As I park, Brandy turns to me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You know, I've got some whiskey upstairs. Want to come up for a nightcap? She asks, her voice low and inviting. My heart kicks into overdrive, but I keep my voice steady. Damn, she knows how to get to me. Lead the way, Johnson, I reply, trying to sound nonchalant even as my pulse races. We climb the stairs to her third-floor apartment, and I'm hyper-aware of every movement Brandy makes. The sway of her hips, the brush of her arm against mine, the way she glances back at me with a smile that promises something. It's like we're back in college, sneaking around after curfew. But this time, there's no one to catch us. Make yourself comfortable, Brandy says as we enter her place. I'll grab the glasses. She heads toward the kitchen and dining area, leaving me to take in her apartment. It's neat, stylish, and so perfectly Brandy that it makes my chest ache a little. I shrug off my jacket, draping it over the back of a chair, and try to ignore the way my hands are almost shaking with anticipation. I note the mix of professional touches and personal mementos. A framed diploma hangs next to a collage of photos. I spot a few familiar faces from our college days. Nice digs, I call out, running my hand along the back of her couch. Though I gotta say I'm disappointed by the lack of hockey memorabilia. Brandy returns with 2 tumblers and a bottle of top-shelf whiskey. Sorry to disappoint. I save all my fangirling for work hours. That's why this new job is perfect for me. I get my fix from 9 to 5. She hands me my tumbler with a smile, our touch lingering a bit longer than necessary, though I'm not complaining. The contact sends a spark through me, and I have to remind myself to breathe. "To old friends?" Brandy toasts, raising her glass. I clink mine against hers, holding her gaze. "And new beginnings." I take a long draw from my whiskey tumbler, savoring the burn as it slides down my throat. The amber liquid ignites a fire in my belly, but it's nothing compared to the heat building between Brandy and me. I set the glass aside, my eyes never leaving hers. "Damn, I've missed this," I murmur, my voice low and husky. Brandy's lips curve into a smile. "The whiskey or my company?" "Both," I reply, closing the distance between us in 2 quick strides. "But mostly you." My hand cups her face, thumb brushing across her cheekbone. Her skin is soft, warm, familiar. All these years apart, and yet it feels like no time has passed at all. "Jason," she whispers, her breath hitching. "That's all it takes." I capture her lips with mine, pouring all my feverish emotion into the kiss. It's passionate, urgent, a clash of lips and tongues and teeth. Brandy responds immediately, her fingers threading through my hair, pulling me closer. I back her up against the wall, my free hand finding her waist. She arches into me, a soft moan escaping her. The sound drives me wild and I deepen the kiss, exploring every inch of her mouth. We're lost in each other, the world fading away until there's nothing but the taste of whiskey, the feel of her body against mine, and the undeniable chemistry that's always existed between us.
Chapter 15. Brandy. Jason's lips claim mine as he pins me to the wall, his strong hands gripping my waist. The kiss deepens, igniting a fire that's been smoldering since our reunion. I run my fingers through his hair, tugging gently as he presses closer. God, I've missed this so much. He growls, his breath hot against my neck. I gasp as his teeth graze my skin. Me too, don't stop. His hands roam over my body, leaving trails of heat in their wake. I fumble with the buttons of his shirt, desperate to feel his skin against mine. Jason helps, shrugging it off impatiently, before returning his attention to me. Your turn, he murmurs, tugging at the hem of my blouse. I raise my arms, allowing him to pull it over my head. The cool air hits my skin, making me shiver. Jason's eyes darken as they roam over me. Damn, Brandy, you're even more beautiful than the last time I ravaged you. His words send a thrill through me. I pull him back for another searing kiss, reveling in the feeling of his bare chest against mine. Our hands explore familiar territory, rediscovering old scars and new muscles. Jason's fingers find the clasp of my bra, and I arch into him, silently urging him on. As it falls away, he steps back, drinking in the sight of me. Bedroom? I ask, breathless. He smiles, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Race you there. He picks me up and we rebound off the walls of the hallway, nearly knocking down pictures and tripping over tables to get to my room. His hands move to my jeans, unbuttoning them with practiced ease. I kick them off, along with my shoes, as Jason does the same. We stand there for a moment, drinking each other in, passion overcoming us as we realize the implications of a relationship that's now changed forever. I knew there were some benefits to reconnecting with you, I tease, closing the distance as a low moan escapes from his throat. Jason reaches for me, looking as if he might devour me in a matter of moments, if not satisfied. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Jason collapses on top of me, and my body is still trembling from our intense lovemaking. His arms wrap around me, holding me close as our breathing slowly returns to normal. The room is quiet, except for the sound of our hearts pounding in sync. Jason's fingers trace lazy patterns on my back, sending delicious shivers down my spine. I nuzzle into the crook of his neck, inhaling his familiar scent. It's intoxicating and I can't get enough. My body feels boneless, completely satiated from our intense lovemaking. Damn, Jason murmurs, his voice husky and low. His chest rumbles against mine as he speaks, and I can feel his heart still racing. I manage a weak chuckle, my lips brushing against his skin. Yeah, I breathe out, unable to form a more coherent response. My mind is hazy with pleasure, and all I can focus on is the feel of Jason's strong body against mine, his warmth enveloping me completely. We lapse into comfortable silence, too spent for conversation. I shift slightly, and Jason adjusts his hold on me, keeping me snug against his body, The sheets are tangled around our legs, damp with sweat, but I can't bring myself to care. His skin is hot against mine, a delicious contrast to the cool air of the room. My eyelids grow heavy as exhaustion sets in. Jason's steady heartbeat under my ear is like a lullaby, lulling me towards sleep. I fight it for a moment, wanting to savor this perfect afterglow. My fingers trace lazy patterns on his chest, memorizing the feel of him. It's surreal to be here with him again after all of these years, like no time has passed at all. Yet everything has changed. I can't help but wonder what tomorrow will bring. But for now, I'm content to bask in this moment of blissful connection. Jason presses a soft kiss to my forehead. I tilt my head up, seeking his lips. Our kiss is lazy and languid, a stark contrast to the frenzied passion of earlier. When we part, I see the same contentment I feel reflected in Jason's eyes. A yawn escapes me, and Jason smiles drowsily. "Sleep," he whispers, running his fingers through my curls. I nod, snuggling closer. As I drift off, I feel Jason's breathing even out, his body relaxing beneath mine. Our limbs intertwine, and I let the warmth of his embrace carry me into a deep, peaceful slumber.
Chapter 16. Jason. I open my eyes to the soft morning light filtering through Brandy's curtains. The warmth of her body next to mine feels familiar, yet exhilarating. I take a moment to admire her peaceful face, her curls splayed across the pillow. A sense of contentment washes over me, something I haven't felt in years. Brandy stirs, her eyelids fluttering open. A sleepy smile spreads across her face as she meets my gaze. "Morning, slapshot," she murmurs, her voice husky with sleep. "Morning, beautiful," I reply, unable to resist running my fingers along her arm. She stretches cat-like before propping herself up on an elbow. "You hungry? I could whip up some breakfast." "Depends. You still make those killer blueberry pancakes?" Brandy chuckles, the sound sending a pleasant shiver down my spine. "Oh, so that's what this is about. You're just using me for my culinary skills." I grin, pulling her closer. "Busted. Though I gotta say, last night's performance was pretty damn impressive too." "Smooth talker," she says, playfully swatting my chest. "All right, pancakes it is. But you're on coffee duty." "Deal," I agree, watching as she slides out of bed and throws on an oversized t-shirt. I love the way she looks like this. I could watch her forever. Damn, I've missed this so much. More than I care to admit. I follow Brandy into the kitchen, admiring the way her t-shirt skims her thighs. She heads straight for the fridge, pulling out eggs and blueberries. "Coffee maker's on the counter," she says, nodding towards it. "You remember how I like mine?" "Strong enough to wake the dead. Splash of cream," I reply, grabbing the coffee grounds. Some things never change. As I measure out the coffee, Brandy starts mixing pancake batter. The familiar routine feels like slipping on a well-worn jersey. "Hey, toss me that whisk," she calls out. I grab it and hold it just out of her reach. "What's the magic word?" She rolls her eyes but plays along. "Please, oh mighty hockey god." "Close enough," I chuckle, handing it over. Our hands brush and I can't resist pulling her in for a quick kiss. She tastes like toothpaste and delicious possibilities. "Careful," she murmurs against my lips. "You'll make me burn the pancakes." "Can't have that," I say, reluctantly stepping back. "Your pancakes are half the reason I'm here." "Only half?" She quirks an eyebrow, pouring batter onto the griddle. I grab bacon from the fridge, laying strips in a pan. "Well, maybe 60%. The other 40 is all you." "Smooth talker," she laughs, flipping a pancake with practiced ease. We move around each other, a well-choreographed dance. I pour coffee while she plates pancakes. She reaches past me for syrup, and I steal another kiss. "You know," I say, cracking eggs into a bowl, I could get used to this. Brandy pauses, spatula in hand. Jason, I'm just saying, I continue, whisking the eggs. It beats the hell out of protein shakes and room service. She nods, a small smile playing on her lips. It is nice, isn't it? I pour the eggs into the pan, the sizzle filling the comfortable silence between us. As I scramble them, Brandy slides her arms around my waist from behind. Thanks for staying, she murmurs into my back. I turn, pulling her close. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I'm about to dig into a stack of Brandy's blueberry pancakes when my phone buzzes. Glancing at the screen, I see it's my manager, Steve. Sorry, gotta take this, I tell Brandy, standing up. It's Steve. She nods, understanding. No problem, I'll keep your plate warm. I step into the living room, hitting accept. What's up, Steve? Jason, we've got a situation. His voice is tight, stress evident in every syllable. There's been a leak to the press. My jaw clenches. What kind of leak? A story, it just dropped, and it's spreading fast. What the heck? I growl, my grip tightening on the phone. Who's behind this? Steve sighs heavily. We don't know yet, but it's gaining traction fast. The article claims you're getting preferential treatment from a team physical therapist because of a past relationship. It's suggesting you should be benched due to your knee injury. I'm seeing red as I process his words. That's complete stupidity. My knee's fine. I'm playing better than ever. I know, Jason, but they're painting it as unfair to the team, saying you're risking the playoffs by staying in. I run a hand through my hair, pacing Brandy's living room. This reeks of Hawthorne. That bastard's been gunning for me since he showed up. We can't prove anything yet, Steve cautions. But we need to get ahead of this. The article's calling for you to step down. Let someone else take your spot. Like hell I will, I snarl. I've busted my tail for this team. I'm not letting some half-cocked rumor take me out. Brandy appears in the doorway, concern etched on her face. I meet her eyes, seeing the question there. Seeing that I'm right in the middle of it, she has the good grace to head back into the kitchen. I can't leave her out of this. Not this time. Look, Steve, I say, trying to rein in my anger. Set up a press conference today. I'll shut this down myself. Are you sure that's wise? Steve asks hesitantly. Damn right, I'm sure. No one's gonna bench me over lies and speculation. I'll handle this. Snap the phone shut angrily and stride back into the kitchen, my jaw clenched tight. Brandy's still at the table, fork poised over her pancakes. One look at my face and she sets it down, her brow furrowing. What's wrong? She asks, tension creeping into her voice. I steel myself for her reaction, exhaling sharply. We've got a problem. A big one. Brandy pushes her plate aside, giving me her full attention. Talk to me, Jason. Some jerk leaked a story to the press, I growl, pacing the small kitchen. They're saying I'm getting special treatment from you because of our history. That I should be benched because of my knee. Her eyes widen, horror dawning on her face. What? That's ridiculous. Your knee is fine, and I've been nothing but professional. I know. I cut her off, my voice hard, but they're running with it, calling for me to step down, let someone else take my spot. They can't do that, Brandy protests, standing up. Your stats speak for themselves. You're playing better than ever. I nod, appreciating her support. Damn right, but this is spreading fast. I've got to get ahead of it. What are you going to do? She asks, worry etched across her features. I'm calling a press conference today. I'm going to shut this down myself. Brandy bites her lip, hesitating. Is that wise? Maybe we should talk to HR first, get the team's legal department involved. No, I say firmly. I'm not letting some pencil pushers dictate how I handle this. I've busted my tail for this team, and I'm not about to let some ridiculous rumor take me out. She steps closer, placing a hand on my arm. Jason, I get it, but we need to be smart about this. If we're not careful, We could make things worse. I look down at her, seeing the concern in her eyes. Part of me wants to pull her close, to reassure her that everything will be fine. But I can't. Not now. We've got to keep our distance, at least until this blows over. Trust me, Brandy, I say, my voice softening slightly. I know what I'm doing. I've dealt with press nonsense before. She nods slowly, but I can see she's not entirely convinced. Okay. But promise me you'll be careful. This isn't just about you anymore. My career's on the line, too. I know, I say, the weight of the situation settling on my shoulders. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. I grab my jacket, my mind racing with strategies to tackle this chaos. Brandy follows me to the door, worry etched on her face. I've got this, I tell her, my voice firm. Don't stress about it. She nods, but I can see the tension in her shoulders. Just be careful, okay? This affects both of us. Trust me, I say, cupping her face. I'll shut this down fast. I give her a quick kiss and head out, my jaw clenched. As I stride to my car, I dial Steve. I'm on my way, I growl into the phone. Get the team's PR department ready. We're going to war. Jason, maybe we should take a breath. No, I cut him off. Hawthorne's behind this, I'm sure of it. That snake's been gunning for me since day one. We can't prove that, Steve warns. Watch me, I snarl, starting the engine. As I navigate through traffic, my mind churns. Hawthorne's face flashes in my mind. That smug grin he always wore back in college. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. That bastard's always been jealous, always trying to undermine me. I pull into the stadium parking lot, spotting Steve waiting by the entrance. His face is grim as I approach. This better be good, I growl. Steve hands me a tablet. Read it yourself. It's worse than we thought. I skim the article, getting angrier with each word. It's a hit piece, pure and simple. Insinuations about my knee, questions about Brandy's qualifications, even hints at performance-enhancing drugs. Damn, I mutter, shoving the tablet back at Steve. This is a goddamn witch hunt. Jason, we need to tread carefully here, Steve says, following me inside. If we go in guns blazing, I whirl on him. What, you want me to roll over? Let them bench me over lies? Steve holds up his hands. Of course not. But we need a strategy. One wrong move and this could blow up in our faces. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to think. He's right, as much as I hate to admit it. We need to be smart about this. Fine, I say, my voice low. What's the play? As we head to the conference room, I can feel the weight of this mess settling on my shoulders. But underneath the anger and frustration, there's a cold determination. Hawthorne might think he's won this round, but he's got no idea who he's messing with. I'm going to crush this rumor, clear Brandy's name, and make damn sure Hawthorne never tries to cross me again. Game on, jerk.
Chapter 17. Brandy. I stand in my kitchen. The remains of our half-eaten breakfast scattered across the counter. The door slams shut behind Jason, leaving me alone with the weight of this nightmare. Damn, I mutter, gripping the edge of the counter until my knuckles turn white. My mind races, replaying every interaction I've had with Jason since I started working for the Titans. Had someone seen us? Did we slip up somewhere? I grab my phone, hands shaking as I scroll through news sites. There it is, splashed across the sports pages. Titans star Jason Reed, accused of misconduct with team physical therapist. No, I whisper, sinking onto a kitchen stool. This can't be happening, not again. Memories of college flood back. The whispers, the sideways glances. The constant fear that I was holding Jason back from greatness. I'd worked so hard to build my career, to prove I was more than just Jason's girlfriend. And now, I slump against the kitchen counter, the weight of reality crashing down on me. 7 years. 7 years, and here I am, right back where I started. The tears come hot and fast, blurring my vision as I stare at the half-empty coffee mug Jason left behind. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I mutter, swiping angrily at my cheeks. My phone buzzes. Probably Katie or maybe even Shayla wondering what the hell is going on. I ignore it, too caught up in my own spiral of self-pity and frustration. Those dates with Jason. God, they'd been perfect. The ice rink, the drive-in, last night. I'd let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, we could make it work this time. That we were older, wiser, better equipped to handle the pressure. Yeah, real smart, Brandy. I scoff, grabbing a dish towel to wipe my face. Fall for the same guy, make the same mistakes. Brilliant plan. The defeat settles in my chest like a lead weight. I'd worked so hard to build my career, to prove I was more than just Jason Winter's ex-girlfriend. And now it's all crumbling because I couldn't keep my damn feelings in check. I grab my phone, scrolling through the barrage of messages and missed calls. My finger hovers over Jason's name, but I can't bring myself to reach out. What would I even say? Sorry I ruined your career again? The tears threaten to start up again and I take a shaky breath. Get it together, I tell myself firmly. You're not some lovesick teenager anymore. But as I look around my apartment, seeing the traces of Jason everywhere, his flannel draped over a chair, the way the bed sheets are still rumpled from our night together, I can't help but feel like that's exactly what I am. A fool who got her hopes up, thinking this time would be different. I stare at my phone for what feels like hours before finally mustering the courage to call Katie. My fingers tremble as I dial her number, dreading the conversation to come. Hey, Brandy, Katie answers, her voice laced with concern. I was wondering when you'd call. So you've seen it? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, I have. It's all anyone at work can talk about. I groan, sinking deeper into my couch. Oh, that's awesome. Just great. Hey, don't worry, Katie says quickly. I've been shutting people down left and right when they start speculating. No one's getting any gossip on my watch. Despite everything, I can't help but smile. Thanks, Katie. I appreciate that. There's a pause, and I can practically hear Katie thinking. Listen, do you want me to come over? We could talk face to face, maybe figure out a game plan? I glance around my apartment, taking in the mess of tissues and empty coffee mugs. Part of me wants to wallow alone, but I know that's probably not the best idea. Yeah, I say finally. That'd be great, actually. I could use a friendly face right about now. Say no more, Katie replies. I'll be there in 20, and I'm bringing ice cream. As I hang up, I feel a small weight lift off my shoulders. At least I'm not completely alone in this mess. I start tidying up, trying to make my apartment look less like a disaster zone before Katie arrives. An hour later, a knock at my door signals Katie's arrival. I open it to find her juggling a bag of Chinese takeout and a bottle of wine. Reinforcements have arrived, she announces, sweeping past me into the apartment. I manage a weak smile. My hero. Katie sets everything down on the coffee table and turns to me, her expression softening. How you holding up, lady? I shrug, collapsing onto the couch. Oh, just living the dream of having my personal life splashed across every sports news outlet in the country. Well, that's what the wine's for, Katie says, producing 2 glasses from my kitchen. She pours generous servings and hands me one. To surviving scandals and crappy days. We clink glasses, and I take a long sip, savoring the burn. Katie busies herself unpacking the food, filling the air with the aroma of lo mein and kung pao chicken. All right, she says, settling in next to me with a container of fried rice. Spill. What's really going on with you and Jason? I stab at my noodles, avoiding her gaze. It's complicated. Honey, I work in pro sports. Complicated is my middle name. Try me. I take a deep breath, then the words tumble out. I'm still in love with him, Katie. God help me, but I am. It's like no time has passed at all. Katie's eyebrows shoot up. Wow, okay. That's intense. Yeah, I mutter, draining my wine glass. It all came back in such a rush I can hardly believe it. But it doesn't matter. Today proved that it can't work. It'll never work. Why not? Katie asks, refilling my glass. If you both feel the same way? I cut her off with a bitter laugh. Because history repeats itself, that's why. 7 years ago, I left because I thought I was holding him back. And now I'm actively threatening his career. Some things never change. Katie reaches out, squeezing my hand. Hey, don't talk like that. This isn't your fault. Isn't it? I ask, feeling the tears start to well up again. I knew better. I knew the risks, but I let myself believe, I don't know, that we could have a second chance, I guess. There's nothing wrong with wanting that, Katie says softly. I shake my head, wiping at my eyes. Maybe not. But there's everything wrong with risking both our careers for it. I can't do that to him again. I won't. Katie leans forward, her eyes intense. Brandy, come on, you can't just give up on this. What you and Jason have is special. I snort, stabbing at a piece of chicken with my chopsticks. Yeah, specially complicated, specially career-threatening, but worth fighting for, Katie insists. From what I've gathered from you, that kind of connection doesn't come along every day. I shake my head, feeling the weight of defeat settling on my shoulders. It doesn't matter how we feel. This scandal could ruin everything Jason's worked for, everything I've worked for. Katie sighs, refilling our wine glasses. Okay, let's think this through. What are your options? Option 1. I quit my job and moved to Antarctica to live among the penguins. Brandy. Fine, I grumble. Realistically, I could resign, remove myself from the equation entirely. Katie's eyes widen. That's insane. You love this job. I know, I say softly. But if it comes down to my career or Jason's. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Katie interrupts. There has to be another way. What about coming clean? Telling your side of the story? I laugh bitterly. Oh yeah, that'll go over great. Hey everyone, don't worry. I'm not giving Jason special treatment. We're just star-crossed lovers reunited after years apart. That'll definitely solve everything. Katie rolls her eyes. Okay, smart pants. But seriously, what if you both just laid it all out there? No secrets, no scandal, just the truth. I pause, considering her words. The idea of being completely honest is terrifying, but also liberating. I don't know, Katie. It's a huge risk. Bigger than losing the man you love? Again? Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I close my eyes, remembering the look on Jason's face this morning. Determined, protective, and so damn familiar. God, I hate it when you make sense. Katie grins, raising her glass. That's what friends are for. Now, are we going to sit here moping, or are we going to figure out how to fight for your happily ever after? Despite Katie's pep talk, I can't shake the feeling of déjà vu. The wine sits heavy in my stomach as I push my half-eaten lo mein away. I appreciate the optimism, Katie, but let's be real. This situation is screwed 6 ways from Sunday. Katie frowns, setting down her chopsticks. Come on, Brandy. Don't give up so easily. I let out a hollow laugh. Easily? There's nothing easy about this. It's like I'm trapped in some sick time loop, doomed to repeat the same mistakes. It's different this time, Katie insists. You're both older, more established in your careers. Yeah, which means we have so much more to lose, I counter, running a hand through my curls. God, I can already see the headlines. Disgraced physical therapist ruins NHL star's career. My reputation will be shot. Katie reaches out, squeezing my hand. Hey, you haven't ruined anything. This is all just speculation right now. I pull away, pacing the small living room. For now. But you know how these things snowball. It's only a matter of time before someone digs up our history, and then it's game over. So what? You're just going to walk away? Again? Her words sting, but I can't deny the truth in them. I don't know what else to do, Katie. I can't be the reason Jason loses everything he's worked for. Not again. Katie stands, blocking my path. Listen to me. You didn't make Jason do anything he didn't want to do. He's a grown man who can make his own decisions. I shake my head, feeling the familiar weight of guilt settling on my shoulders. You don't understand. Back in college, I saw how being with me affected his game. I can't let that happen again, not when he's at the peak of his career. Brandy, Katie says softly, don't you think that should be Jason's choice to make? I open my mouth to argue, but the words die on my tongue. She's right, of course, but the fear of repeating past mistakes is overwhelming. I don't know if I'm strong enough to go through all this again, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. But God, do I want to. Chapter 18. Brandy. I take a deep breath, straightening my blazer as I approach my manager's office. The whispers and sidelong glances from my coworkers follow me down the hallway. My hand trembles slightly as I reach for the doorknob, but I steel myself and enter. Brandy, have a seat, Shayla says, her tone as neutral as a blank canvas. But her eyes, they're sharp enough to cut glass. I can practically feel them dissecting me as I lower myself into the chair across from her desk. I sit, my back ramrod straight, and fold my hands in my lap to keep them from fidgeting. It's a trick I learned in college. Look composed on the outside, even if you're a mess on the inside. Shayla, I can explain. I start, my voice steadier than I feel. She holds up a hand, cutting me off mid-sentence. The gesture's so abrupt I nearly bite my tongue. I think you better, she says, her words clipped and precise. She leans forward, elbows on her desk, fingers steepled. This article is causing quite a stir, and I need to know exactly what's going on. Her gaze doesn't waver from mine, and I can feel the weight of her expectations pressing down on me. It's clear she wants answers, and she wants them now. I swallow hard, choosing my words carefully. Jason and I have a history. We dated in college, but that was a while ago. Our relationship now is purely professional. Shayla leans back in her chair, eyebrow raised. And you didn't think this was something you should have disclosed when you started working here? Honestly, no, I admit. It was ancient history. I had no idea Jason even played for this team when I took the job. Convenient, she says, her voice dripping with skepticism. I lean forward, meeting her gaze. Shayla, I swear to you, I've done nothing unethical. Jason's treatment has been by the book. I can show you all of his medical records, the rehab plans. That won't be necessary, she interrupts, waving her hand dismissively. My heart races, but I keep my face neutral. What I need to know is if there's any truth to the allegations of special treatment. Absolutely not, I say firmly, my voice steady despite the knot in my stomach. I lean forward, placing my palms flat on her desk. Jason's knee is fully healed. He's in peak condition, maybe even better than before the injury. I've pushed him harder than any other player. If anything, I would never clear a player who wasn't fit to play, regardless of any past relationship. My reputation and this team's success mean too much to me. I hold Shayla's gaze, willing her to see the truth in my eyes. I'm a professional, Shayla. You know that. Shayla studies me for a long moment, and I force myself to hold her gaze. Finally, she sighs. I believe you, Brandy, but this situation is complicated. The team can't afford any hint of impropriety. I would like to see Jason's charts if you don't mind. Then I can vouch for you in the event that we continue to get pushback from the press. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Of course, Shayla. I'll get Jason's charts for you right away. Shayla nods, her expression softening slightly. Look, Brandy, I know this isn't easy, but we need to be above reproach here. I understand, I say, standing up. I'll bring everything to you within the hour. I give her a tight smile and head back to my office. My mind races as I pull up Jason's medical records on my computer. Everything's in order, just as I said. But as I scroll through the data, a knot forms in my stomach. What if someone decides to twist this information? A knock at my door startles me. I look up to see Katie poking her head in. Hey, how'd it go with Shayla? Katie asks, slipping inside and closing the door behind her with a soft click. I sigh, doing my best to relieve the tension in my shoulders. As well as can be expected, I guess. She wants to see Jason's charts, all of them. Katie winces, her expression a mix of sympathy and concern. Ouch. Think that'll help or hurt your case? Honestly, I have no idea, I admit, leaning back in my chair with a sigh. The charts are clean, spotless even, but people see what they want to see, Katie finishes for me, crossing her arms and leaning against the doorframe. I nod, feeling defeated and more than a little pissed off. Exactly. It's like trying to prove a negative. No matter how pristine everything looks, someone could always twist it if they're determined enough. Katie perches on the edge of my desk. So what are you going to do about Jason? I pause in my typing, looking up at her. What do you mean? She raises an eyebrow. Come on, Brandy. You can't tell me you're just going to let this blow over without talking to him. I bite my lip, considering. The thought of confronting Jason makes my stomach do somersaults. I don't know, Katie. Maybe it's better if we just keep our distance for a while. With everything that's going on, it might be safer that way. Yeah, right, Katie says bluntly, her eyes narrowing. You two clearly still have feelings for each other. Don't let some jerk with an agenda ruin that. You deserve happiness, Brandy. I can't help but smile at her directness. Katie's always been one to cut through the crap. When did you become such a romantic? I thought I was supposed to be the sappy one here. I sigh, folding my arms across my chest as I lean back in my chair. Okay, you win. I'll talk to him when he stops by later today, but I'm not making any promises about what I'll say. Atta girl, Katie says with a wink as she pushes off my desk. That's all I'm asking for. Just be honest with him, all right? And yourself. She gives me a pointed look before closing the door behind her, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a growing sense of anticipation. A few hours later, I'm organizing files when a knock interrupts my thoughts. Jason walks in, his usual confident stride replaced by a hesitant gait. My stomach drops, sensing something's off. Hey, I say, trying to keep my voice light. Ready to get wrapped up? He nods, sitting on the exam table. As I gather supplies, the silence between us feels heavy, charged with unspoken tension. I start wrapping his knee, my fingers trembling slightly. Everything okay? You seem different today. Jason sighs, looking everywhere but at me. Brandy, we need to talk. I pause, looking up at him. Okay, shoot. He meets my gaze, his blue eyes clouded with conflict. I think we need to stop seeing each other. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I step back, trying to process. What? Why? This article, the rumors, it's causing too much trouble, he says, his voice strained. I can't risk your career or mine. It's not fair to either of us. I cross my arms, anger bubbling up. So you're just gonna let Hawthorne win? Let him dictate our lives? Jason stands, towering over me. It's not about winning or losing, Brandy. It's about doing what's right. And this is right? I challenge, gesturing between us. Throwing away what we have because of some ridiculous article? He clenches his jaw. You know it's more complicated than that. I laugh bitterly. Oh, I know. It's always been complicated with us, hasn't it? Brandy, please, he says, reaching for me. I step back, shaking my head. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to make this decision for both of us. I'm trying to protect you, he insists. I don't need your protection, Jason. I snap. I need you to fight for us, not run away at the first sign of trouble. He falls silent, his expression unreadable. The tension in the room is palpable, crackling between us like electricity. I stare at Jason, my heart shattering into a million pieces. The words hang heavy in the air between us, suffocating me. But I can't let him see how much this is killing me. I swallow hard, forcing my hands to steady as I finish wrapping his knee. You're right. I manage to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. It's for the best. Jason's eyes search mine, and for a moment, I think I see a flicker of regret. But then it's gone, replaced by that steely resolve I know so well. Brandy, It's fine. I cut him off, stepping back. You can go now. I'm sure you have practice or something. He hesitates, looking like he wants to say more, but instead he just nods, sliding off the exam table. Thanks for the wrap, he murmurs, heading for the door. I watch him leave, every fiber of my being screaming to call him back, to fight for us. But I stay silent, rooted to the spot. The moment the door clicks shut behind him, my composure crumbles. I stumble to the door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands. As soon as I hear it click into place, I slide down to the floor, my back against the cool metal. The tears come hot and fast, sobs racking my body. I cover my mouth with my hand, trying to muffle the sound, but it's useless. I rock back and forth, gasping for air. I curl into myself and lie on my side, hugging my knees to my chest. How could I have been so stupid? To think we could just pick up where we left off like no time had passed, like we weren't different people now. The worst part is, I know Jason's right. This is the smart thing to do, the professional thing. But knowing that doesn't make it hurt any less.
Chapter 19. Jason. I storm onto the ice, fury pulsing through my veins like liquid fire. The cold air bites at my face, sharp and unforgiving, but I barely notice it. My mind's too focused, too consumed by the rage that's driving me forward. My teammates are already out there warming up, their skates carving intricate patterns into the fresh ice. The sound of metal on ice fills the air, a symphony of preparation. All right, let's freaking go! I bark, slamming my stick against the boards with a resounding crack. The noise echoes through the rink, and a few of the guys exchange wary glances. No one says a word, though. They know better than to poke the bear when I'm in this kind of mood. Coach's whistle pierces the air, shrill and demanding, signaling the start of drills. I throw myself into each one with reckless abandon, pushing harder than I have in months. My body protests, muscles screaming, but I ignore it all. My lungs burn like I've swallowed acid, and sweat drips down my back, soaking my jersey. But I don't slow down. I can't. This fury, this drive, it's all I've got right now, and I'm going to ride it until I can't anymore. During a scrimmage, I chase down the puck like a man possessed. Mike tries to block me, but I shoulder past him, probably harder than necessary. "Jesus, Jace," he mutters, rubbing his arm. "What's with you?" I ignore him, focusing on the goal ahead. I wind up for a slap shot, putting every ounce of frustration into it. The puck whistles past our goalie's ear and slams into the back of the net. As practice wears on, my knee starts to throb. Each turn sends a jolt of pain up my leg, but I grit my teeth and push through it. I don't care if I'm overdoing it. Hell, maybe I want to. By the time Coach calls it, I'm drenched in sweat and my knee feels like it's on fire. But I've worked out some of my anger, leaving a dull ache in its place. I slam my locker shut, the metal clanging echoing through the nearly empty room. Damn. What the hell did I just do? Ending things with Brandy felt like ripping off a Band-Aid, except the wound underneath is still raw and bleeding. I swear if Hawthorne is to blame for all of this, I'll have his head on my goddamn wall before the season is out. The thought of that smug bastard meddling in my life makes my blood boil. I've worked too damn hard to let some suit with a power complex screw everything up. My fists clench at my sides as I pace the locker room. The familiar smell of sweat and gear does nothing to calm me down. If anything, it reminds me of all I've sacrificed to get here. And for what? To have it all come crashing down because of one jerk's agenda? To hell with that noise. I'm shoving my gear into my bag when Mike sidles up, his brow furrowed. "Hey man, you okay? You were playing like you had a vendetta against the ice out there. Thought you might break your stick with those slap shots." "I'm fine," I grunt, not meeting his eyes. The last thing I need right now is a heart-to-heart. I shove my jersey into the bag, wishing Mike would take the hint and leave me the hell alone. Mike doesn't budge. He leans against the locker next to mine, arms crossed. "Yeah, right. You're about as fine as a bull in a china shop. What's going on? Is it that new PT they're bringing in?" I zip my bag with more force than necessary, the sound echoing through the locker room. "I said I'm fine, Mike. Drop it." My jaw clenches, and I can feel a muscle ticking in my cheek. If he doesn't back off soon, I might just lose it. "Come on, Jace. I've known you long enough to." "Jesus Christ!" I snap, slamming my locker shut. "You want to play therapist? Go major in psychology. I don't want to talk about it." Mike holds up his hands but doesn't back off. All right. No talking. How about drinking instead? Let's hit O'Malley's, knock back a few." I pause, considering. The thought of drowning my frustrations in whiskey is tempting as hell. "You buying?" "First round's on me," Mike grins, clapping me on the shoulder. I nod, shouldering my bag. "Fine, but I'm not spilling my guts over beer nuts, got it? We drink. We don't think about this kind of stuff." "Deal," Mike agrees, falling into step beside me as we head for the exit. "Though I gotta say, your baggage must be pretty heavy if you're trying to outskate it." I shoot him a glare. "What part of not thinking about it didn't you understand?" Mike chuckles, holding the door open. All right. Consider it dropped. Let's go get hammered instead." I take a last look in the mirror as I pass, my mind still buzzing with pent-up energy from practice. Mike's waiting by the door, keys jingling in his hand. "Ready to drown your sorrows, Captain?" he asks, eyebrow raised. "Screw you," I mutter, but there's no real heat behind it. Let's just get out of here. We push through the double doors into the parking lot. The crisp night air hits me, cooling the sweat on my skin. I'm about to make a crack about Mike's crappy car when movement catches my eye. Brandy. She's walking to her car, keys in hand, head down. My chest tightens like someone's squeezing my heart in a vice. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, it looks like she's been crying. Damn, I breathe, stopping dead in my tracks. Mike follows my gaze. That her? He asks quietly. I nod, not trusting my voice. Brandy looks up, and for a split second our eyes lock. The pain in her expression sucker punches me. She quickly looks away, fumbling with her car door. You sure you want to do this, man? Mike's voice cuts through the fog in my brain. I tear my eyes away from Brandy as she climbs into her car. Do what? This whole noble sacrifice nonsense, Mike says, gesturing vaguely. Pushing her away because you think it's for the best. I clench my jaw. It's not nonsense. You have no idea what's going on, Mike. I see that you actually give a damn about someone, Mike interrupts. Jesus, Jace. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you look at her. Brandy's car starts up, the engine cutting through the quiet night. I watch as she pulls out of her spot, deliberately not looking our way. It doesn't matter, I say, my voice rough. I can't risk her career, or the team's shot at the cup. Mike snorts. Right, 'cause you're playing so great with this weighing on you. I whirl on him, anger flaring. You got something to say, spit it out! He holds up his hands. All I'm saying is, maybe pushing away the best thing that's happened to you isn't the smartest play. I watch Brandy's taillights disappear into the night, a hollow feeling gnawing at my gut. This is for the best, right? I clench my jaw, forcing down the urge to chase after her car. Let's go, I growl, stalking towards my Range Rover. I need a drink. Mike jogs to keep up. You sure you're good to drive, man? I'm fine, I snap, yanking open the driver's side door. You coming or not? He hesitates for a second before climbing in. Yeah, all right, but maybe ease up on the gas, Speed Racer. I ignore him, peeling out of the parking lot. The engine roars as I push it, harder than necessary, as if I could outrun the image of Brandy's tear-stained face. We ride in silence for a few minutes before Mike clears his throat. So, you want to talk about... No, I cut him off, gripping the steering wheel tighter. We drink, we don't talk. That was the deal. Right, Mike nods, settling back in his seat. Drinking it is. 20 minutes later, we're bellied up to the bar at O'Malley's. I down 2 whiskeys immediately, savoring the burn as it slides down my throat. The familiar sounds of the bar, clinking glasses, raucous laughter, the game playing on the TVs, help drown out the noise in my head. Another, I call to the bartender, sliding my empty glass across the polished wood. Mike raises an eyebrow. Might want to slow down there, champ. We've got practice tomorrow. I snort. What are you, my babysitter? Nah, just your friend. He shrugs, taking a sip of his beer. And your teammate who doesn't want to see you puke on the ice tomorrow. I can handle my liquor, I mutter, but I know he's right. Doesn't mean I have to like it. The bartender sets another whiskey in front of me. I stare into the amber liquid, trying to focus on the burn of alcohol rather than the ache in my chest. It's better this way, I tell myself. Brandy deserves someone who won't put her career at risk. Someone without all this baggage. I knock back the whiskey in one go, slamming the glass down harder than necessary. Screw it, I announce, standing up. Let's play some pool. Mike follows me to the pool table, relief evident on his face. Now you're talking. Prepare to get your tail handed to you, Gretzky. I grab a cue, grateful for the distraction. In your dreams, jerk! As I line up my first shot, I push thoughts of Brandy to the back of my mind. This is how it has to be. Hockey first, everything else second. It's gotten me this far, hasn't it? I sink 3 balls in quick succession, channeling my frustration into the game. Mike whistles, impressed. "Damn, remind me never to piss you off before a match," he jokes. I manage a tight grin, lining up my next shot. "Just shut up and play, Mike."
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
"You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you."
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 20. Brandy. I lean forward in my seat, my eyes glued to the ice as Jason takes another risky move. My heart races, a mix of professional concern and lingering personal feelings. What the hell is he doing? I mutter, gripping the armrest. Katie glances at me, eyebrow raised. He's playing like a man with something to prove, or like someone with a death wish for his knee. I retort, wincing as Jason takes a hard check against the boards. The crowd roars as Jason steals the puck, blazing down the ice. I can't help but admire his skill, even as worry gnaws at my gut. "Damn, he's on fire tonight," Katie says, impressed. I nod reluctantly. "Yeah, but at what cost?" Jason scores, sending the arena into a frenzy. As he celebrates with his teammates, I catch a glimpse of his face. There's an intensity there I've never seen before, a recklessness that sends chills down my spine. I told him to take it easy on that knee, I say, more to myself than Katie. He's pushing way too hard. Katie bumps my shoulder. "Maybe you should tell him that again." I shake my head. "We're not exactly on speaking terms right now, remember?" "Right," Katie sighs. "The whole pretending we don't have a history thing." As the game continues, I can't shake the feeling that Jason's playing with more than just the game on the line. Each move seems calculated to prove a point, to push his limits. It's impressive, sure, but it's also terrifying. "He's going to regret this tomorrow," I mutter, as the quarter buzzer sounds. The Titans are ahead and likely to win, but all I can think about is the inevitable damage Jason's done to his knee. I can't tear my eyes away from Jason as he powers across the ice, his movements a blend of grace and barely contained fury. My stomach churns with a mix of professional concern and lingering personal feelings. Jesus, he's going to wreck himself if he keeps this up, I mutter, leaning forward in my seat. Katie shoots me a sidelong glance. "I thought you said his old injury was fine." "It is," I sigh, running a hand through my hair. "But at this rate, he's asking for a new one." On the ice, Jason takes another hard check, slamming into the boards. I wince, closing my eyes. "Damn," I hiss. He needs to dial it back. Jason steals the puck, blazing down the ice with a recklessness that makes my heart race. He scores, and the crowd erupts. I catch a glimpse of his face. It's like he has a death wish tonight. "What is he trying to prove?" I say, getting more irritated by the minute. "To who?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. I shrug, not wanting to voice my suspicions about Hawthorne's influence. To everyone, apparently, including his own damn body. Katie nudges me. You need to dial it down a bit. Are you sure you're okay? I force a smile, but it feels brittle. Yeah, just professional concerns, you know? I stand to my feet as Jason takes yet another blow to the legs, my stomach churning violently in protest. The sound of bodies colliding echoes through the arena, making me wince. Jesus, I don't know if I can see any more of this, I mutter, wrapping my arms around me as I strain to see him get up. Katie glances at me, her brow furrowed. Come on, Brandy. He's fine. You said it yourself. You cleared him for play. Yeah, but at this rate, he's asking for a new injury or a whole host of them. I snap, unable to tear my eyes away from Jason's reckless antics. The crowd roars as Jason steals the puck, blazing down the ice with a determination that borders on mania. I hold my breath, watching him push his limits with each powerful stride. Why is he doing this to himself? I mutter, tears threatening to spring from my eyes. As a pile of players forms on the ice, I feel something inside me snap. I can't watch this anymore. I stand abruptly, grabbing my bag. I'm out of here, I announce, my voice tight. Katie looks up at me surprised. What? The game's not even over yet. I shake my head, already stepping past her. I just can't watch him do this to himself anymore. It's making me sick to my stomach. Before I leave, I turn back to Katie, my voice low and urgent. Can you do me a favor? Check his knee after the game. I know I should, but I just can't face him right now. Katie's expression softens with understanding. She knows about our recent fallout, how Jason officially ended things between us. The memory of it still stings, like salt in an open wound. Of course, I've got you covered. Go home, get some rest, she says, her voice gentle. I nod gratefully, my throat too tight to speak. As I turn to leave, I catch a glimpse of Jason on the ice, his powerful form unmistakable even from this distance. My heart clenches, and I have to force myself to look away. I hurry towards the exit, desperate to escape before the tears threatening to fall make an appearance. The last thing I need is for anyone here to see me cry over a man who made it clear he doesn't want me anymore. Back in my office, I bury myself in administrative paperwork, trying to lose myself in the mundane task of filing injury reports when the door to my office bursts open. Jason storms in, his blue eyes blazing with anger, his jaw clenched tight. Brands, what the hell? His voice is tight with emotion that borders on anger. Why did you leave the game? And why did you send Katie to look at my knee? You're supposed to be working on my case, remember? I stand up, my own temper flaring to match his. The nerve of this man, storming into my office like he owns the place. My hands clench at my sides as I fight the urge to throw something at his stupidly handsome face. Oh, I'm so sorry, I spit out, my voice dripping with sarcasm. I didn't realize caring about your well-being was such a heinous crime now. Next time, I'll just let you limp around the rink until you collapse. Would that make you happy? I couldn't stand there and see you harm yourself and continue to make stupid choices that may just derail your career. Your health is too important to me, and it seems you have no idea what your current limitations are. I don't need your damn concern, he snaps, taking a step closer. The scent of his cologne hits me, and I hate how it still makes my heart race. I know my limits better than anyone. Do you? I shoot back, refusing to back down. I meet his intense gaze head on, my chin tilted up defiantly. Because from where I was sitting, it looked like you were hell-bent on getting yourself benched for the rest of the season. Is that what you want, Jason? To throw away everything you've worked for? Jason steps closer, his presence filling the small office. You don't get to make that call anymore. You're not my girlfriend, remember? The words sting like a slap across the face, and I feel something inside me break. My chest tightens with a mixture of hurt and anger. Yeah, you've made that abundantly clear. I'm just the woman you've been stringing along for weeks, playing hot and cold, only to drop the second things got complicated. Real mature, Jason. Stringing along? He laughs, but there's no humor in it. His eyes flash with a dangerous glint. That's rich coming from you. You're the one who walked away in college, remember? You didn't even give me a choice in the matter. I walked away. My voice rises, echoing off the walls of the small office. I take a step closer, jabbing a finger at his chest. Are you kidding me right now? I did that for you. Your career was taking off, and I didn't want to hold you back. I sacrificed everything because I thought it was best for your future. But you didn't even try to fight for us. Not then and not now. You just let me go without a word, like I meant nothing to you. Jason freezes, his eyes widening. What are you talking about? I clamp my mouth shut, instantly regretting my outburst. Jason's face is a mix of shock and confusion, and I can't bear to hear whatever he's about to say. My heart pounds in my chest as I snatch my bag from the desk. I can't do this right now, I mutter, pushing past him. Jason reaches for my arm. Brandy, wait. But I'm already out the door, my heels clicking rapidly against the polished floor. The hallway stretches before me, seeming endless. I just need to get out, to breathe, to think. And then I see him, Victor Hawthorne, standing a few feet away, his piercing eyes fixed on me like a predator eyeing its prey. He doesn't say a word, but his smirk speaks volumes. He's enjoying this, the bastard. Of course he'd be here to witness my moment of weakness. My skin crawls under his scrutiny, and I fight the urge to wrap my arms around myself protectively. I lift my chin, squaring my shoulders and refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing me rattled. Mr. Hawthorne, I say coolly, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. I stride past him, my heels clicking against the floor with renewed purpose. His voice follows me down the hall, dripping with false concern. Everything all right, Dr. Johnson? The question hangs in the air, loaded with implications. I can practically feel his eyes boring into my back, but I don't slow down or turn around. Let him wonder. I've got bigger problems to deal with than Victor Hawthorne's mind games. I don't bother to answer, my pace quickening. The exit sign glows like a beacon, promising escape from this suffocating tension. I push through the doors, the cool night air hitting my face. As I walk away from the stadium, my mind races. What have I done? What was I thinking, bringing up the past like that? Jason's confused expression haunts me, and I can still feel Hawthorne's eyes boring into my back. I need to get away, to clear my head, to figure out how the hell I'm going to face Jason and my job tomorrow.
Chapter 21. Jason. I storm out of Brandy's office, my blood on fire. The argument replays in my head, her words cutting deep. As I step into the hallway, I spot Hawthorne walking away, his back to me. My stomach drops. That snake must have overheard everything. Hawthorne! I call out, my voice sharp. He turns, a smug smile playing on his lips. Jason, trouble in paradise? I clench my fists, willing myself not to deck him right here. How much did you hear? Enough, he says, sauntering closer with that infuriating smirk still plastered on his face. So, you and the lovely Dr. Johnson have been rekindling old flames. How quaint. I must say, I never pegged you for the sentimental type, Jason. It's none of your damn business, I growl, my jaw clenching so tight I can hear my teeth grind. The urge to wipe that smug look off his face is almost overwhelming. Hawthorne's eyes gleam with malicious delight. Oh, but it is. You see, as GM, The team's integrity is my primary concern. And this reeks of impropriety. Can't have our star player getting special treatment from the team's new physical therapist, now can we? I take a step forward, towering over him. My fists are balled at my sides, knuckles white with restraint. Watch yourself, Hawthorne. You're playing a dangerous game, I warn, my voice low and menacing. Whatever you think you know, whatever you think you heard, you'd be wise to forget it. He doesn't flinch. Am I? Or are you the one gambling with your career? And hers? The threat hangs in the air between us. I know he's got us cornered, lying about our relationship, continuing to see each other despite the rumors. It's all ammunition for him. What do you want? I ask, my jaw clenched. Hawthorne's smile widens. For now, nothing. But remember, Jason, I'm watching. One wrong move and both your careers could go up in flames. He turns and walks away, leaving me seething in the hallway. I punch the wall, pain shooting through my knuckles. This isn't good. Not good at all. A couple of days later, I head into the practice facility, my mind already on the ice. The familiar scent of sweat and determination fills my nostrils as I make my way to the locker room. My muscles are tense, ready for action, and I can feel the adrenaline starting to pump through my veins. This is where I belong, where I thrive. Before I can even touch my gear, Coach Kenny's voice cuts through the pre-practice chatter like a knife. Jason, a word. What now? I follow him to his office, curiosity piqued and a hint of annoyance creeping in. Kenny's face is grim as he shuts the door behind us, and I can tell by the set of his jaw that this isn't going to be a pleasant conversation. I brace myself, ready for whatever he's about to throw at me. I've dealt with tough situations before, and I'll be damned if I let this one throw me off my game. Sit down, kid, he says, gesturing to a chair. I remain standing, folding my arms across my chest. What's going on, Coach? Kenny sighs, running a hand through his thinning hair. It's Hawthorne. He's submitted an appeal to the board. My stomach drops, but I keep my face neutral. What kind of appeal? He wants you stripped of your captain title and benched for the rest of the season. The words hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. I clench my fists, anger bubbling up inside me. On what grounds? Kenny holds up his hands. Easy, Jason. He's citing your knee injury and concerns about your relationship with Dr. Johnson. That's nonsense, I spit out. My knee's fine and there's nothing going on with Brandy. Brandy, huh? Kenny raises an eyebrow. Look, I don't give a rat's behind about your personal life, but Hawthorne's got the board's ear, and we need to handle this carefully. I pace the small office, my mind racing. So what now? Kenny's words hit me like a freight train, knocking the wind out of me. He's also calling for Brandy to be fired. What the hell? I snarl, my fists clenching so tight at my sides that my knuckles turn white. The rage bubbling up inside me threatens to boil over. That's complete and utter nonsense, and you know it, Coach. Brandy's the best damn physical therapist this team has ever had. Kenny holds up his hands, his expression grim and etched with worry lines. I know. Jesus, Jason, you think I don't agree with you? Look, I'm gonna fight this tooth and nail, but we need to be smart about it. Hawthorne's playing dirty, and we need to be prepared for whatever he throws our way. I pace the small office like a caged animal, my mind racing a mile a minute. The walls feel like they're closing in on me, and I have to resist the urge to put my fist through one of them. What kind of evidence are we talking about here? What's that jerk Hawthorne claiming he's got on us? Anything that proves your knee is fine, and that you and Dr. Johnson are keeping things professional, Kenny says, leaning back in his chair. Hawthorne's using your history and recent interactions to claim you're both lying about your knee condition. Recent interactions? I stop in my tracks, my eyes narrowing. How the hell does he know about that? Kenny shrugs. He's got eyes and ears everywhere, kid. Point is, With the playoffs coming up, he's pushing for immediate action. Hell, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. So what, we just roll over and let him win? Hell no, Kenny says, his voice firm and unyielding. We fight back with everything we've got. But we need solid proof, Jason. Ironclad evidence that'll shut Hawthorne up for good. Medical records, performance stats, anything that shows you're at the top of your game, and then some. I nod, my mind already racing through possibilities, mapping out a strategy. I'll get on it right away. I've got some ideas that'll make Hawthorne wish he'd never opened his damn mouth. And what about Brandy? How does she factor into this? She'll need to provide her own evidence, Kenny says, leaning forward in his chair. Detailed records of your treatments, second opinions from other doctors, the works. Anything that proves she's been nothing but professional. We need to cover all our bases here, kid. Got it, I say, my jaw set with determination as I head for the door. My hands on the knob when I turn back. Thanks for the heads up, Coach. We'll beat this, no question about it. I take a deep breath, my jaw clenching as I process Kenny's words. The thought of Brandy losing her job because of me makes me furious. I lock eyes with Kenny, my voice low and determined. I'll do whatever it takes, Coach. This ridiculous crap ends now. Kenny nods, a hint of approval in his eyes. That's what I like to hear, kid. What's your plan? I pace the small office, my mind racing. The walls feel like they're closing in, but I push the feeling aside. This isn't about me anymore. First, I'm getting every damn medical record I can find, I growl, determination coursing through my veins. I'll have other doctors examine my knee if that's what it takes. Hell, I'll do a cartwheel in front of the board if I have to. I slam my fist against my palm, emphasizing each word. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in every specialist in the country. They want evidence? I'll bury them in it. And Brandy? Kenny asks, leaning back in his chair. I stop pacing, facing Coach head on. The thought of Brandy taking the fall for this is something I can't even comprehend right now. I won't let them blame her for this. No way, I growl, my voice low and dangerous. She's worked too damn hard to get here, busted her tail for years. I'll make sure she has everything she needs to prove she's been nothing but professional. Every piece of evidence, every witness, whatever it takes. Kenny raises an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. Even if that means admitting to your history. That's a big step, Jason. I don't even hesitate. I nod, my jaw set with determination. If that's what it takes, yeah. Absolutely. I meet Kenny's gaze head on, my voice firm and unwavering. I'm not ashamed of our past, not one bit. And I'm sure as hell not gonna let that snake Hawthorne use it against her. He wants to play dirty. I'll bury him. My fists clench tighter, knuckles turning white. The thought of Hawthorne trying to smear Brandy's reputation makes angrier by the minute. I've got more than enough resources to fight this. Money, lawyers, whatever it takes. Brandy's not going down for this. Not on my watch. If Hawthorne thinks he can intimidate her or me, he's got another thing coming. I'll scorched earth this whole damn situation if I have to. All right, Kenny says, standing up. Get on it. And Jason, be careful. Hawthorne's playing dirty and we can't afford any missteps. I head for the door, my mind already formulating a plan. Don't worry, Coach. I've got it. As I step out of Kenny's office, my resolve hardens. I'll be damned if I let Brandy's career go up in flames because of me. It's time to fight fire with fire, and I'm more than ready for the battle ahead. I just hope that Brandy will be ready to weather the storm too.
Chapter 22. Brandy. I sit at my kitchen table, staring blankly at the stack of medical files in front of me. My hands shake as I try to pour myself another cup of coffee. The news my manager delivered earlier still echoes in my ears. A board meeting in 3 days to determine my fate. Damn, I mutter, spilling coffee on the pristine white tablecloth. The dark stain spreads, much like the fear consuming me. My door buzzes. It's Katie. Brandy, you okay? Her voice is laced with concern. I let out a hollow laugh. Opening the door to let her pass, the cheerful gesture of a box of donuts and coffee is not lost on me. Thanks, Katie. Define okay. I got worried when I knocked on your office door and you didn't answer. Brandy, listen to me. You've done nothing wrong. Your records are impeccable. Tell that to Victor Hawthorne, I scoff, immediately regretting my tone. Sorry, I can't believe this is happening. I know, it's complete crap, Katie says. Have you talked to Jason? The mention of his name sends a jolt through me. No, and I won't. I'm afraid I've already ruined his career, Katie. I can't face him. You haven't ruined anything. This is all Hawthorne's doing. I close my eyes, fighting back tears. Maybe. But if I hadn't gotten involved with Jason again, none of this would be happening. God, I'm so stupid. Stop it, Katie says firmly. You're not stupid. You're one of the best damn physical therapists I know, and a consummate professional to boot. And Jason, well, he's a grown man who can make his own decisions. Katie and I return to the kitchen table. The aroma of fresh coffee and sugary donuts momentarily distracting us from the mess we're in. I grab a chocolate glazed one, biting into it with more force than necessary. So, Katie says, licking powdered sugar off her fingers, what's our game plan? I snort, nearly choking on my donut. Game plan? Katie, there is no game plan. Hawthorne's got everyone wrapped around his finger. Come on, Brandy. You can't just roll over and let him win. I take a swig of coffee, wincing at the bitterness. What choice do I have? He's got evidence of me and Jason. Hell, half the team probably thinks I'm some puck bunny who slept her way into this job. Katie's eyes narrow. Yeah, no. Your work speaks for itself. And Jason's performance? The guy's a beast on the ice. Yeah, well, Hawthorne's spinning it like I'm covering for Jason's injury. Like I'm risking the team's chances at the playoffs. That's ridiculous, Katie scoffs. Anyone with eyes can see Jason's in top form. I lean back in my chair, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling in. Doesn't matter. Perception is reality in this business. And right now, the perception is that I'm compromised. Katie leans forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. What if we could prove Hawthorne's got it out for you? There's gotta be a reason he's gunning for you and Jason. I shake my head. Even if there is, we don't have time to dig up dirt on him. The board meeting's in 3 days. 3 days is plenty of time, Katie insists. We just need to prove that Hawthorne was behind this whole thing. The fact that he and Jason have a tumultuous history will work to your advantage, provided the board believes your story. I want to believe her, but the guilt weighs heavily on me. I just keep thinking about how this could affect his game. The playoffs are coming up, and if he gets benched because of me, what do you think I should do, Katie? I'm saying you need to fight back, Katie insists, her voice crackling with determination. You've got the evidence, Brandy. Use it. I shake my head, even though she can't see me. I don't know. What if I make things worse? Worse than potentially losing your job and watching Jason get benched? Come on, girl. Where's that fire I know you've got? I let out a shaky breath. Buried under a mountain of fear and self-doubt? Katie laughs. And despite everything, I find myself smiling. Well, time to dig it out. You're going to that meeting and you're going to speak. Speak? My voice rises an octave. In front of the board? Hell yes. Present your evidence. Show them Jason's medical records, your treatment plans, everything. Prove that Hawthorne's full of it. I bite my lip, considering. The idea of standing up to Hawthorne makes my stomach churn, but the thought of losing everything I've worked for, that's worse. Okay, I say slowly. But what if they don't believe me? They will, Katie says confidently. Because you're going to be so damn prepared, they won't have a choice. We'll go over everything together. I'll help you practice what to say. I feel a spark of hope ignite in my chest. You do that? Of course, Katie said, leaning forward and putting her hands on the table for emphasis. I also think you need to speak out against Victor, expose him to the board, and explain that he's lying about the two. I know it's risky, but that's a necessary piece of getting this puzzle solved. That could be your most powerful move in this whole thing. You're right, I say, my voice gaining strength. I need to expose Victor for who he really is. Hell yeah, you do. Spill the tea, girl. What happened between the two of them anyway? I take a deep breath. Memories from college flooding back. Victor and Jason were on the same college team. Victor was always jealous of Jason's talent. When Jason got drafted to the NHL and Victor didn't, it was like something snapped in him. Damn, Katie whispers. So this is all about revenge? Pretty much, I nod. He's using his family's connections to get what he couldn't earn on the ice. Katie's voice turns serious. Brandy, you know speaking out against him could be risky, right? His family's got some serious pull. I swallow hard, fear creeping up my spine. I know. He could probably blacklist me and Jason from every major sports team in the country if he wanted to. But you're still gonna do it. I close my eyes, picturing Jason's face, remembering all we've been through. I have to. I can't let Victor ruin Jason's career because of some petty grudge, and I won't let him take my job without a fight. That's my girl, Katie cheers. So what's the plan? I'll present the medical evidence like we discussed, I say, my mind racing. But I'll also lay out Victor's history with Jason, expose his motives. It's a risk, but it's the truth. And if I don't say it, who will? Katie's eyes light up suddenly and she snaps her fingers. Hey, can I borrow your laptop for a sec? I've got an idea. I raise an eyebrow but slide my MacBook across the table. Sure, knock yourself out. Katie's fingers fly across the keyboard, her brow furrowed in concentration. I lean back in my chair, sipping my coffee and trying not to let my curiosity get the best of me. Aha, she exclaims after a few minutes. I think I've found our ace in the hole. Care to share with the class? I ask, leaning forward. Katie turns the laptop around, revealing a professional website. Dr. Amelia Chen, she's one of the top orthopedic surgeons in the country, specializing in sports medicine. If we can get her to take a look at Jason's knee, her opinion would carry a lot of weight with the board. I scan the doctor's credentials, feeling a glimmer of hope. That's actually brilliant, Katie. But how do we get her to agree? She must be swamped with cases. Leave that to me, Katie says with a wink. I've got connections. Plus, I'm pretty sure she'd jump at the chance to examine an NHL superstar. I chew my lip, considering. Okay, but what about Jason? We can't just spring this on him. Katie waves her hand dismissively. Details, details. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. First, let's see if we can even get Dr. Chen on board. She pulls out her phone and starts dialing. I watch, my heart pounding, as she puts on her most professional voice. Dr. Chen's office? Hi, this is Katie Rodriguez from the New York Titans. I was hoping to speak with the doctor about a potential consultation. I hold my breath, hardly daring to hope. But as I watch Katie's face light up, I feel the first real spark of optimism since this whole mess began. She hangs up the phone, and my heart races with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Katie's grinning at me like she just won the lottery. You're not going to believe this. Dr. Chen agreed to see Jason tomorrow at 2 p.m., she says, pumping her fist in the air. Hell yeah, I told you I had connections. I can't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. Okay, Miss Connections. Now we just have to convince Jason to go. Leave that to me, Katie says, already pulling out her phone. I'll text Mike and have him work his magic. I raise an eyebrow. Mike? As in, the Mike you've been crushing on? Katie's cheeks darken slightly. Hey, don't change the subject. This is about you and Jason, remember? Uh-huh, I tease, enjoying the brief moment of levity. Just don't forget to actually mention the appointment while you're flirting. Oh, shut up, Katie laughs, throwing a balled-up napkin at me. I'm a professional. As Katie types out her message, I start pacing the kitchen. What if Jason refuses? Or worse, what if Dr. Chen's assessment doesn't help our case? Katie looks up from her phone. Brandy, breathe. One step at a time, okay? Let's focus on getting Jason to the appointment first. I nod, trying to calm my nerves. You're right. I just wish I could be there. I know, Katie says softly, but it's better this way. We need Dr. Chen's unbiased opinion. My phone buzzes with a text from Katie. It's a screenshot of her conversation with Mike, confirming that Jason's agreed to the appointment. See? Katie says triumphantly. Told you I'd handle it. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay, so what's next? Katie stands up, stretching. Now we wait. Dr. Chen will send her analysis directly to you after the appointment. In the meantime, let's go over your presentation for the board meeting again. I nod, grateful for the distraction. As we dive back into our preparations, I can't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, we can pull this off.
Chapter 23. Jason. I stride into the boardroom, my jaw set and eyes focused. The tension in the air is thick enough to skate on. Brandy's already there, seated at the far end of the table. Our eyes meet for a split second before we both look away. Damn, this is gonna be brutal. I take my seat, nodding curtly to the board members. Victor Hawthorne's smug face makes my fists clench under the table. I'd love nothing more than to wipe that smirk off his face with a well-placed right hook. Let's begin, the chairman says, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. The tension in the room ratchets up another notch, and I can practically feel the sweat beading on the backs of my clenched fists. Mr. Hawthorne, you've brought some serious allegations to our attention. Please present your case. Hawthorne stands, straightening his tie with a smug little flourish that makes me want to deck him. Thank you, sir. As I've outlined in my report, there's clear evidence of misconduct and preferential treatment. I tune out most of his nonsense, my jaw clenching tighter with each word. My eyes dart to Brandy, unable to resist checking on her. She's sitting ramrod straight, her face a mask of professionalism that would fool anyone who didn't know her like I do. But I know her tells, the slight twitch of her fingers, the way she's biting the inside of her cheek. She's scared, and it takes every ounce of self-control I have not to stand up and shut Hawthorne's lying mouth myself. Damn, I hate this. I hate that she's caught in the crossfire of whatever game Hawthorne's playing. And therefore I propose that Jason be stripped of his captaincy and benched for the remainder of the season. Furthermore, I recommend the immediate termination of Dr. Johnson's employment. The room erupts in murmurs. I lean forward, ready to unleash hell, but the chairman holds up a hand. I feel red rage creeping up my neck into my face, and I can feel my muscles tense, itching for action. Screw this. I've never been good at sitting still, especially when someone's trying to screw me over. Dr. Johnson, do you have anything to say in your defense? I glance at Brandy, She's holding it together, but I can see the tension in her shoulders. Hell, I want to protect her from this whole mess. Brandy stands, her voice steady despite the slight tremor in her hands. Yes, sir. I have prepared a comprehensive report. Her eyes flick to mine for a split second, and I give her a barely perceptible nod. She's got this, I know she does, but it doesn't make watching her go through this crap any easier. If I may, she says, her voice steady. I'd like to present evidence that directly contradicts Mr. Hawthorne's claims. Victor scoffs, but the chairman waves him silent. Proceed, Dr. Johnson. Brandy pulls out a folder and starts laying out documents on the table. I have here an independent medical assessment of Jason's knee, conducted by Dr. Amelia Chen, a leading orthopedic surgeon. Her findings confirm my initial diagnosis and treatment plan. I can't help but smirk as Victor's face starts to turn an interesting shade of red. Brandy's not done yet, though. Additionally, she continues, I have statements from other players and staff members attesting to my professionalism and the consistency of my treatment protocols for all team members. The board members lean in, examining the evidence. My eyes are fixed on Brandy as she continues her defense. She's on fire, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride. Furthermore, it is my personal theory that Mr. Hawthorne's accusations are not based on medical evidence or professional concerns, Brandy says, her voice steady and clear. They stem from a personal vendetta against Jason that dates back to our college days. Victor's face contorts with rage. That's preposterous. The chairman raises an eyebrow. Mr. Hawthorne, please allow Dr. Johnson to finish. Brandy nods gratefully. Victor, Jason, and I all attended Iowa State University together. While Jason and I were in a relationship, Victor was... well, let's just say he wasn't Jason's biggest fan. I can't help but snort at that understatement. Victor shoots me a death glare. When Jason was drafted to the NHL straight out of college, Victor didn't take it well. Brandy continues. He had aspirations of playing professionally too, but it never panned out for him. This is irrelevant, Victor sputters, his face turning an impressive shade of red. The chairman holds up a hand. I'll be the judge of that, Mr. Hawthorne. Please continue, Dr. Johnson. Brandy takes a deep breath. I believe Mr. Hawthorne is using his position as GM to settle an old score. He's not concerned about Jason's fitness or my professional integrity. This is about jealousy and revenge. The room falls silent. I catch Brandy's eye and give her a subtle nod. She's knocked it out of the park. That's a serious accusation, Dr. Johnson, the chairman says, his tone grave. Do you have any evidence to support this claim? Brandy pulls out another folder. I have statements from former teammates and coaches who can attest to Victor's behavior in college. Additionally, I have records of Victor's attempts to undermine Jason's position on the team since becoming GM. As Brandy lays out the evidence, I can see Victor's composure crumbling. He's screwed and he knows it. Damn, she's impressive when she's fired up like this. Members of the board, Brandy says, her voice steady and clear. I believe it's important to address the underlying motivation behind Mr. Hawthorne's accusations. Victor shifts in his seat, his smug expression faltering. I can't help the surge of emotion that wells up in my chest as I watch Brandy deliver her final statement. She's nailing it, her voice steady and confident as she dismantles Victor's theory piece by piece. The board members are leaning in, hanging on her every word. Even Victor's smug mask is starting to crack. When Brandy finishes, the room falls into a heavy silence. The chairman clears his throat, his eyes scanning the faces around the table. Well, this has certainly been illuminating, he says, his tone carefully neutral. I believe we have all the information we need to make a decision. We'll take some time to review everything presented today and inform all parties of our conclusion as soon as possible. He stands, signaling the end of the meeting. Thank you all for your time. This meeting is dismissed. As everyone starts to file out, I catch Brandy's eye across the room. I give her a subtle nod, my lips quirking into a half smile. She returns it, relief evident in the slight relaxation of her shoulders. Victor brushes past me, his face twisted in a scowl. "This isn't over," he hisses under his breath. I watch as everyone files out of the boardroom, especially Brandy's retreating form. There's an itch under my skin, a need to go to her, to say something, anything. But I hold back. Our last conversation still rings in my ears, the heat of our argument simmering beneath the surface. Mike claps a hand on my shoulder. "You comin', man?" I nod, tearing my gaze away from Brandy. "Yeah. Let's get out of here." As we walk down the corridor, Mike keeps glancing at me. "That was intense," he says. "You think it went well?" I shrug, trying to shake off the weird feeling settling in my gut. "Looks like it. Brandy nailed Hawthorne to the wall." "Hell yeah, she did," Mike chuckles. "Never seen that guy squirm so much." We push through the exit doors, the cool air hitting my face. It should feel like a victory, but something's off. I can't put my finger on it, but it's there, nagging at the back of my mind. "You all right?" Mike asks, frowning at me. I run a hand through my hair, sighing. "Yeah, I don't know. Something doesn't feel right." "With the case?" "No, not that, I trail off, not sure how to explain it. "It's Brandy." Mike raises an eyebrow. "Trouble in paradise?" I shoot him a look. "There is no paradise, remember? We called it quits." "Right," he says, not sounding convinced. "So what's the problem?" I lean against my car, trying to sort through the jumble in my head. I don't know. It just feels wrong somehow. Like we're missing something. Mike studies me for a moment. "You still care about her, don't you?" I don't answer, but my silence is enough. Mike shakes his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "You're an idiot, you know that," he says. But there's no heat in it. I can't help but chuckle. "Yeah, maybe I am."
Chapter 24. Brandy. I stare out the window of my apartment, watching the bustling New York streets below. It's been almost a week since the board meeting, and the silence is deafening. My phone sits on the coffee table, taunting me with its lack of notifications. Maybe I should just quit and move back home, I mutter to myself as I pace back and forth in front of the window. The thought has been nagging at me for days. If the board votes against me, my career in sports therapy is over. No one will touch me with a 10-foot pole after this mess. A knock at the door startles me from my brooding. It's Katie, armed with takeout and a determined look. "All right, spill," she says, pushing past me. "I know that look. You're thinking of bailing, aren't you?" I sigh, closing the door. How do you always show up at just the right time? And am I that transparent? "Only to someone who knows you," Katie replies, setting out containers of Chinese food. "Now sit, eat, talk." I plop down on the couch, grabbing a carton of pot stickers. I feel like I'm poison to Jason's career, to my own career. Maybe it would be better if I just disappeared. Katie snorts. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're one of the best in the business, Brandy. And Jason? He's playing better than ever." "But at what cost?" I argue. "This whole situation is a mess. If the board what?" Katie interrupts. "Votes against you based on Victor's crap? Then we fight it." "You don't run away from a fight, Brandy. You don't seem like that kind of person. And I haven't known you that long." I push the food around with my chopsticks. It's not just about me. If I stay, I could ruin everything Jason's worked for. "Maybe you should tell Jason," she suggests, "before you make any rash decisions." I bite my lip, considering her words. The thought of facing Jason again makes my stomach churn, but Katie's right. I can't keep running away from this. Early the next morning, I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, my jaw set with determination. The woman looking back at me isn't going to let her fate be decided by a bunch of suits in a boardroom. No, I'm taking control of my own destiny. I've had a lot of time to think about my future, and I need to take it into my own hands before something is decided for me. Enough is enough, I mutter, grabbing my bag and heading for the door. The ride to the stadium feels different today. Instead of the usual knot of anxiety in my stomach, there's a fire burning. I've spent too long worrying about what others think, about how my actions might affect Jason's career. It's time to focus on my own. As I walk into my office, Katie intercepts me, her eyes wide with concern. "Brandy, have you heard anything yet?" she asks, falling into step beside me. I shake my head. Nope, and I'm done waiting. I'm handing in my resignation today. Katie stops dead in her tracks. "You're what? Are you out of your mind?" I turn to face her, my voice steady. "I'm not letting Victor or anyone else dictate my future. If I leave on my own terms, at least I maintain some control." "But what about everything you've worked for? What about Jason?" The mention of his name sends a pang through my chest, but I push it aside. This isn't about Jason anymore. It's about me. I grab an empty cardboard box from my supply closet and start tossing my personal items into it. The framed diploma from Iowa State, the silly world's best knee fixer mug Katie got me as a joke, the photos of my family back home. Each object feels heavier than it should, weighted down by memories and what-ifs. Katie hovers by my desk, her face a mix of confusion and concern. "Brandy, you can't be serious. This is crazy." I don't look up as I continue packing. "It's not crazy. It's necessary. I'm done being a pawn in Victor's game. But quitting? That's letting him win." I pause, a stack of medical journals in my hands. No, it's taking control. I'm not waiting around for the board to decide my fate. Katie sits down in the nearest chair, lowering her voice. "What about Jason? Have you even talked to him yet about this?" The mention of his name makes my stomach clench. "Jason's better off without me complicating things. Always has been." "That's ridiculous, and you know it," Katie snaps. I slam the journals into the box. "Look, I've made up my mind. Can you tell everyone for me? I can't face them right now." Katie's shoulders slump. "You're really gonna make me do your dirty work?" "Please," I say, my voice softer now. "I just need to get out of here." She sighs, shaking her head. "Fine. But for the record, I think you're making a huge mistake." I nod, unable to meet her eyes. "Noted. Thanks, Katie. For everything, I'll be in touch." As I seal up the box, I take one last look around the office. It feels like I'm leaving a piece of myself behind, but I push that thought away. This is for the best. It has to be. Katie grabs my arm, her grip tighter than I expected. "Brandy, stop. Just breathe for a second, okay? This isn't right." I shake her off, continuing to pack my things. No, what isn't right is letting Victor dictate my future. I'm done playing his game. But quitting? That's exactly what he wants. Katie's voice rises, desperation creeping in. I pause, a framed photo of my family in my hands. Maybe, but it's what I want too. I'm tired of being a pawn in someone else's chess match. Katie moves to block my path to the door. "Please just wait. We can figure this out together. The board hasn't even made their decision yet." "I'm not waiting around for them to decide what happens to me," I say, my voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside me. "I'm taking control." "This isn't taking control, it's running away." Katie's eyes are wide, pleading. I take a deep breath, willing my voice not to shake. "Katie, I appreciate you. I do. But I've never been thinking clearer than I am right now. This is the right thing to do. For who? Not for you, not for the team, and certainly not for Jason, she argues. The mention of his name sends a sharp pain through me, but I push it down. I can't let my true feelings show, not now. Jason will be fine. He always is. Katie's shoulders slump. Brandy, please, just sleep on it. Don't make any rash decisions. I hoist the box onto my hip, meeting her eyes. My mind's made up, Katie. I hope you can understand that someday. As I brush past her, I feel my resolve wavering, but I can't let it show. Not until I'm safely out of here, away from the memories, away from Jason. It's better this way. It has to be. I stumble out of the stadium, my vision blurred by the tears I've been holding back. The box of my belongings feels heavier with each step, weighing me down like the decisions I've made. As I reach my car, I fumble with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The cool metal slips through my fingers, refusing to cooperate. Damn it, I mutter, watching helplessly as they clatter onto the asphalt. I bend to pick them up, my knees weak and unsteady. That's when the dam finally breaks. A sob escapes my lips, raw and painful, echoing in the nearly empty parking lot. The sound of my own anguish startles me, but I can't stop now. Everything I've been holding in for weeks, the stress, the heartache, the regret, comes pouring out in a torrent of emotion. I lean against my car, not caring who might see me falling apart. The box slides from my grip, landing with a thud at my feet. I cover my face with my hands, trying to muffle the sounds of my breakdown, but it's useless. I'm a mess, and for once I don't have the strength to pretend otherwise. I manage to unlock the car and toss the box onto the passenger seat before collapsing behind the wheel. The tears flow freely, hot and angry against my cheeks. I grip the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white. You did this, I tell myself, my voice cracking. You ruined everything. My mind ducks and drifts to my hometown in Iowa. I can almost smell the fresh-cut grass, hear the crickets chirping on a warm summer night. It's a far cry from the concrete jungle of New York City. It's time to go home, I whisper, starting the engine. As I pull out of the parking lot, I catch a glimpse of the stadium in my rearview mirror. It looms large, a monument to everything I'm leaving behind. My dream career, my friends, Jason. I shake my head, trying to clear the thought of him. No, you're done with that. Done with all of it. The city traffic engulfs me, horns blaring and people shouting. It's too much, too loud, too chaotic. I long for the quiet streets of my hometown, where the biggest traffic jam is caused by a tractor on Main Street. Just get home, pack your stuff, and go, I tell myself, wiping away tears with the back of my hand. You can figure out the rest later. As I navigate through the sea of yellow taxis and impatient drivers, I feel a weight lifting. Maybe this is the right decision. Maybe going back to where it all began is exactly what I need. I pull up to my apartment building, my sanctuary in this concrete jungle. But now it feels more like a prison. I kill the engine and sit there for a moment, gathering the strength to face what comes next. One step at a time, I whisper, reaching for the box of my belongings. Just one step at a time.
Chapter 25. Jason. I speed through the city streets, my mind racing faster than my car. The past week has been a blur of realizations and regrets, but one thing's crystal clear. I need Brandy. I should have fought for her back then, and I'll be damned if I make the same mistake of letting her go twice. Pulling up to her apartment building, I barely remember to shut off the engine before I'm out the door. My heart pounds as I take the stairs 2 at a time. Screw the elevator, I can't wait another second. I reach her door and knock hard. The sound echoes through the hallway, but there's no response. My heart races as I knock again, louder this time, my fist pounding against the wood. Brandy, it's me. Open up, we need to talk. My voice is gruff, urgent. I can't keep the desperation out of it. Still nothing. Did I miss her? Is she avoiding me? My mind races through possibilities, each worse than the last. A door down the hall cracks open, and an elderly woman peeks out, her wrinkled face curious and a bit wary. You looking for the pretty black girl? She asks, eyeing me suspiciously. She left about an hour ago with a suitcase. Looked like she was crying, poor thing. My stomach drops, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. Did she say where she was going? I demand, probably sounding harsher than I intended. The woman shakes her head, her eyes widening at my tone. No, she's been going back and forth in the elevator all morning. Looks like she's moving a lot of stuff. She pauses, then adds, seemed in quite a hurry, if you ask me. I clench my fists, frustration and worry battling inside me. Brandy's gone, and I have no idea where. I've got to find her, and fast. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. What if she's headed to Iowa? Damn it. I burst back into Brandy's apartment, my heart pounding. She's there, surrounded by boxes, her eyes red and puffy. I almost missed her. What the hell are you doing? I demand, my voice rough with emotion. Brandy jumps, startled. Jason, how did you... Doesn't matter. Why are you packing? Where are you going? She sighs, her shoulders slumping. Back to Iowa. I can't do this anymore, Jason. I'm ruining your career just like I was afraid of back in college. I stride towards her, closing the distance between us. You're not ruining anything. But the board... To hell with the board, I growl. I don't care what they say. I want to be with you, Brandy. I should have fought for you back then, and I'm not making that mistake again. Her eyes widen. What are you talking about? I crack my knuckles, frustrated. I should have turned down Washington, or I should have begged you to come with me. I was an idiot, and I've regretted it every day since. Jason, you can't mean that. Your career... My career doesn't mean anything without you, I interrupt. I've got money, fame, all that crap. But you know what I don't have? You. And that's the only thing that matters. Brandy's lips part in surprise. But what about everything that's happening now? The accusations, Victor. We'll face it together, I say firmly. I'm not letting you walk away again. Not unless you can look me in the eye and tell me you don't want this. She's silent for a moment, her gaze searching mine. I do want this, but I'm scared, Jason. Take a deep breath, my hands cradling Brandy's face. Her eyes are locked on mine, searching for answers, for certainty. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Listen to me, I say, my voice low and intense. This time, I'm fighting with you. For you. For us. Hockey? It's just a game. You're everything. Brandy's eyes widen. Jason, you can't mean that. Hockey's your life, your career. I cut her off with a sharp shake of my head. No. You want to know what my life's been for the past 7 years? Empty. Sure, I've got the fame, the money, the trophies. But there's been something missing, and it's you, Brandy. She tries to look away, but I hold her gaze. I've been going through the motions thinking I had it all. But I didn't. Not without you. But your team, the playoffs, she starts. Screw the playoffs, I growl. I've won before. I'll win again. But I won't lose you. Not this time. Brandy's eyes fill with tears. Jason, No, I interrupt. No more excuses. No more running. We're in this together now. Whatever comes our way, Victor, the board, the press, we face it as a team, got it? She nods slowly, a small smile tugging at her lips. Got it. I pull her close, feeling her warmth against me. Good. Now let's unpack these boxes. You're not going anywhere. Brandy's body shakes as she throws herself into my arms, her tears soaking through my shirt. I hold her tight, feeling her warmth against me, her familiar scent flooding my senses. It's like coming home after years adrift. "I love you, Jason," she chokes out between sobs. I never stopped. God, I tried, but I couldn't. My heart pounds in my chest. I've waited 7 years to hear those words again. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes, those golden brown eyes I've dreamed about for far too long. "I love you too, Brands," I say, my voice rough with emotion. Never stopped. Not for a single damn day. My hands tighten around her, afraid she might disappear if I let go. 7 years of longing, of regret, of what-ifs. All of it crashes over me like a tidal wave. She lets out a watery laugh, her hands gripping my shirt like a lifeline. "Even when I was wrapping your knee." I smirk, remembering those torturous sessions where her touch set my skin on fire. Especially then. Do you know how hard it was to keep my cool when you were touching me? I run my fingers through her curls, savoring the silky texture I've missed for so long. It took everything I had not to grab you and kiss you senseless right there on the training table. "Jerk," she mutters, but she's smiling now, that radiant smile that's haunted my dreams for years. Her eyes sparkle with a mix of tears and laughter, and I know I'm done for. There's no way in hell I'm letting her go again. I brush away a tear from her cheek with my thumb. I mean it, though. These past 7 years, they've been empty without you. I thought I had everything I wanted, but I was just going through the motions. Brandy nods, her eyes never leaving mine. I know what you mean. I threw myself into my work, but something was always missing. Us, I say simply. We were missing us. She leans her forehead against mine, her breath warm on my face. So what now? I pull Brandy closer, my lips melting against hers. A wave of desire ignites between us, and I can't get enough. My hands roam her back, memorizing every curve I've missed for so long. She responds with equal fervor, her fingers tangling in my hair. Just as things are heating up, my phone starts buzzing in my pocket. I groan, breaking the kiss. "Ignore it," Brandy whispers, her breath hot against my ear. I'm tempted, but years of being team captain have ingrained a sense of responsibility. "Could be important," I mutter, fishing the phone out. Coach Kenny's name flashes on the screen. "This better be good, Coach," I answer, not bothering to hide my irritation. Kenny's voice crackles through the speaker. "Jason, I've got news. The board just ruled." My stomach drops. I put the call off speaker, pulling Brandy close. She tenses against me, her eyes wide with worry. "What's the verdict?" I ask, bracing for the worst. There's a pause, and then Kenny's voice booms out. "You're in the clear, both of you. Victor is getting fired for spreading false information. Turns out his personal vendetta didn't sit well with the board." Relief washes over me. I look at Brandy, who is still looking anxious. "Thanks, Coach," I say, my voice rough with emotion. "I owe you one." Kenny chuckles. "Just win us that playoffs, and we'll call it even." I hang up and toss the phone aside, turning back to Brandy. Her eyes are shining with unshed tears. "Did we do it?" she whispers. I can see she's almost afraid to ask. I grin, pulling Brandy closer. "We did it, baby. We're in the clear. Victor's getting fired for his nonsense." Her eyes widen, a mix of disbelief and joy. "Are you serious? We're okay?" "Better than okay," I growl, closing the distance between us. I take her lips with mine again, and it's like a dam breaking. Fresh waves of pent-up desire flood through me. I cup her face, my thumbs tracing her cheekbones as I deepen the kiss. Brandy responds hungrily, her fingers roaming everywhere they can reach as she presses her whole body against mine. "God, I've missed you," I breathe against her lips. She nips at my bottom lip. "Prove it." Challenge accepted. I back her up against the wall, pinning her with my body. My hands roam down her sides, memorizing every curve I've been dreaming about for years. Brandy arches into me, a tortured moan escaping her. "Jason," she pants, breaking the kiss. "I love you." I trail kisses along her jaw, down to that spot on her neck that always drove her wild. "You want to show me how much?" Her breath hitches. "Yes, baby, yes." I chuckle against her skin. Still an insatiable little minx, huh? Some things never change. Brandy pulls at my hair, forcing me to look at her. Her eyes are dark with desire, but there's a hint of mischief there too. "And you're still a jerk. Guess we're even." I smirk, leaning in close. "You love it." "God help me, I do," she whispers, pulling me in for another searing kiss.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Jason. I press Brandy against the wall, my hands roaming her curves as our lips clash in a heated frenzy. The taste of her, the feel of her body against mine. It's intoxicating. I can't get enough. "I've missed this," I growl, nipping at her lower lip. Brandy arches into me, her fingers tangling in my hair. "Me too. God, Jason, I can't believe we can finally do this without hiding." I trail kisses along her jaw, reveling in the soft gasps she makes. No more sneaking around. No more quick screws in your office. "Although that was pretty hot," she teases, tugging my hair to bring my lips back to hers. I chuckle against her mouth. "True, but now I can take my time with you. Show everyone you're mine." Her breath hitches as I slide my hand under her shirt, tracing the soft skin of her stomach. "Possessive much?" "You bet I am," I growl, nipping at her earlobe. "I'm not letting you go again, Brandy, not ever." She moans softly, her hips grinding against mine. "Promise." I pull back slightly, meeting her gaze. Those light brown eyes are dark with desire, but there's vulnerability there too. I cup her face, my thumb tracing her cheekbone. "I promise," I say, my voice rough with emotion. "No more running. No more letting other people's crap come between us." Brandy's lips curve into a smile that takes my breath away. Good, because I'm not going anywhere either. I bring my lips back to hers, pouring every ounce of love and longing I feel for her into the kiss. Her hands slip under my shirt, her nails raking down my back, and I groan. "Bedroom," I pant against her lips. "Now." I nuzzle myself into her neck, working our way down the hallway with soft yet fervent kisses. My teeth graze over the soft skin of her collarbone, and her back arches as a gasp escapes her. "Oh." I growl against her hot skin. "Let me hear it. Let me hear you, Brands."
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Thank you, I whisper, my voice hoarse with emotion. That was amazing. I run my thumb across her cheekbone, marveling at how perfectly she fits against me. You're incredible, you know that? I add, unable to take my eyes off her. The connection between us feels electric, like we've tapped into something primal and powerful. She turns her face into my palm and kisses it, her lips soft and warm against my skin. That's all the response I need. My heart races and I can't help but smile, feeling the connection between us deepen with that simple gesture. It's like she's telling me everything without saying a word, and damn, I love it. I love her with everything I've got.
Chapter 27. Brandy. I stretch out on Jason's plush couch, my feet tucked under me as I watch him pace the living room. His jaw is set, eyes focused on some distant point as he goes over plays in his head. The playoffs game looms over us, just hours away. You're gonna wear a hole in that fancy carpet of yours, I tease, trying to break his concentration. His pacing is making me dizzy, and I can practically feel the nervous energy radiating off him in waves. Jason pauses mid-stride, his intense gaze softening as it lands on me. A hint of a smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, babe, just got a lot on my mind. I pat the spot next to me, giving him my best reassuring smile. Come here, let me work some of that tension out. I wiggle my fingers enticingly. Doctor's orders. He drops down beside me with a heavy sigh, the couch dipping under his weight. I start kneading his shoulders, feeling the knots of stress beneath my fingertips. The muscles are rock hard, like trying to massage a brick wall. Damn, that feels good, he groans, leaning into my touch. His eyes flutter closed, and I can see some of the worry lines on his forehead start to smooth out. You've got magic hands. You know that? I chuckle, working my way down his back. So I've been told. Now relax, hotshot. You've got this. Remember when I used to do this before your college games? I ask, working out a particularly stubborn knot. Jason chuckles. How could I forget? Best pregame ritual ever. I lean in, pressing a kiss to his neck. Well, consider this your new good luck charm. He turns, capturing my lips in a searing kiss that leaves me breathless. When we part, his blue eyes are dark with desire. I've got a better idea for a pregame ritual, he growls, pulling me onto his lap. I laugh, wrapping my arms around his neck. Oh yeah? And what might that be? He stands, pulling me up with him in a delicious kiss that leaves me breathless. I sigh, pressing my cheek to his chest for a moment, before he takes my hand, leading me out to the balcony. Where are we going? I giggle, playfully stroking a finger on his arm as we walk. I set a little something up for us, Jason said softly, opening the sliding glass door. Wanted you to know how special you are, and how glad I am that you're back in my life. For good. I step onto the balcony, my breath catching in my throat. The scene before me is nothing short of magical. A table for two sits in the center, draped in crisp white linen that glows in the moonlight. Silver chafers gleam, promising delicious secrets beneath their polished domes. Candles flicker in ornate holders, casting a warm, intimate glow. Jason, I whisper, overwhelmed. This is incredible. He grins, clearly pleased with my reaction. His blue eyes sparkle with a mixture of pride and mischief that's so achingly familiar, It makes my heart skip a beat. Thought you might like it. Remember our spot back in college? I laugh, memories flooding back like a warm, comforting tide. The rooftop garden, where we'd sneak up after curfew. God, how could I forget? Those nights were filled with whispered conversations, stolen kisses, and dreams of a future we thought we'd share. Bingo. He pulls out a chair for me, his movements smooth and confident. Figured I'd recreate it, minus the risk of getting caught by campus security. His lips quirk into that crooked smile I've always loved, and I feel a flutter in my stomach. As I sit, the city skyline stretches out before us, a glittering tapestry of lights. It's breathtaking, a vista of possibility and promise, but if I'm being honest, it's not nearly as captivating as the man across from me. Jason's presence fills the space, magnetic and undeniable. I find myself drinking him in, noting the changes time has wrought, the slight crinkles at the corners of his eyes, the broader set of his shoulders. He's no longer the boy I fell in love with, but a man who still has the power to make my pulse race. So, I tease, raising an eyebrow. What's on the menu, chef? Jason lifts one of the chafer lids with a flourish. Your favorite, grilled salmon with that mango salsa you love. The aroma hits me, and my stomach growls appreciatively. You remembered. Course I did. He serves us both, then pours 2 glasses of white wine. Some things you don't forget, and when it comes to you, I never forget a thing. I take a sip of the wine, savoring the crisp taste. Like how to pull off the perfect surprise? Among other things. His blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and full of promise. I take a bite of the perfectly grilled salmon, savoring the tangy sweetness of the mango salsa. The flavors dance on my tongue, bringing back a flood of memories from our college days. I can't help but smile, thinking about how far we've come. This is amazing, Jason. I don't think I've been happier in my whole life. He grins, his blue eyes twinkling in the candlelight. Me neither, baby. I take a sip of wine, gathering my courage. Speaking of memories, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Jason leans forward, his expression curious. What's on your mind? I set down my fork, fidgeting with my napkin. When we first got together, I always worried that I was distracting you too much from your career. His eyebrows shoot up. What? Where'd you get that idea? Come on, Jason. You were this rising star, and I was just me. I noticed how you'd sometimes seem distracted during practice when we were going through rough patches, and your game wasn't always at its best when things were intense between us. Jason shakes his head, reaching across the table to take my hand. Brandy, that's ridiculous. You were never a distraction. If anything, you kept me grounded. But my coach was a jerk who didn't understand that having a life outside hockey made me a better player. He squeezes my hand. You were my support system, my motivation. Hell, half the time I was showing off for you in the stands. I laugh, feeling a weight lift off my chest. Really? Absolutely. Remember that hat trick against Minnesota? That was all for you, babe. I thought you seemed extra cocky that night, I tease, relief washing over me. Jason's eyes soften as he leans in, his thumb tracing circles on the back of my hand. Brandy, listen to me. The allegation that you brought me down was never true, not for a single moment. Really? I ask, hope blooming in my chest. Jason nods emphatically. Absolutely. You were my rock, my motivation. Still are, in fact. I can't help but laugh. Is that why you'd always wink at me after scoring? Damn straight? He grins, then his expression turns serious. But even if it had been true, Even if you had been the biggest distraction in the world, I wouldn't have cared. What do you mean? Jason takes a deep breath. I mean, I would have chosen you over hockey in a heartbeat. I almost did, you know? My eyes widen. What? When I got drafted to Washington, he explains, his voice low. I seriously considered turning it down to stay with you in Iowa. I'm stunned. Jason, I had no idea. He shrugs. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd never let me do it. But the point is, Brandy, you are more important than the game has ever been to me. I was destroyed when we broke it off and went our separate ways. His words wash over me, erasing years of doubt and insecurity. I stand up, rounding the table to wrap my arms around him. I love you, Jason. I never stopped. He pulls me onto his lap, his strong arms encircling me. I love you too, Brandy. Always have, always will. I lean back in his powerful embrace, feeling lighter than I have in years. The weight of doubt and insecurity that's been haunting me since college has finally lifted. Jason's words echo in my mind, erasing all those fears I've been carrying around. You know, I say, reaching for my wine glass, I think this might be the best date I've ever been on. Jason grins, his blue eyes twinkling. Even better than that time I took you stargazing in the back of my pickup? I laugh, remembering that night. Okay, maybe it's a close second, but this view is definitely an upgrade from an Iowa cornfield. I don't know, Jason teases, reaching across the table to take my hand. I seem to remember the view being pretty spectacular that night. I roll my eyes, but can't help the smile spreading across my face. Smooth talker, some things never change. And some things get even better with time, he says, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. The simple touch sends shivers down my spine. I take a deep breath, savoring this moment. The city lights twinkle below us, but they can't compare to the warmth in Jason's eyes. So, I ask, feeling bold, what do you see for us in the future, Mr. NHL superstar? Jason leans back, considering. Well, first things first, we're going to win the first playoff game tomorrow. Obviously, I nod, grinning. And after that? He pauses, his expression turning serious. I see us building something real, Brandy. No more missed opportunities, no more what ifs. I want it all with you. My heart swells at his words. I want that too, I whisper. Good, Jason says, standing up and pulling me to my feet. Because I'm not letting you go again. As he pulls me close, I can't help but feel excited for what's to come. Whatever the future holds, I know we'll create it together. Chapter 28. Brandy. The arena buzzes with electric energy as Katie and I settle into our seats right behind the player bench. I can't help but grin, still riding the high from last night's date with Jason. So spill the tea, Katie nudges me, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How was your romantic evening with the hockey god? I laugh, shaking my head. It was perfect. Jason really outdid himself this time. Oh yeah? Better than that time he rented out the entire ice rink for you two. Even better, I admit, leaning in conspiratorially. We had dinner on his penthouse balcony. The view was insane. Katie whistles low. Damn, girl. Living the dream. A girl could get used to that. It wasn't just the fancy setup, though. I continue, my voice softening. We talked about everything. All those doubts I had about our past, about holding him back. He completely erased them. About time, Katie nods approvingly. I've been telling you for weeks that man is head over heels for you. I roll my eyes, but can't suppress my smile. Yeah, you were right. As always, she quips, then glances towards the ice. Speaking of head over heels, I follow her gaze to where Mike is stretching near the bench. Okay, girl, what's going on with you two? Katie bites her lip. Well, we may have been flirting a bit lately. A bit? I raise an eyebrow. Come on, details. Okay, fine, she laughs. We've been texting nonstop, and yesterday he asked me out for coffee after the game. Katie, I exclaim, giving her a playful shove. That's amazing. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She shrugs, still grinning. I didn't want to jinx it, but yeah, it's, pretty great. Looks like things are working out well for both of us, I muse, feeling a surge of happiness for my friend. Who would have thought? Katie agrees. A couple months ago, we were just the new girls on the block. Now look at us. You know what? I say, turning back to Katie. I have a feeling this is going to be one hell of a game. As the players take the ice, Katie and I leap to our feet, our cheers blending with the roar of the crowd. The energy in the arena is electric, pulsing through every fan. Go Titans! Katie shouts, her voice carrying over the din. I cup my hands around my mouth. Let's go, Jason! The team glides onto the ice, their skates carving crisp lines as they begin their warm-up drills. Jason, ever the showman, catches my eye and winks as he effortlessly weaves between his teammates. Oh my God, Katie laughs, nudging me. Could he be any more obvious? I grin, watching Jason's fluid movements. Hey, at least he's consistent. He used to do that before our college games. Some things never change, she quips. Speaking of which, check out Mike's footwork. I follow her gaze to where Mike is practicing his crossovers. Damn, he's looking sharp today. Trying to impress someone? I tease, wiggling my eyebrows at Katie. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the smile tugging at her lips. Please, like he needs to try. Jason skates by again, this time executing a perfect no-look pass that has the crowd gasping in appreciation. He throws another wink my way, and I can't help but shake my head, laughing. You know, I muse, leaning closer to Katie. I used to worry that I distracted him too much, but now I'm starting to think maybe I'm his good luck charm. Katie snorts. Girl, with the way he's playing, you might be the team's good luck charm. As if on cue, Jason intercepts a pass and takes off down the ice, his speed leaving defensemen in his wake. He dekes left, then right, before burying the puck in the top corner of the net. The crowd erupts, and I find myself on my feet again, clapping and whooping. Jason raises his stick in acknowledgement, his eyes finding mine, even from this distance. Okay, Katie concedes. I take it back. You're definitely his good luck charm. The puck drops, and the game erupts into a frenzy of motion. I grip Katie's arm, my heart pounding in sync with the player's skates slicing across the ice. Holy crap, they're not messing around, Katie breathes, her eyes wide as we watch the Titans and their opponents trade possession at breakneck speed. I nod, unable to tear my gaze away. No kidding, it's like watching pinballs on steroids. The crowd around us surges to their feet as Jason intercepts a pass, rocketing down the ice. He weaves through defensemen like they're standing still, and I find myself holding my breath. Come on, I mutter, leaning forward. Jason winds up for a shot, but a hulking defenseman slams into him at the last second. The puck skitters away and Jason goes down hard. Damn it, Katie shouts, echoing my own thoughts. I watch, heart in my throat, as Jason slowly gets to his feet. He's favoring his right side, and I can see the tightness in his jaw, even from here. That looked rough, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. You think he's okay? Katie squints, assessing. He's still on the ice. That's a good sign, right? I nod, forcing myself to breathe. Yeah, it is. The game resumes its frantic pace, but I can't shake the knot of worry in my stomach. Jason's movements seem a touch slower, his turns a bit less sharp. He's hurting, I murmur, more to myself than Katie. She squeezes my hand. Hey, if anyone can push through, it's Jason. You've seen how hard he works in rehab. I manage a small smile. True? And he's got the best damn medical team in the league, if I do say so myself. Damn straight, Katie grins, bumping my shoulder. As if hearing our conversation, Jason suddenly breaks away from the pack, streaking towards the goal. The crowd roars to life, and I find myself on my feet, shouting along with everyone else. Go, 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 Katie yells, jumping up and down. Jason winds up, his stick a blur, and fires the puck past the goalie's outstretched glove. The arena explodes with cheers as the goal horn blares. Yes, I scream, throwing my arms around Katie. That's my man. As the team throws up their sticks in celebration, he looks up into the stands, his eyes finding mine. Even from this distance, I can see the fire in his gaze, the determination etched into every line of his face. The tension in the arena is palpable as we enter the final quarter. The score remains deadlocked, neither team willing to give an inch. I grip Katie's arm, my knuckles white with anticipation. This is crazy, Katie breathes, her eyes glued to the ice. I can't believe how close this is. I nod, unable to tear my gaze away from Jason's powerful strides. It's like watching a high-stakes chess match, but with body checks and ice. The clock ticks down mercilessly. With each passing second, the crowd's energy intensifies. Chants of Titans, Titans reverberate through the arena. Come on, boys, I mutter under my breath. Just one more goal. As if hearing my plea, Jason intercepts a pass at center ice. He takes off like a shot, weaving through defensemen with surgical precision. Go, 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 Katie shouts, jumping to her feet. I'm right there with her, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Come on, Jason. The opposing team's defensemen converge on Jason, cutting off his angle to the goal. For a split second, I think he's going to try to muscle through, but then I see his eyes flick to the left. He's gonna pass, I gasp, realizing what's about to happen. In a move so smooth it seems choreographed, Jason flicks the puck between a defenseman's legs. It slides perfectly onto Mike's waiting stick. The arena holds its collective breath as Mike winds up for the shot. Time seems to slow down. I swear I can hear the whistle of his stick cutting through the air. The puck rockets towards the goal, a blur of black against the white ice. The goalie dives, stretching out impossibly far. But it's not enough. The goal horn blares as the puck hits the back of the net. The crowd erupts into a deafening roar, and I find myself screaming right along with them. They did it! Katie shrieks, throwing her arms around me. I hug her back fiercely, tears of joy streaming down my face. On the ice, the team mobs Mike and Jason, a tangle of jubilant bodies and flying equipment. As the celebration continues, Jason breaks away from the group. He skates to the edge of the rink, his eyes scanning the crowd until they lock with mine. Even from this distance, I can see the intensity in his gaze, the raw emotion etched into every line of his face. He points directly at me, a grin splitting his face and mouths. For you. The roar of the crowd fades to a dull hum as Jason skates towards me, his eyes locked on mine. My heart pounds against my ribs, threatening to burst free. He's moving with purpose, that familiar determined set to his jaw that I've seen 1,000 times before. Brandy, Katie whispers beside me. Is he? I can't answer. My throat's too dry, my pulse too loud in my ears. Jason reaches the bench, his chest heaving from exertion. sweat glistening on his brow. Without a word, he reaches out, his gloved hand cupping the back of my neck. Time seems to slow as he pulls me closer. I catch a whiff of his scent, ice and adrenaline and something uniquely Jason. Then his lips are on mine, hot and insistent, and the world around us explodes. The kiss is electric, sending shockwaves through my entire body. Jason's other hand finds my waist, pulling me flush against the boards. I grip the front of his jersey, not caring about the cameras or in the thousands of eyes on us. In this moment, it's just us. When we finally break apart, breathless and grinning, the arena is deafening. I glance up at the Jumbotron to see our kiss replayed in high definition, surrounded by a gaudy digital heart. "Guess the cat's out of the bag," Jason says, his voice husky and low enough that only I can hear. I laugh, giddy and lightheaded. "You never were one for subtlety." He grins, that cocky, heart-stopping smile I fell for all those years ago. Why start now? As the team swarms around us, offering congratulations and good-natured ribbing, I catch Katie's eye. She's grinning from ear to ear, giving me an exaggerated thumbs up. In that moment, with Jason's arm around me and the taste of victory on my lips, I know we've won something far greater than just a hockey game.
Chapter 29. Jason. I step out of the locker room, my hair still damp from the shower. The playoffs high still buzzing through my veins. Mike's right behind me, chattering about our winning play. As we round the corner, I spot Brandy and Katie waiting for us, their faces lit up with excitement. "There they are," I hear Katie say, nudging Brandy with her elbow. "Our champions." Brandy's eyes lock with mine, and I feel that familiar surge of electricity. Damn, she looks good in that Titans jersey. My jersey. "Ladies," I say, approaching them with a grin, "ready to paint the town?" "Born ready," Katie replies, her gaze flicking to Mike. "Nice assist out there, hot stuff." Mike chuckles, running a hand through his hair. "Couldn't have done it without Cappy here." I wrap an arm around Brandy's waist, pulling her close. "How about you, babe? Ready to celebrate?" Brandy leans into me, her warmth seeping through my clothes. "With you? Always." "Get a room, you two," Katie teases, but I catch the fondness in her voice. "Later," I promise Brandy in a low voice, enjoying the way her breath catches. As we start walking towards the exit, I overhear Katie whispering to Brandy. "Can you believe where we are now? A few months ago, we were just the new girls on the block." Brandy laughs softly. "And now look at us, dating the team captain and crushing on his best friend." "I am not crushing," Katie starts to protest, but Mike chooses that moment to throw an arm around her shoulders. "What's this about crushing?" he asks with a smirk. Katie's face goes through about 5 different expressions before she settles on mock annoyance. "Nothing you need to worry about, puck boy." I can't help but laugh at their banter. It feels good, right? Like everything's falling into place. As we step out into the cool night air, the reality of our win hits me again. Champions. And I've got the girl of my dreams by my side. "To the penalty box," I suggest, already knowing the answer. A chorus of enthusiastic agreement follows, and we head off into the night, ready to celebrate our victory and the journey that brought us here. I stride into the penalty box, my arm around Brandy's waist, the team trailing behind us. The staff's eyes widen as we enter, and I can't help but smirk. Yeah, we're kind of a big deal tonight. "Special table for the champs," I call out, and the manager practically trips over himself to accommodate us. "Right this way, Mr. Winters," he says, leading us to a spacious area in the party room. "We've been expecting you." As we settle in, I pull Brandy close, whispering in her ear, "Stick with me, honey. The night's just getting started." She laughs, her eyes sparkling. Wouldn't dream of being anywhere else. The waitstaff descends on us like a well-oiled machine, platters of food appearing as if by magic. I grab a Wagyu slider, shoving it in my mouth with gusto. This is our night, and I'll eat how I damn well please. Mike raises his glass, a cocky grin plastered across his face. "To the Titans!" he shouts, and the room erupts in cheers that could rival the stadium we just left. I down my drink in one swift motion, savoring the burn as it slides down my throat. "Keep 'em coming!" I yell to the bartender, who gives me a thumbs up. He knows better than to let my glass run dry tonight. As the night progresses, the toasts become more frequent and increasingly ridiculous. The alcohol's flowing, inhibitions are lowering, and we're riding high on our victory. To Jason's left skate, someone shouts, and I can't help but laugh. That skate did put in some serious work tonight. "To Mike's lucky jockstrap," another adds, causing Katie to nearly spit out her drink. I catch her eye and wink, watching as she tries to compose herself. The room erupts in uproarious laughter as we all bask in the glow of our epic win. This is what it's all about. The camaraderie, the shared joy, the absolute high of being on top of the world. Brandy leans into me, her voice low. "Should we make our own toast?" I grin, grabbing 2 fresh glasses of champagne. We clink them together, our eyes locked. "To second chances," I murmur. "And to not letting go this time," she adds, her smile softer now. We drink and I pull her in for a kiss, ignoring the catcalls from my teammates. When we break apart, I see the promise of our future in her eyes. "You know," I say, my thumb tracing her jawline, "I've got a feeling we're going to be making a lot more toasts together." She raises an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? To what?" I shrug, a mischievous glint in my eye. "New beginnings, shared victories. Maybe even a Stanley Cup or 2. Brandy laughs, shaking her head. "Always the confident one, aren't you?" "Hey, with you by my side, how can I lose?" I glance at my watch, then at Brandy. Her eyes are sparkling, a wide smile on her lips that makes my heart nearly stop. Damn, she's beautiful. But I've got plans that can't wait. "Damn!" I mutter, patting my pockets. "Brands, I forgot something at the stadium. Mind if we swing by before we go back to my place?" Brandy raises an eyebrow. "Now? It's past midnight. We can wait till tomorrow." I shrug, flashing her my most disarming smile. "Won't take long. Promise it'll be worth it." She sighs, but there's a hint of a smile playing at her lips. "All right, lead the way." We say our goodbyes to the team, ignoring Mike's suggestive wink as we head out. The cool night air hits us as we step outside, and I wrap an arm around Brandy's waist, pulling her close. "So, what's so important that we had to leave the party?" she asks as we walk to my car. "What did you leave there?" I smirk, opening the passenger door for her. "Patience, babe. You'll see." The drive to the stadium is quick, the streets empty at this hour. I pull into my reserved spot, killing the engine. I lead Brandy through the darkened corridors of the stadium, her hand in mine. The silence is broken only by our footsteps and the occasional hum of distant machinery. "Jason, where are we going?" Brandy whispers, her voice echoing slightly in the empty hallway. I squeeze her hand. "You'll see. Trust me." We take another turn, and I hear Brandy chuckle behind me. "Are you lost? I thought you knew this place like the back of your hand." "Just taking the scenic route," I reply with a smirk she can't see in the darkness. We pass by the locker rooms, then double back towards the admin offices. I can practically feel Brandy's confusion growing. "Seriously, Jason, what's going on?" There's a hint of impatience in her voice now. I stop abruptly, turning to face her. Even in the dim light, I can see the curiosity in her eyes. "Close your eyes," I instruct. She raises an eyebrow. "What?" "Just do it," I insist, my tone leaving no room for argument. Brandy sighs but complies. I wave a hand in front of her face to make sure she's not peeking, then guide her forward. We walk a few more steps, and I push open the double doors to the rink. The scent of roses and vanilla wafts out, and I hear Brandy inhale sharply. "Okay," I say, positioning her just right. "Open your eyes." Brandy's eyes flutter open, and I watch as they widen in amazement. The rink is transformed, lit by hundreds of candles scattered across the ice. Rose petals form intricate patterns, spelling out, "I love you" in the center. The whole scene glows with a warm, ethereal light. "Jason," Brandy breathes, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is... How did you..." I shrug, trying to play it cool despite the nerves buzzing under my skin. "I had some help. Mike and Katie are pretty good at keeping secrets." Brandy turns to me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "It's beautiful. But why?" I take a deep breath, reaching into my pocket. "Because, Brandy Johnson, I'm not letting you go again." I take a deep breath, steadying myself. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. I drop to one knee on the ice, the cold seeping through my pants. Brandy's eyes widen, her hand flying to her mouth. "Brandy," I start, my voice surprisingly steady. 7 years ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I let you go. I thought hockey was everything, but I was wrong. You're my everything. I pull out the ring box, flipping it open. The diamond catches the candlelight, sparkling like the tears in Brandy's eyes. "I've won the Stanley Cup, set records, made more money than I know what to do with, but none of it means a damn thing without you. You're more important than any game, any trophy, any contract." Brandy's breathing hitches, and I can see her trembling. "I love you, Brandy Johnson. I always have, and I always will. Will you marry me?" The silence stretches for a heartbeat, then two. My heart pounds in my chest, louder than any crowd I've ever played for. "Yes," Brandy whispers, then louder. "Yes, of course, yes." I slip the ring onto her finger, then stand, pulling her into my arms. Her lips meet mine in a kiss that tastes of salt and joy. When we break apart, she's laughing and crying at the same time. "I can't believe you did all this," she says, gesturing at the rink around us. I shrug, grinning. "Only the best for my girl, for my fiancée," I correct myself, loving the sound of it. Brandy kisses me again, fierce and passionate. "I love you, Jason Winters," she murmurs against my lips. "I love you too, future Mrs. Winters," I reply, holding her close as the candles flicker around us, witnesses to the start of our new beginning.
Chapter 30. Brandy. I stand in front of the full-length mirror, my heart racing as I smooth down the front of my wedding dress. The ivory lace hugs my curves, cascading to the floor in a soft puddle of fabric. My mother fusses with the veil, her eyes misty with tears. "You look absolutely stunning, baby girl," she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. I catch Jillian's eye in the mirror, and we share a knowing smile. We've been best friends since high school, and now she's here as my maid of honor. It feels surreal. "I can't believe this is happening," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "Jason and I, after all these years." Jillian grins, adjusting a stray curl that's escaped my updo. "Girl, it was always meant to be. You two just needed a little time apart to figure it out." My mom chuckles, shaking her head. "A little time? 7 years is more than a little time. That's almost a decade." "Mom," I groan, but I can't help smiling. She's right, of course. 7 years felt like an eternity. But now, standing here in my hometown, about to marry the love of my life, it feels like no time has passed at all. A soft knock at the door interrupts our moment. Katie pokes her head in, her eyes widening as she takes in my appearance. "Wow, Brandy, you look amazing." She steps into the room, closing the door behind her. "Everyone's ready whenever you are. No pressure. But there's a very handsome hockey player out there looking like he might combust if he doesn't see you soon. We all laugh, and I feel a flutter of excitement in my stomach. Jason's waiting for me. After everything we've been through, all the ups and downs, he's out there waiting to make me his wife. Okay, I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. I'm ready. As my mom and Jillian make last-minute adjustments, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror one last time. I barely recognize the woman staring back at me. She looks radiant, confident, and so incredibly happy. My mom gives me a quick peck on the cheek, her eyes glistening with tears. "Knock 'em dead, baby girl," she whispers before heading out to join Dad. I take a deep breath, steadying myself as Jillian pulls down my veil. "You ready to knock his socks off?" she asks with a wink. "As I'll ever be," I reply, my voice a mix of nerves and excitement. We make our way to the double doors, and I can hear the soft murmur of voices on the other side. My heart pounds in my chest, a rhythmic reminder of the enormity of this moment. "Last chance to make a run for it," Jillian teases, giving my hand a squeeze. I laugh, shaking my head. Not a chance in hell. The doors open and suddenly, everything else fades away. There, at the end of the aisle, stands Jason. His blue eyes lock onto mine, and I see them well up with tears. He's wearing a sharp black tux, his long brown hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. He looks like he stepped right out of my dreams. As I take my first step down the aisle, our guests stand, their faces a blur of smiles and happy tears. But I can't take my eyes off Jason. He's beaming at me, his gaze so full of love and adoration that it takes my breath away. I hear a few gasps and whispers as I pass. "She looks stunning," someone murmurs, but it's all background noise to the thundering of my own heart. With each step, I feel the weight of our journey, the years apart, the struggles we've overcome. But more than that, I feel the promise of our future together. As I near Jason, his smile grows impossibly wider, and my steps grow miraculously lighter. "Hey, you," he mouths, and just like that, any lingering nerves melt away. This is exactly where I'm meant to be. As I reach Jason, he takes my hand, his touch sending electricity through my body. Father Robert, our longtime family friend and priest, beams at us from behind the altar. "Dearly beloved," he begins, his voice warm and familiar. "We are gathered here today to witness the union of Brandy and Jason, two souls I've had the privilege of watching grow from mischievous kids into the remarkable adults standing before us." I can't help but chuckle, remembering all the times Father Robert caught us sneaking kisses behind the church. "I remember when these two first started dating," Father Robert continues, a twinkle in his eye. "Jason would always find excuses to come to Sunday school, even though he claimed to hate it. Turns out he just wanted to see a certain someone." Jason squeezes my hand, a sheepish grin on his face. "Guilty as charged," he whispers, and I have to stifle a laugh. As Father Robert speaks about love, commitment, and second chances, I glance around at our guests. Mike and Katie are sitting together, both beaming. Coach Kenny gives me a subtle wink when he catches my eye. "I think we all knew this day would come," Father Robert said, addressing the congregation. "Even when these two were apart, there was always a spark, a connection that couldn't be denied." I hear a few murmurs of agreement from our hometown friends and family. Mrs. Darby, my old English teacher, nods emphatically. "Told you so," Jason's mom stage whispers to my mother, who rolls her eyes good-naturedly. Father Robert turns to Jason. "Do you, Jason, take Brandy to be your lawfully wedded wife?" Jason's blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. "I do," he says, his voice strong and sure. "And do you, Brandy, take Jason to be your lawfully wedded husband?" I take a deep breath, my heart full to bursting. "I do." As we exchange rings, I catch Katie wiping away a tear. Mike pats her on the back, looking a bit misty-eyed himself. By the power vested in me, Father Robert declares, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Jason, you may kiss your bride. Jason doesn't hesitate. He pulls me close, one hand cupping my face, and kisses me with a passion that makes my toes curl. Our guests erupt in cheers and applause, but all I can focus on is Jason, my husband, and the promise of our future together. As we step into our nearby reception ballroom, I'm momentarily stunned by the sight. White roses cascade from crystal vases, their petals scattered across tables draped in pristine linens. The soft glow of candlelight reflects off the fine china, creating an ethereal ambience. Damn, we did good, Jason whispers in my ear, his arm snaking around my waist. I lean into him, savoring his warmth. We sure did. The DJ announces our arrival, and the room erupts in cheers. We make our way to the head table, where Katie and Mike are already seated, looking cozy. About time you two showed up, Mike teases. We were about to start the party without you. Jason chuckles, as if you could have a party without the star player. And his better half, I add, nudging him playfully. The clinking of glasses signals the start of toasts. Katie stands, smoothing her bridesmaid dress nervously. When Brandy first told me about her history with Jason, I thought she was crazy for getting involved again, she begins. But seeing them together, it's like watching two puzzle pieces finally click into place. I feel Jason's hand tighten around mine as Katie continues. To Brandy and Jason, may your love story be as epic as your comeback on the ice. Mike's toast is next, full of hockey analogies and inside jokes that have the room in stitches. As he wraps up, he raises his glass. To the newlyweds, may your marriage be as solid as Jason's slapshot and as healing as Brandy's magic hands. The cake cutting follows, and I can't help but laugh as Jason smears frosting on my nose. I retaliate by shoving a whole slice in his face, much to our guests' delight. As we take to the dance floor for our first dance, Jason pulls me close. Ready for our next adventure, Mrs. Winters? I look up into those bright blue eyes, my heart full. With you, always. As Jason and I leave the hotel, the cool night air hits my heated skin. Our friends and family cheer, showering us with rose petals as we make our way to the waiting limo. Ready for takeoff, lady? Jason grins, helping me into the car. Lead the way, Captain. I laugh, carefully maneuvering my dress into the back seat. Once inside, Jason loosens his bow tie and lets out a contented sigh. That was one hell of a party. Tell me about it, I agree, kicking off my heels. I think I saw Coach Kenny doing the Macarena at one point. Jason chuckles, pulling me close. Now, that's blackmail material if I ever saw it. As the limo pulls away, I feel a flutter of nerves in my stomach. It's now or never. Hey, Jay, I start, my voice a little shaky. I've got something to tell you. He raises an eyebrow, those piercing blue eyes focused entirely on me. What's up, babe? I take a deep breath, then blurt it out. I'm pregnant. For a moment, Jason just stares at me, his mouth hanging open. Then a grin spreads across his face, so wide it looks like it might split his cheeks. Are you serious? He asks, his voice filled with wonder. I nod, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. Found out last week. I wanted to wait until after the wedding to tell you. In an instant, Jason's arms are around me, pulling me into a bone-crushing hug. Holy crap, B, we're gonna be parents? I laugh, relief and joy washing over me. Yeah, we are. Jason pulls back, his hands cupping my face. I love you so damn much. You know that? I had an inkling, I tease, leaning in to kiss him. As we break apart, Jason's hand moves to rest on my stomach. "Hey there, little one," he says softly. "I'm your dad, and I can't wait to meet you." I place my hand over his, overwhelmed by the love I feel for this man and our growing family. After everything we've been through, all the years apart and the struggles we've faced, this moment feels like a perfect new beginning. "I love you," I whisper, resting my forehead against his. "I love you too," Jason replies, his voice thick with emotion. "Both of you." As the limo carries us towards our honeymoon and the start of our new life together, I can't help but feel like everything has fallen into place. We may have taken the long way around, but we finally found our happily ever after.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.